Chapter 47 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 47. Lamington. When Wallace was left alone with Edwin, the happy youth, after expressing delight that Murray then held his headquarters in Bothwell Castle, took from his bosom 2 packets, one from Lord Mar, the other from the Countess. "My dear cousin," said he, "has sent you many blessings, but I could not persuade her to register even one on paper while my aunt wrote all this. Almost ever since her own recovery, Helen has confined herself to my uncle's sick chamber, now totally deserted by the fair Countess, who seems to have forgotten all duties in the adulation of the audience hall." Wallace remarked on the indisposition of Mar, and the attention of his daughter with tenderness; and Edwin, with the unrestrained vivacity of happy friendship, proceeded sportively to describe the regal style which the Countess had affected, and the absurd group with which she had welcomed the Earls Badenoch and Athol to their native country. "Indeed," continued he, "I cannot guess what vain idea has taken possession of her; but when I went to Snowdoun to receive her commands for you, I found her seated on a kind of throne, with ladies standing in her presence, and our younger chieftains thronging in the gallery, as if she were the regent himself. Helen entered for a moment, but, amazed, started back, never before having witnessed the morning courts of stepmother." But Edwin did not relate to his friend all that had passed in the succeeding conference between him and his gentle cousin. Blushing for her father's wife, Helen would have retired immediately to her own apartments, but Edwin drew her into one of Lady Mar's rooms, and, seating her beside him, began to speak of his anticipated meeting with Wallace. He held her hand in his. "My dearest cousin," said he, "will not this tender hand, which has suffered so much for our brave friend, write him one word of kind remembrance? Our queen here will send him volumes." "Then he would hardly have time to attend to one of mine," replied Helen with a smile. "Besides, he requires no new assurance to convince him that Helen Mar can never cease to remember her benefactor with the most grateful thoughts." "And is this all I am to say to him, Helen?" "All, my Edwin." "What! Not one word of the life you have led since he quitted Stirling? Shall I not tell him that, when this lovely arm no longer wore the livery of its heroism in his behalf, instead of your appearing at the gay assemblies of the Countess, you remained immured within your oratory? Shall I not tell him that since the sickness of my uncle you have sat days and nights by his couch side, listening to the dispatches from the borders, subscribing, with smiles and tears, to his praises of our matchless regent? Shall I not tell him of the sweet maid who lives here the life of a nun for him, or must I entertain him with the pomps and vanities of my most unsaintly aunt?" Helen had in vain attempted to stop him, while, with an arch glance at her mantling blushes, he half whispered these insidious questions: "Ah, my sweet cousin, there is something more at the bottom of that beating heart than you will allow your faithful Edwin to peep into." Helen's heart did beat violently, both before and after this remark; but conscious, whatever might be there, of the determined purpose of her soul, she turned on him a steady look. "Edwin," said she, "there is nothing in my heart that you may not see. That it reveres Sir William Wallace beyond all other men, I do not deny; but class not my deep veneration with a sentiment which may be jested on. He has spoken to me the language of friendship. You know what it is to be his friend; and having tasted of heaven, I cannot stoop to earth. What pleasure can I find in pageants, what interest in the admiration of men? Is not his esteem of a value that puts to naught the homages of all else in the world? Do me then justice, my Edwin. Believe me, I am no gloomy, no sighing recluse. I am happy with my thoughts, and thrice happy at the side of my father's couch. For there I meet the image of the most exemplary of human beings, and there I perform the duties of a child to a parent, deserving all my love and honour." "Ah, Helen, Helen!" cried Edwin, "dare I speak the wish of my heart! But you and Sir William Wallace would frown on me, and I may not." "Then never utter it!" exclaimed Helen, turning pale, and trembling from head to foot, too well guessing, by the generous glow in his countenance, what would have been that wish. At that instant the door opened, and Lady Mar appeared. Both rose at her entrance. She bowed her head coldly to Helen. To Edwin she graciously extended her hand. "Why, my dear nephew, did you not come into the audience hall?" Edwin answered, smiling, that as he did not know the Governor of Stirling's lady lived in the state of a queen, he hoped he should be excused for mistaking lords and ladies in waiting for company, and for that reason, having retired till he could bid her adieu in a less public scene. Lady Mar, with much stateliness, replied: "Perhaps it is necessary to remind you, Edwin, that I am more than Lord Mar's wife. I am not only heiress to the sovereignty of the Northern Isles, but, like Badenoch, am of the blood of the Scottish kings." To conceal an irrepressible laugh at this proud folly in a woman, otherwise of shrewd understanding, Edwin turned toward the window, but not before the countess had observed the ridicule which played on his lips. Vexed, but afraid to reprimand one who might so soon resent it, by speaking of her disparagingly to Wallace, she unburdened the swelling of her anger upon the unoffending Helen. Not doubting that she felt as Edwin did, and fancying that she saw the same expression in her countenance, "Lady Helen," cried she, "I request an explanation of that look of derision which I now see on your face. I wish to know whether the intoxication of your vanity dare impel you to despise claims which may one day be established to your confusion." This attack surprised Helen, who, absorbed in other meditations, had scarcely heard her mother's words to Edwin. "I neither deride you, Lady Mar, nor despise the claims of your kinsman Badenoch. But since you have condescended to speak to me on the subject, I must, out of respect to yourself and duty to my father, frankly say, that the assumption of honors not legally in your possession may excite ridicule on him, and even trouble to our cause." Provoked at the just reasoning of this reply, and at being misapprehended with regard to the object with whom she hoped to share all the reflected splendors of a throne, Lady Mar answered rather inconsiderately: "Your father is an old man, and has outlived every noble emulation. He neither understands my actions nor shall he control them." Struck dumb by this unexpected declaration, Helen suffered her to proceed. "And as to Lord Badenoch giving me the rank to which my birth entitled me, that is a foolish dream. I look to a greater hand." "What?" inquired Edwin, with a playful bow. "Does my highness aunt expect my uncle to die, and that Bruce will come hither to lay the crown of Scotland at her feet?" "I expect nothing of Bruce nor of your uncle," returned she, with a haughty rearing of her head; "but I look for respect from the daughter of Lord Mar, and from the friend of Sir William Wallace." She rose from her chair, and presenting Edwin with a packet for Wallace, told Helen she might retire to her own room. "To my father's I will, madam," returned she. Lady Mar coloured at this reproof, and turning to Edwin more gently said: "You know that the dignity of his situation must be maintained, and while others attend his couch, I must his reputation." "I have often heard that 'fame is better than life,'" replied Edwin, still smiling; "and I thank Lady Mar for showing me how differently people may translate the same lesson. Adieu, dear Helen, said he, touching her mantling cheek with his lips. Farewell, returned she. May good angels guard you. The substance of the latter part of this scene Edwin did relate to Wallace. He smiled at the vain follies of the countess, and broke the seal of her letter. It was in the same style with her conversation, at one moment declaring herself his disinterested friend, in the next uttering wild professions of never-ending attachment. She deplored the sacrifice which had been made of her, when quite a child, to the doting passion of Lord Mar, and complained of his want of sympathy with any of her feelings. Then, picturing the happiness which must result from the reciprocal love of congenial hearts, she ventured to show how truly hers would unite with Wallace's. The conclusion of this strange epistle told him that the devoted gratitude of all her relations of the house of Comyn was ready, at any moment, to relinquish their claims on the crown, to place it on brows so worthy to wear it. The words of this letter were so artfully and so persuasively penned, that had not Edwin described the inebriated vanity of Lady Mar, Wallace might have believed that she was ambitious only for him, and that could she share his heart, his throne could be a secondary object. To establish this deception in his mind, she added, I live here as at the head of a court, and fools around me think I take pleasure in it. But did they look into my actions, they would see that I serve while I seem to reign. I am working in the hearts of men for your advancement. But whether this were her real motive or not, it was the same to Wallace. He felt that she would always be, were she even free, not merely the last object in his thoughts, but the first in his aversion. Therefore, hastily running over her letter, he recurred to a second perusal of Lord Mar's. In this he found satisfactory details of the success of his dispositions. Lord Loch Awe had possessed himself of the western coast of Scotland, from the Mull of Kintyre to the furthest mountains of Glenmore. There the victorious Lord Ruthven had met him, having completed the recovery of the Highlands by a range of conquest from the Spey to the Muddy Firth and in Venetia. Lord Bothwell also, as his colleague, had brought from the shore of Ross and the hills of Caithness every Southron banner which had disgraced their embattled towers. Graham was sent for by Wallace to hear these pleasant tidings. Ah, cried Edwin in triumph, not a spot north of the Forth now remains that does not acknowledge the supremacy of the Scottish lion. Nor south of it either, returned Graham, from the Mull of Galloway to my gallant father's government on the Tweed, from the Cheviots to the Northern Ocean, all now is our own. The door is locked against England, and Scotland must prove unfaithful to herself before the Southrons can again set feet on her borders. The more private accounts were not less gratifying to Wallace, for he found that his plans for disciplining and bringing the people into order were everywhere adopted, and that in consequence alarm and penury had given way to peace and abundance. To witness the success of his comprehensive designs, and to settle a dispute between Lord Ruthven and the Earl of Athol, relative to the government of Perth, Lord Mar strongly urged him, since he had driven the enemy so many 100 miles into their own country, to repair immediately to the scene of controversy. Go, added the earl, through the Lothians, and across the Queen's Ferry, directly into Perthshire. I would not have you come to Stirling, lest it should be supposed that you are influenced in your judgment either by myself or my wife. But I think there cannot be a question that Lord Ruthven's services to the great cause invest him with a claim which his opponent does not possess. Lord Athol has none beyond that of superior rank, but being the near relation of my wife, I believe she is anxious for his elevation. Therefore come not near us, if you would avoid female importunity, and spare me the pain of hearing what I must condemn." Wallace now recollected a passage in Lady Mar's letter which, though not speaking out, insinuated how she expected he would decide. She said, "As your interest is mine, my noble friend, all that belongs to me is yours. My kindred are not withheld in the gift my devoted heart bestows on you. Use them as your own; make them bulwarks around your power, the creatures of your will, the instruments of your benevolence, the defenders of your rights." Well pleased to avoid another encounter with this lady's love and ambition, Wallace sent off the substance of these dispatches to Murray, and next morning, taking a tender leave of the venerable Gregory and his family, with Edwin and Sir John Graham, he set off for the Firth of Forth. Chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 48. Loch Awe. It was on the eve of St. Nicholas that the boat which contained Wallace drew near to the coast of Fife. A little off the right towered the tremendous precipice of Kinghorn. "Behold, Edwin," said he, "the cause of all our woe! From those horrible cliffs fell the best of kings, the good Alexander. My father accompanied him in that fatal ride, and was one of the unhappy group who had the evil hap to find his mangled body among the rocks below." "I have heard," observed Graham, "that the sage of Ercildown prophesied this dreadful calamity to Scotland." "He did prognosticate," replied Wallace, "that on the 18th of April, a storm should burst over this land which would lay the country in ruins. Fear seized the farmers, but his prophecy regarded a nobler object than their harvests. The day came, rose unclouded, and continued perfectly serene. Lord March, to whom the seer had presaged the event, at noon reproached him with the unlikeliness of its completion. But even at the moment he was ridiculing the sage, a man on a foaming steed arrived at the gate, with tidings that the king had accidentally fallen from the precipice of Kinghorn, and was killed. "This," said the lord of Ercildown, "is the scathing wind and dreadful tempest which shall long blow calamity and trouble on the realm of Scotland." And surely his words have been verified, for still the storm rages around our borders, and will not cease, I fear, till the present dragon of England be laid as low as our noble lion was by that mysterious blast. Alexander III. was killed in this manner on the 18th of April, 1290, just 7 years before the consequent calamities of his country made it necessary for Wallace to rise in its defense. The like discourse held the friends till they landed at Rosyth Castle, where they lodged for the night, and next morning, recommencing their journey at daybreak, they crossed the Lowmans under a wintry sun, and entered Perth in the midst of a snowstorm. The regent's arrival soon spread throughout the province, and the hall of the castle was speedily crowded with chieftains, come to pay their respects to their benefactor, while an army of grateful peasantry from the hills filled the suburbs of the town, begging for one glance only of their beloved lord. To oblige them, Wallace mounted his horse, and between the lords Ruthven and Athol, with his bonnet off, rode from the castle to the populous covered plain, which lay to the west of the city. He gratified their affectionate eagerness by this condescension, and received in return the sincere homage of 1,000 grateful hearts. The snow topped Grampians echoed with the proud acclamations of our deliverer, our prince, the champion of Scotland, the glorious William Wallace; and the shores of the Tay resounded with similar rejoicings at sight of him who made the Scottish seamen lords of the northern ocean. Ruthven beheld this eloquence of nature with sympathetic feelings. His just sense of the unequaled merits of the regent had long internally acknowledged him as his sovereign, and he smiled with approbation at every breathing amongst the people which intimated what would at last be their general shout. Wallace had proved himself not only a warrior but a legislator. In the midst of war he had planted the fruits of peace, and now the olive and the vine waved abundant on every hill. Different were the thoughts of the gloomy Athol as he rode by the side of the regent. Could he have by a look blasted those valiant arms, have palsied that youthful head, whose judgment shamed the hoariest temples, gladly would he have made Scotland the sacrifice, so that he might never again find himself in the triumphant train of one whom he deemed a boy and an upstart. Thus did he muse, and thus did envy open a way into his soul for those demons to enter, which were so soon to possess it with the fellest designs. The issue of Ruthven's claims did not lessen Lord Athol's hatred of the regent. Wallace simply stated the case to him, only changing the situations of the opponents; he supposed Athol to be in the place of Ruthven, and then asked the frowning earl if Ruthven had demanded a government which Athol had bravely won and nobly secured, whether he should deem it just to be sentenced to relinquish it into the hands of his rival? By this question he was forced to decide against himself. But while Wallace had generously hoped that, by having made him his own judge, he had found an expedient both to soften the pain of disappointment and to lessen the humiliation of defeat, he had only redoubled the hatred of Athol, who thought he had thus been cajoled out of even the privilege of complaint. He, however, affected to be reconciled to the issue of the affair, and taking a friendly leave of the regent, retired to Blair; and there, amongst the numerous fortresses which owned his power, amongst the stupendous strongholds of nature, the cloud invested mountains and the labyrinthine winding of his lochs and streams, he determined to pass his days and nights in devising the sure fall of this proud usurper; for so the bitterness of an envy he durst not yet breathe to any impelled him internally to designate the unpretending Wallace. Meanwhile, the unconscious object of this hatred, oppressed by the overwhelming crowds constantly assembling at Perth to do him homage, retired to Huntingtower, a castle of Lord Ruthven's at some distance from the town. Secluded from the throng, he there arranged, with the chiefs of several clans, matters of consequence to the internal repose of the country; but receiving applications for similar regulations from the counties further north, he decided on going thither himself. Severe as the weather was at that season, he bade adieu to the warm hospitalities of Huntingtower, and, accompanied by Graham and his young friend Edwin, with a small but faithful train he commenced a journey which he intended should comprehend the circuit of the Highlands. With the chieftain of almost every castle in his progress he passed a day; and, according to the interest which the situation of the surrounding peasantry created in his mind, he lengthened his sojourn. Everywhere he was welcomed with enthusiasm, and his glad eye beheld the festivities of Christmas with a delight which recalled past emotions, till they wrung his heart. The last day of the old year he spent with Lord Loch awe, in Kilchurn Castle; and after a bounteous feast, in which lord and vassal joined, sat up the night to hail the coming of the new season. Wallace had passed that hour, 12 months ago, alone with his Marion. They sat together in the window of the eastern tower of Ellerslie; and while he listened to the cheerful lilts to which their servants were dancing, the hand of his lovely bride was clasped in his. Marion smiled and talked of the happiness which should await them in the year to come. "Ay, my beloved," answered he, "more than thy beauteous self will then fill these happy arms. Thy babe, my wife, will then be at thy bosom, to bless with a parent's joys thy grateful husband." That time was now come round, and where was Marion? Cold in the grave. Where that smiling babe? A murderer's steel had reached it ere it saw the light. Wallace groaned at these recollections; he struck his hand forcibly on his bursting heart, and fled from the room. The noise of the harps, the laughing of the dancers, prevented his emotions from being observed; and rushing far from the joyous tumult, till its sounds died in the breeze, or were only brought to his ear by fitful gusts, he speeded along the margin of the lake, as if he would have flown even from himself. But memory, racking memory, followed him. Throwing himself on a bank, over which the ice hung in pointed masses, he felt not the roughness of the ground, for all within him was disturbed and at war. "Why," cried he, "oh, why was I selected for this cruel sacrifice? Why was this heart, to whom the acclaim of multitudes could bring no selfish joy, why was it to be bereft of all that ever made it beat with transport? Companion of my days, partner of my soul, my lost, lost Marion! And are thine eyes forever closed on me? Shall I never more clasp that hand which ever thrilled my frame with every sense of rapture? Gone, gone forever, and I am alone!" Long and agonizing was the pause which succeeded to this fearful tempest of feeling. In that hour of grief, renewed in all its former violence, he forgot country, friends, and all on earth. The recollection of his fame was mockery to him; for where was she to whom the sound of his praises would have given so much joy? Ah, said he, it was indeed happiness to be brightened in those eyes. When the gratitude of our poor retainers met thine ear, how thou didst lay thy soft cheek to mine, and shoot its gentle warmth into my heart! At that moment he turned his face on the gelid bank; starting with wild horror, he exclaimed, "Is it now so cold? My Marion, my murdered wife!" and rushing from the spot, he again hastened along the margin of the loch. But there he still heard the distant sound of the pipes from the castle; he could not bear their gay notes, and darting up the hill which overhung Loch Awe's domain, he ascended, with swift and reckless steps, the rocky sides of Ben Cruachan. Full of distracting thoughts, and impelled by a wild despair, he hurried from steep to steep, and was rapidly descending the western side of the mountain, regardless of the piercing sleet, when his course was suddenly checked by coming with a violent shock against another human being, who, running hastily through the storm, had driven impetuously against Wallace, but being the weaker of the two, was struck to the ground. The accident rallied the scattered senses of the chief. He now felt that he was out in the midst of a furious winter tempest, had wandered he knew not whither, and probably had materially injured some poor traveler by his intemperate motion. He raised the fallen man, and asked whether he were hurt. The traveler, perceiving by the kind tone of the inquirer that no harm had been intended, answered, "Not much, only a little lamed; and all the recompense I asked for this unlucky upset is to give me a helping hand to my father's cot; it is just by. I have been out at a neighbor's to dance in the new year with a bonny lass, who, however, may not thank you for my broken shins." As the honest lad went on telling his tale, with a great many particulars dear to his simple wishes, Wallace helped him along, and carefully conducted him, through the gathering snow, descended the declivity which led to the shepherd's cottage. When within a few yards of it, Wallace heard the sound of singing; but it was not the gay caroling of mirth; the solemn chant of a more serious music mingled with the roaring blast. "I am not yet too late!" cried the communicative lad. "I should not have run so fast, had I not wanted to get home in time to make one in the New Year's hymn." They had now arrived at the little door, and the youth, without the ceremony of knocking, opened the latch. As he did so, he turned and said to his companion, "We have no occasion for bolts, since the brave Lord Wallace has cleared the country of our Southron robbers." He pushed the door as he spoke, and displayed to the eyes of the chief a venerable old man on his knees before a crucifix. Around him knelt a family of young people with an aged dame, all joining in the sacred thanksgiving. The youth, without a word, dropped on his knees near the door, and making a sign to his companion to do the same, Wallace obeyed; and as the anthems rose in succession on the ear, to which the low breathing of the lightly touched harp echoed its heavenly strains, he felt the tumult of his bosom gradually subside; and when the venerable sire had laid down the instrument and clasped his hands in prayer, the natural pathos of his invocations, and the grateful devotions with which the young people gave their response, all tended to tranquilize his mind into a holy calm. At the termination of the concluding prayer, how sweet were the emotions of Wallace when he heard these words, uttered with augmented fervor by the aged petitioner: "While we thus thank thee, O gracious God, for the mercies bestowed upon us, we humbly implore thee to hold in thine almighty protection him by whose arm thou hast wrought the deliverance of Scotland. Let our preserver be saved from his sins by the blood of Christ. Let our benefactor be blessed in mind, body, and estate, and all prosper with him that he takes in hand. May the good he has dispensed to his country be returned fourfold into his bosom, and may he live to see a race of his own reaping the harvest of his virtues, and adding fresh honors to the stalwart name of Wallace." Every mouth echoed a fervent amen to this prayer, and Wallace himself inwardly breathed, "And have I not, even now, sinned, all gracious God, in the distraction of this night's remembrance? I mourned, I would not be comforted. But in thy mercy thou hast led me hither to see the happy fruits of my labors, and I am resigned and thankful." The sacred rites over, two girls ran to the other side of the room, and between them brought forward a rough table covered with dishes and bread; while the mother, taking off a large pot, emptied its smoking contents into the different vessels. Meanwhile the young man, introducing the stranger to his father, related the accident of the meeting; and the good old shepherd, bidding him a hearty welcome, desired him to draw near the fire and partake of their New Year's breakfast. "We need the fire, I assure you," cried the lad, "for we are dripping." Wallace now advanced from the shadowed part of the room, where he had knelt, and drawing toward the light, certainly displayed to his host the truth of his son's observation. he had left the castle without his bonnet, and hurrying on regardless of the whelming storm, his hair became saturated with wet, and now streamed in water over his shoulders. The good old wife, seeing the stranger's situation was worse than her son's, snatched away the bottle out of which he was swallowing a heavy cordial, and poured it over the exposed head of her guest; then ordering one of her daughters to rub it dry, she took off his plaid, and wringing it, hung it to the fire. During these various operations, for the whole family seemed eager to show their hospitality, the old man discovered, not so much by the costliness of his garments as by the noble mien and gentle manners of the stranger, that he was some chieftain from the castle. "Your honor," said he, "must pardon the uncourtliness of our ways, but we give you the best we have, and the worthy Lord Loch awe cannot do more." Wallace gave smiling answers to all their remarks, and offers of service. He partook of their broth, praised the good wife's cakes, and sat discoursing with the family with all the gayety and frankness of one of themselves. His unreserved manners opened every heart around him, and with confidential freedom the venerable shepherd related his domestic history, dwelling particularly on the projected marriages of his children, which he said should now take place since the good Sir William Wallace had brought peace to the land. Wallace gratified the worthy farmer, he appearing to take an interest in all his narratives, and then allowing the happy spirits of the young people to break in upon these graver discussions, he smiled with them, or looked serious with the garrulous matron, who turned the discourse to tales of other times. He listened with complacency to every legend of witch, fairy, and ghost; and his enlightened remarks sometimes pointed out natural causes for the extraordinary appearances she described, or, at better attested and less equivocal accounts of supernatural apparitions, he acknowledged that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in philosophy. Morning dawned before the tranquilized, nay, happy Wallace, happy in the cheerful innocence of the scene, discovered that the night was past. As the gray light gleamed through the wooden shutters, he arose. "My friends, I must leave you," said he. "There are those not far off who may be alarmed at my disappearance; for none knew when I walked abroad, and unwittingly I have been charmed all these hours to remain, enjoying the happiness of your circle, forgetful of the anxiety I have perhaps occasioned in my own." The old man declared his intention of seeing him over the hill. Wallace declined giving him that trouble, saying that as it was daylight, and the snow had ceased, he could easily retrace his steps to the castle. "No, no," returned the shepherd; "and besides," said he, "as I hear the good lord regent is keeping the new year with our noble earl, who knows but that I may get a glimpse of his noble countenance, and that will be a sight to tell of till I die." "God's blessing on this sweet face!" cried the old woman; "but I would give all the yarn in my muckle chest to catch one look of his lucky eye. I warrant you, witch nor fairy could never harm me more." "Ah, father," cried the eldest of the girls, blushing, "if you go near enough to him Do you know, Maggie Grant told me, if I could but get even the least bit of Sir William Wallace's hair, and give it to Donald Cameron to wear in a true lover's know on his breast, no Southron will be able to do him harm as long as he lives." "And do you believe it would protect your lover, my pretty Jeannie?" inquired Wallace, with a sweet smile. "Surely," she replied; "for Maggie is a wise woman, and has the second sight." "Well, then," returned he, "you shall be gratified; for though I must once contradict the testimony of a wise woman, and tell you that nothing can render a man absolutely safe but the protection of Heaven, yet if a hair from the head of Sir William Wallace should please you, and a glance from his eye gratify your mother, both shall be satisfied." And lifting up the old woman's shears, which lay on a working stool before him, he cut off a golden lock from the middle of his head, and put it into the hand of Jeannie. At this action, which was performed with such noble grace that not one of the family now doubted who had been their guest, the good dame fell on her knees, and Jeannie, with a cry of joy, putting the beautiful lock into her bosom, followed the example, and in a moment all were clinging around him. The old man grasped his hand. "Bravest of men!" cried he, "the Lord has indeed blessed this house, since he has honored it with the presence of the deliverer of Scotland. My prayers, and the benedictions of all good men, friend or foe, must ever follow your footsteps." Tears of pleasure started into the eyes of Wallace. He raised the family one by one from the ground, and putting his purse into the hand of the dame, "There, my kind hostess," said he, "let that fill the chests of your daughters on their bridal day. They must receive it as a brother's portion to his sisters; for it is with fraternal affection that William Wallace regards the sons and daughters of Scotland." The happy sobs of the old woman stopped the expressions of her gratitude; but her son, fearing his freedom of the night before might have offended, stood abashed at a distance. Wallace stretched out his hand to him. "My good Archibald," cried he, "do not hold back from one who will always be your friend. I shall send from the castle this day sufficient to fill your bridal coffers also." Archibald now petitioned to be allowed to follow him in his army. "No, my brave youth," replied the chief; "Lord Loch awe will lead you forth, whenever there is occasion; and meanwhile your duty is to imitate the domestic duties of your worthy father. Make the neighboring valley smile with the fruits of your industry, and raise a family to bless you, as you now bless him." Wallace, having wrapped himself in his plaid, now withdrew amidst the benedictions of the whole group, and swiftly recrossing the mountain heights, was soon on the western brow of Ben Cruachan. In 10 minutes afterward he entered the hall of Kilchurn Castle. A few servants only were astir; the rest of the family were still asleep. About an hour after their friend's departure, the earl and Graham had missed him; but supposing that, whithersoever he was gone, he would soon return, they made no inquiries; and when the tempest began, on Edwin expressing his anxiety to know where he was, one of the servants said he was gone to his chamber. This answer satisfied every one, and they continued to enjoy the festal scene until the Countess of Loch awe made the signal for repose. Next morning, when the family met at the breakfast board, they were not a little surprised to hear Wallace recount the adventure of the night; and while Loch awe promised every kindness to the shepherd, and a messenger was dispatched with a purse to Archibald, Edwin learned from the earl's servant, that his reason for supposing the regent was gone to his room arose from the sight of his bonnet in the outer hall. Wallace was glad that such an evidence had prevented his friends being alarmed; and retiring with Lord Loch awe, with his usual equanimity of mind, resumed the graver errand of his tour. The hospitable rites of the season being over, in the course of a few days the earl accompanied his illustrious guest to make the circuit of Argyleshire. At Castle Urquhart they parted; and Wallace, proceeding with his two friends, performed his legislative visits from sea to sea. Having traversed with perfect satisfaction the whole of the northern part of the kingdom, he returned to Huntingtower on the very morning that a messenger had reached it from Murray. That vigilant chieftain informed the regent of King Edward's arrival from Flanders, and that he was preparing a large army to march into Scotland. "We must meet him," cried Wallace, "on his own shores, and so let the horrors attending the seat of war full on the country whose king would bring desolation to ours." Chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 49. Stanmore. The gathering word was dispatched from chief to chief, to call the clans of the Highlands to meet their regent by a certain day in Clydesdale. Wallace himself set forth to summon the strength of the Lowlands; but at Kinclavin Castle, on the coast of Fife, he was surprised with another embassy from Edward, a herald, accompanied by that Sir Hugh de la Spencer who had conducted himself so insolently on his first embrassage. On his entering the chamber where the regent sat with the chiefs who had accompanied him from Perthshire, the two Englishmen walked forward; but before the herald could pay the customary respects, de la Spencer advanced to Wallace, and, to the price of a little mind, elated at being empowered to insult with impunity, he broke forth: "Sir William Wallace, the contumely with which the embassadors of Prince Edward were treated, is so resented by the King of England, that he invests his own majesty in my person to tell you, that your treasons have filled up their measure; that now, in the plenitude of his continental victories, he descends upon Scotland, to annihilate this rebellious nation, and " "Stop, Sir Hugh de la Spencer!" cried the herald, touching him with his scepter; "whatever may be the denunciations with which our sovereign has intrusted you, you must allow me to perform my duty before you declare them; and thus I utter the gracious message with which his majesty has honored my mouth." He then addressed Wallace, and in the king's name, accusing him of rebellion, and of unfair and cruel devastations made in Scotland and in England, promised him pardon for all if he would immediately disband his followers and acknowledge his offense. Wallace motioned with his hand for his friends to keep silence; for he perceived that two or three of the most violent were ready to break forth in fierce defiance of King Edward; and being obeyed, he calmly replied to the herald: "When we were desolate, your king came to us as a comforter, and he put us in chains. While he was absent, I invaded his country as an open enemy. I rifled your barns, but it was to feed a people whom his robberies had left to perish. I marched through your lands. I made your soldiers fly before me; but what spot in all your shores have I made black with the smoke of ruin? I leave the people of Northumberland to judge between me and your monarch. And that he never shall be mine or Scotland's, with God's blessing on the right, our deeds shall further prove." "Vain and ruinous determination!" exclaimed Le de Spencer. "King Edward comes against you, with an army that will reach from sea to sea. Wherever the hoofs of his war horse strike, there grass never grows again. The sword and the fire shall make a desert of this devoted land; and your arrogant head, proud Scot, shall bleed upon the scaffold." "He shall first see my fires, and meet my sword in his own fields," returned Wallace; "and if God continues my life, I will keep my Easter in England, in despite of King Edward, and of all who bear armor in his country." As he spoke he rose from his chair, and bowing his head to the herald, the Scottish marshals conducted the embassadors from his presence. De le Spencer twice attempted to speak, but the marshals would not allow him. They said that the business of the embassy was now over; and should he presume further to insult their regent, the privilege of his official character should not protect him from the wrath of the Scots. Intimidated by the frowning brows and nervous arms of all around, he held his peace, and the doors were shut on him. Wallace foresaw the heavy tempest to Scotland threatened by these repeated embassies. He perceived that Edward, by sending overtures which he knew could not be accepted, by making a show of pacific intentions, meant to throw the blame of the continuation of hostilities upon the Scots, and so overcome the reluctance of his more equitable nobility, to further persecute a people whom he had made to suffer so unjustly. The same insidious policy was likewise meant to change the aspect of the Scottish cause in the eyes of Philip of France, who had lately sent congratulations to the regent, on the victory of Cambus Kenneth, and by that means deprive him of a powerful ally and zealous negotiator for an honorable peace. To prevent this last injury, Wallace dispatched a quick sailing vessel with Sir Alexander Ramsay, to inform King Philip of the particulars of Edward's proposals, and of the consequent continued warfare. On the 28th of February, Sir William Wallace joined Lord Andrew Murray, on Bothwell Moor, where he had the happiness of seeing his brave friend again lord of the domains he had so lately lost in the Scottish cause. Wallace did not visit the castle. At such a crisis, he forbore to unnerve his mind, by awakening the griefs which lay slumbering at the bottom of his heart. Halbert came from his convent once more to look upon the face of his beloved master. The meeting cost Wallace many agonizing pangs, but he smiled on his faithful servant. He pressed the venerable form in his manly arms, and promised him news of his life and safety. "May I die," cried the old man, "ere I hear it is otherwise! But youth is no warrant for life; the vigor of those arms cannot always assure themselves of victory; and should you fall, where would be our country?" "With a better than I," returned the chief, "in the arms of God. He will fight for Scotland when Wallace is laid low." Halbert wept. But the trumpet sounded for the field. He blessed his lord, and they parted forever. A strong force from the Highlands joined the troops from Stirling, and Wallace had the satisfaction of seeing before him 30,000 well appointed men eager for the fight. With all Scotland pressing on his heart, his eye lingered for a moment on the distant towers of Bothwell; but not delaying a moment, he placed himself at the head of his legions, and set forth through a country now budding with all the charms of the cultivation he had spread over it. In the midst of a fine glen of renovated cornfields, he was met by a courier from Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, with information that the Northumbrians, being apprised of King Edward's approach, were assembling in immense bodies; and having crossed the debatable land in the night, had driven Sir Eustace Maxwell, with great loss, into Carlaveroch; and, though harassed by Kirkpatrick himself, were ravaging the country as far as Dumfries. The letter of the brave knight added: "These Southron thieves blow the name of Edward before them, and with its sound have spellbound the courage of every soul I meet. Come, then, valiant Wallace, and conjure it down again; else I shall not be surprised if the men of Annandale bind me hand and foot, and deliver me up to Algernon Percy, the leader of this inroad, to purchase mercy to their cowardice." Wallace made no reply to this message; and proclaiming to his men that the enemy were in Dumfriesshire, every foot was put to speed, and in a short time they arrived on the ridgy summits of the eastern mountains of Clydesdale. His troops halted for a rest near the village of Biggar; and it being night, he ascended to the top of the highest crag, and lighted a fire, whose far streaming light he hoped would send the news of his approach to Annandale. The air being calm and clear, the signal rose in such a long pyramid of flame, that distant shouts of rejoicing were heard breaking the deep silence of the hour. A moment after 100 answering beacons burned along the horizon. Torthorald saw the propitious blaze; he showed it to his terrified followers. "Behold that hill of fire!" cried he, "and cease to despair. Wallace comes," was their response, "and we will do or die." The mountain from which this beacon sent its rays has from that hour been called Tinto or Tintoch, which signifies the Hill of Fire, and is yet regarded by the country people with a devotion almost idolatrous. Its height is about 2,260 feet from the sea. Day broke upon Wallace as he crossed the heights of Drumlaurig, and pouring his thousands over the almost deserted valleys of Annandale, like a torrent he swept the invaders back upon their steps. He took young Percy prisoner, and leaving him shut up in Lochmaben, drove his flying vassals far beyond the borders. Annandale again free, he went into its various quarters, and summoning the people, who now crept from their caves and woods, to shelter under his shield, he reproved them for their cowardice, and showed them, that unless every man possesses a courage equal to his general, he must expect to fall under the yoke of the enemy. "Faith in a leader is good," said he, "but not such a faith as leaves him to act, without yourselves rendering that assistance to your own preservation, which Heaven itself commands. When absent from you in person, I left my spirit with you in the brave knights of Carlaveroch and Torthorald, and yet you fled. Had I been here, and you done the same, the like must have been the consequence. What think you is in my arm that I should alone stem your enemies? The expectation is extravagant and false. I am but the head of the battle; you are the arms. If you shrink, I fall, and the cause is ruined. You follow my call to the field; you fight valiantly, and I win the day. Respect, then, yourselves, and believe that you are the sinews, the nerves, the strength of Sir William Wallace." Some looked up manfully at this exhortation, but most hung their heads in remembered shame, while he continued: "Dishonor not your fathers and your trust in God, by relying on any one human arm, or doubting that from Heaven. Be confident that while the standard of true liberty is before you, you fight under God's banner. See how I, in that faith, drove those conquering Northumbrians before me like frighted roes. You might and must do the same, or the sword of Wallace is drawn in vain. Partake my spirit, brethren of Annandale; fight as stoutly over my grave as by my side, or before the year expires you will again be the slaves of Edward." Such language, while it covered the fugitives with confusion of face, awoke emulation in all to efface with honorable deeds the memory of their disgrace. With augmented forces he therefore marched into Cumberland; and having drawn up his array between a river and a high ground, which he covered with archers, he stood prepared to meet the approach of King Edward. But Edward did not appear till late in the next day, and then the Scots described his legions advancing from the horizon to pitch their vanguard on the plain of Stanmore. Wallace knew that for the first time he was now going to pit his soldiership against that of the greatest general in Christendom. But he did not shrink from measuring him arm to arm and mind to mind, for the assurance of his cause was in both. His present aim was to draw the English toward the Scottish lines, where, at certain distances, he had dug deep pits, and having covered them lightly with twigs and loose grass, left them as traps for the Southron cavalry; for in cavalry, he was told by his spies, would consist the chief strength of Edward's army. The waste in which Wallace had laid the adjoining counties, rendered the provisioning of so large a host difficult; and besides, as it was composed of a mixed multitude from every land on which the King of England had set his invading foot, harmony could not be expected to continue amongst its leaders. Delay was therefore an advantage to the Scottish regent; and observing that his enemy held back, as if he wished to draw him from his position, he determined not to stir, although he might seem to be struck with awe of so great an adversary. To this end he offered him peace, hoping either to obtain what he asked, which he did not deem probable, or by filling Edward with an idea of his fear, urge him to precipitate himself forward, to avoid the danger of a prolonged sojourn in so barren a country, and to take Wallace, as he might think, in his panic. Instructing his heralds what to say, he sent them on to Roycross, near which the tent of the King of England was pitched. Supposing that his enemy was now at his feet, and ready to beg the terms he had before objected, Edward admitted the embassadors, and bade them deliver their message. Without further parley the herald spoke: "Thus saith Sir William Wallace: Were it not that the kings and nobles of the realm of Scotland have ever asked redress of injuries before they sought revenge, You, King of England, and invader of our country, should not now behold orators in your camp, persuading concord, but an army in battle array, advancing to the onset. Our Lord Regent being of the ancient opinion of his renowned predecessors, that the greatest victories are never of such advantage to a conqueror as an honorable and bloodless peace, sends to offer this peace to you at the price of restitution. The lives you have rifled from us you cannot restore, but the noble Lord Douglas, whom you now unjustly detain a prisoner, we demand, and that you retract those claims on our monarchy which never had existence till ambition begot them on the basest treachery. Grant these just requisitions, and we lay down our arms; but continue to deny them, and our nation is ready to rise to a man, and with heart and hand avenge the injuries we have sustained. You have wasted our lands, burned our towns, and imprisoned our nobility. Without consideration of age or condition, women, children, and feeble old men have unresisting fallen by your sword. And why was all this? Did our confidence in your honor offend you, that you put our chieftains in durance, and deprived our yeomanry of their lives? Did the benedictions with which our prelates hailed you as the arbitrator between our princes raise your ire, that you burned their churches, and slew them on the altars? These, O king, were thy deeds, and for these William Wallace is in arms. But yield us the peace we ask; withdraw from our quarters; relinquish your unjust pretensions; and we shall once more consider Edward of England as the kinsman of Alexander III., and his subjects the friends and allies of our realm." Not in the least moved by this address, Edward contemptuously answered, "Intoxicated by a transitory success, your leader is vain enough to suppose that he can discomfort the King of England, as he has done his unworthy officers, by fierce and insolent words; but we are not so weak as to be overthrown by a breath, nor so base as to bear argument from a rebel. I come to claim my own, to assert my supremacy over Scotland, and it shall acknowledge its liege lord, or be left a desert, without a living creature to say, 'This was a kingdom.' Depart; this is my answer to you; your leader shall receive his at the point of my lance." Wallace, who did not expect a more favorable reply, ere his embassadors returned, had marshaled his lines for the onset. Lord Bothwell, with Murray, his valiant son, took the lead on the left wing; Sir Eustace Maxwell and Kirkpatrick commanded on the right. Graham, in whose quick observation and promptitude to bring it to effect Wallace placed the first confidence, held the reserve behind the woods; and the regent himself, with Edwin and his brave standard bearer, occupied the center. Having heard the report of his messengers, he repeated to his troops the lines; he exhorted them to remember that on that day the eyes of all Scotland would be upon them. They were the first of their country who had gone forth to meet the tyrant in a pitched battle; and, in proportion to the danger they confronted, would be their meed of glory. "But it is not for renown merely that you are called upon to fight this day," said he; "your rights, your homes, are at stake. You have no hope of security for your lives but in an unswerving determination to keep the field; and let the world see how much more might lies in the arms of a few contending for their country and hereditary liberties, than in hosts which seek for blood and spoil. Slavery and freedom lie before you; shrink but one backward step, and yourselves are in bondage, your wives become the prey of violence. Be firm! Trust Him who blesses the righteous cause, and victory will crown your arms." Though affecting to despise his young opponent, Edward was too good a general really to condemn an enemy who had so often proved himself worthy of respect; and therefore, by declaring his determination to put all the Scottish chieftains to death, and to transfer their estates to his conquering officers, he stimulated their avarice, as well as love of fame, and with every passion in arms they pushed to the combat. Wallace stood unmoved. Not a bow was drawn till the impetuous squadrons, in full charge toward the flanks of the Scots, fell into the pits; then it was that the Highland archers on the hills launched their arrows; the plunging horses were instantly overwhelmed by others who could not be checked in their career; new showers of darts rained upon them, and sticking into their flesh, made them rear and roll upon their riders; while others, who were wounded, but had escaped the pits, flew back in rage of pain upon the advancing infantry. A confusion ensued, so perilous, that the king thought it necessary to precipitate himself forward, and in person attack the main body of his adversary, which yet stood inactive. Giving the spur to his charger, he ordered his troops to press on over the struggling heaps before them; and being obeyed, with much difficulty and great loss, he passed the first range of pits; but a second and wider awaited him, and there, seeing his men sink into them by squadrons, he beheld the whole army of Wallace close in upon them. Terrific was now the havoc. The very numbers of the Southrons, and the mixed discipline of their army, proved its bane. In the tumult they hardly understood the orders which were given, and some, mistaking them, acted so contrary to the intended movements, that Edward, galloping from one end of the field to the other, appeared like a frantic man, regardless of every personal danger, so that he could but fix others to front the same tempest of death with himself. His officers trembled at every step he took, for fear that some of the secret pits should engulf him. However, the unshrinking courage of their monarch rallied a part of the distracted army, which, with all the force of desperation, he drove against the center of the Scots. But at this juncture, the reserve under Graham, having turned the royal position, charged him in the rear; and the archers redoubling their discharge of artillery, the Flanderkins, who were in the van of Edward, suddenly giving way with cries of terror, the amazed king found himself obliged to retreat, or run the risk of being taken. He gave a signal, the first of the kind he had ever sounded in his life, and drawing his English troops around him, after much hard fighting, fell back in tolerable order beyond the confines of his camp. The Scots were eager to pursue him, but Wallace checked the motion. "Let us not hunt the lion till he stand at bay," cried he; "he will retire far enough from the Scottish borders without our leaving this vantage ground to drive him." What Wallace said came to pass. Soon no vestige of a Southron soldier, but the dead which strewed the road, was to be seen from side to side of the wide horizon. The royal camp was immediately seized by the triumphant Scots, and the tent of King Edward, with its costly furniture, was sent to Stirling as a trophy of the victory. Chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 50. Stirling. Many chieftains from the north had come to Stirling to be near intelligence from the borders. They were aware that this meeting between Wallace and Edward must be the crisis of their fate. The few who remained in the citadel, of those who had borne the brunt of the opening of this glorious revolution for their country, were full of sanguine expectations. They had seen the prowess of their leader, they had shared the glory of his destiny, and they feared not that Edward would deprive him of one ray. But they who, at their utmost wilds of Highlands, had only heard his fame, though they had afterward seen him amongst themselves, transforming the mountain savage into a civilized man and disciplined soldier, though they had felt the effects of his military successes, yet they doubted how his fortunes might stand the shock of Edward's happy star. The lords whom he had released from the Southron prisons were all of the same apprehensive opinion, for they knew what numbers Edward could bring against the Scottish power, and how hitherto unrivalled was his skill in the field. Now, thought Lord Badenoch, will this brave Scot find the difference between fighting with the officers of a king and a king himself, contending for what he determines shall be a part of his dominions? Full of this idea, and resolving never to fall into the hands of Edward again, for the conduct of Wallace had made the earl ashamed of his long submission to the usurpation of rights to which he had a claim, he kept a vessel in readiness at the mouth of the Forth to take him, as soon as the news of the regent's defeat should arrive, far from the sad consequences, to a quiet asylum in France. The meditations of Athol, Buchan, and March were of a different tendency. It was their design, on the earliest intimation of such intelligence, to set forth, and be the first to throw themselves at the feet of Edward, and acknowledge him their sovereign. Thus, with various projects in their heads, which none but the three last breathed to each other, were several hundred expecting chiefs assembled round the Earl of Mar, when Edwin Ruthven, glowing with all the effulgence of his general's glory and his own, rushed into the hall, and throwing the royal standard of England on the ground, exclaimed, "There lies the supremacy of King Edward!" Every man started to his feet. "You do not mean," cried Athol, "that King Edward has been beaten?" "He has been beaten and driven off the field," returned Edwin. "These dispatches," added he, laying them on the table before his uncle, "will relate every particular. A hard battle our regent fought, for our enemies were numberless, but 1,000 good angels were his allies, and Edward himself fled. I saw the king, after he had thrice rallied his troops and brought them to the charge, at last turn and fly. It was at that moment I wounded his standard bearer, and seized this dragon." "Thou art worthy of thy general, brave Ruthven!" cried Badenoch to Edwin. "James," added he, addressing his eldest son, who had just arrived from France, "what is left to us to show ourselves also of Scottish blood? Heaven has given him all." Lord Mar, who had stood in speechless gratitude, opened the dispatches, and finding a circumstantial narrative of the battle, with accounts of the previous embassies, he read them aloud. Their contents excited a variety of emotions. When the nobles heard that Edward had offered Wallace the crown, when they found that, by vanquishing that powerful monarch, he had subdued even the soul of the man who had hitherto held them all in awe, though in the same breath they read that their regent had refused royalty, and was now, as a servant of the people, preparing to strengthen their borders, yet the most extravagant suspicions awoke in almost every breast. The eagle flight of his glory seemed to have raised him so far above their heads, so beyond their power to restrain or to elevate him, that an envy, dark as Erebus, a jealousy which at once annihilated every grateful sentiment, every personal regard, passed like electricity from heart to heart. The eye, turning from one to the other, explained what no lip dared utter. A dead silence reigned, while the demon of hatred was taking possession of almost every breast, and none but the Lords Mar, Badenoch, and Loch awe escaped the black contagion. When the meeting broke up, Lord Mar placed himself at the head of the officers of the garrison, and with a herald holding the banner of Edward beneath the colours of Scotland, rode forth to proclaim to the country the decisive victory of its regent. Badenoch and Loch awe left the hall to hasten with the tidings to Snowdon. The rest of the chiefs dispersed. But as if actuated by one spirit, they were seen wandering about the outskirts of the town, where they soon drew together in groups, and whispered among themselves these and similar statements. He refused the crown offered to him in the field by the people. He rejected it from Edward, because he would reign uncontrolled. He will now seize it as a conqueror, and we shall have an upstart's foot upon our necks. If we are to be slaves, let us have a tyrant of our own choosing." As the trumpets before Lord Mar blew the loud acclaim of triumph, Athol said to Buchan, "Cousin, that is but the forerunner of what we shall hear to announce the usurpation of this Wallace. And shall we sit tamely by, and have our birthright wrested from us by a man of yesterday? No, if the race of Alexander be not to occupy the throne, let us not hesitate between the monarch of a mighty nation and a low-born tyrant; between him who will at least gild our chains with chivalric honors, and an upstart whose domination must be as stern as debasing." Murmurings such as these, passing from chief to chief, descended to the minor chieftains, who held lands in fee of those more sovereign lords. Petty interests extinguished gratitude for general benefits, and by secret meetings, at the heads of which were Athol, Buchan, and March, a conspiracy was formed to overset the power of Wallace. They were to invite Edward once more to take possession of the kingdom, and meanwhile to accomplish this with certainty, each chief was to assume a preeminent zeal for the regent. March was to persuade Wallace to send him to Dunbar as governor of the Lothians, to hold the refractory Soulis in check, and to divide the public cares of Lord Dundaff, who indeed found Berwick a sufficient charge for his age and comparative inactivity. Then, cried the false Cospatrick, [Footnote: The name by which Patrick Dunbar, Earl of March, was familiarly called.] When I am fixed at Dunbar, Edward may come round from Newcastle to that port, and, by your management, he must march unmolested to Stirling, and seize the usurper on his throne. Such suggestions met with full approval from these dark incendiaries, and as their meetings were usually held at night, they walked forth in the day with cheerful countenances, and joined the general rejoicing. They feared to hint even a word of their intentions to Lord Badenoch, for, on Buchan having expressed some discontent to him at the homage that was paid to a man so much their inferior, his answer was, "Had we acted worthy of our birth, Sir William Wallace never could have had the opportunity to rise upon our disgrace; but as it is we must submit, or bow to treachery instead of virtue." This reply determined them to keep their proceedings secret from him, and also from Lady Mar, for both Lord Buchan and Lord Athol had, at different times, listened to the fond dreams of her love and ambition. They had flattered her with entering into her designs. Athol gloomily affected acquiescence, that he might render himself master of all that was in her mind, and perhaps in that of her lover; for he did not doubt that Wallace was as guilty as her wishes would have made him; and Buchan, ever ready to yield to the persuasions of woman, was not likely to refuse when his fair cousin promised to reward him with all the pleasures of the gayest court in Europe. For indeed both lords had conceived, from the evident failing state of her veteran husband, in consequence of the unhealing condition of one of his wounds, that it might not be long before this visionary game would be thrown into her hands. Thus were they situated when the news of Wallace's decisive victory, distancing all their means to raise him who was now at the pinnacle of power, determined the dubious to become at once his mortal enemies. Lord Badenoch had listened with a different temper to the first breathings of Lady Mar on her favourite subject. He told her, if the nation chose to make their benefactor king, he should not oppose it, because he thought that none of the blood royal deserved to wear the crown which they had all consented to hold in fear of Edward. Yet he would never promote by intrigue an election which must rob his own posterity of their inheritance. But when she gave hints of her becoming one day the wife of Wallace, he turned on her with a frown. "Cousin," said he, "beware how you allow so guilty an idea to take possession of your heart. It is the parent of dishonor and death; and did I think that Sir William Wallace were capable of sharing your wishes, I would be the first to abandon his standard. But I believe him too virtuous to look on a married woman with the eyes of passion, and that he holds the houses of Mar and Cummin in too high a respect to breathe an illicit sigh in the ear of my kinswoman." Despairing of making the impression she desired on the mind of this severe relative, Lady Mar spoke to him no more on the subject; and Lord Badenoch, ignorant that she had imparted her criminal project to his brother and cousin, believed that his reproof had performed her cure. Thus flattering himself, he made no hesitations to be the first who should go to Snawdoun to communicate to her the brilliant dispatches of the regent, and to declare the freedom of Scotland to be now almost secured. He and Lord Loch awe set forth, but they had been some time preceded by Edwin. The moment the countess heard the name of her nephew announced, she made a sign for her ladies to withdraw, and starting forward at his entrance, "Speak!" cried she, "tell me, Edwin, is the regent still a conqueror?" "Where are my mother and Helen?" replied he, "to share my tidings?" "Then they are good!" exclaimed Lady Mar, with one of her bewitching smiles. "Ah, you sly one, like your chief, you know your power." "And like him I exercise it," replied he, gaily. "Therefore, to keep your ladyship no longer in suspense, here is a letter from the regent himself." He presented it as he spoke, and she, catching it from him, turned round, and pressing it rapturously to her lips, it being the first she had ever received from him, eagerly ran over its brief contents. While reperusing it, for she could not tear her eyes from the beloved characters, Lady Ruthven and Helen entered the room. The former hastened forward, the latter trembled as she moved, for she did not yet know the information which her cousin brought. But the first glance of his face told her all was safe, and as he broke from his mother's embrace to clasp Ellen in his arms, she fell on his neck, and with a shower of tears whispered, "Wallace lives, is well." "As you would wish him," re-whispered he, and with Edward at his feet. "Thank God! Thank God!" While she spoke, Lady Ruthven exclaimed, "But how is our regent? Speak, Edwin! How is the delight of all hearts?" "Still the Lord of Scotland," answered he, "the invincible dictator of our enemies. The puissant Edward has acknowledged the power of Sir William Wallace, and after being beaten on the plain of Stranmore, is now making the best of his way toward his own capital." Lady Mar again and again pressed the cold letter of Wallace to her burning bosom. "The regent does not mention these matters in his letter to me," said she, casting an exulting glance over the glowing face of Helen. But Helen did not notice it. She was listening to Edwin, who, with joyous animation, related every particular that had befallen Wallace, from the time of his rejoining him to that very moment. The countess heard all with complacency, till he mentioned the issue of the conference with Edward's first ambassadors. "Fool!" exclaimed she to herself, "to throw away the golden opportunity, that may never return." Not observing her disturbance, Edward went on with his narrative, every word of which spread the eloquent countenance of Helen with admiration and joy. Since her heroic heart had wrung from it all selfish wishes with regard to Wallace, she allowed herself to openly rejoice in his success, and to look up unabashed when the resplendent glories of his character were brought before her. None but Edwin made her feel her exclusion from her soul's only home, by dwelling on his gentle virtues, by portraying the exquisite tenderness of his nature, which seemed to enfold the objects of his love in his heart of hearts. When Helen thought on these discourses, she would sigh, but it was a sigh of resignation, and she loved to meditate on the words which Edwin had carelessly spoken, that she made herself a nun for Wallace. "And so I will," said she to herself, "and that resolution stills every wild emotion. All is innocence in heaven, Wallace. You will there read my soul, and love me as a sister." In such a frame of mind did she listen to the relation of Edwin, did her animated eye welcome the entrance of Badenoch and Loch awe, and their enthusiastic encomiums on the lord of her heart. Then sounded the trumpet, and the herald's voice in the streets proclaimed the victory of the regent. Lady Mar rushed to the window, as if there she would see himself. Lady Ruthven followed, and as the acclamations of the people echoed through the air, Helen pressed the precious cross of Wallace to her bosom, and hastily left the room to enjoy the rapture of her thoughts on the blessed retirement of her own oratory. In the course of a few days, after the promulgation of all this happy intelligence, it was announced that the regent was on his return to Stirling. Lady Mar was not so inebriated with her vain hopes as to forget that Helen might traverse the dearest of them, should she again present herself to its object. She therefore hastened to her when the time of his expected arrival drew near, and putting on all the matron, affected to give her the counsel of a mother. As all the noble families around Stirling would assemble to hail the victor's return, the countess said, she came to advise her, in consideration of what had passed in the chapel before the regent's departure, not to submit herself to the observation of so many eyes. Not suspecting the occult devices which worked in her stepmother's heart, Helen meekly acquiesced, with the reply, "I shall obey." But she inwardly thought, "I, who know the heroism of his soul, need not pageants nor acclamations of the multitude to tell me what he is. He is already too bright for my senses to support, and with his image pressing on my heart, it is mercy to let me shrink from his glorious presence." The obey was sufficient for Lady Mar. She had gained her point. For though she did not seriously think, what she had affected to believe, that anything more had passed between Wallace and Helen than what they had openly declared, yet she could not but discern the harmony of their minds, and she feared that frequent intercourse might draw such sympathy to something dearer. She had understanding to perceive his virtues, but they found no answering qualities in her breast. The matchless beauty of his person, the penetrating tenderness of his manner, the splendor of his frame, the magnitude of his power, all united to set her impassioned and ambitious soul in a blaze. Each opposing duty seemed only a vapor through which she could easily pass to the goal of her desire. Hence, art of every kind appeared to her to be no more than a means of acquiring the object most valuable to her in life. Education had not given her any principle by which she might have checked the headlong impulse of her now aroused passions. Brought up as a worshipped object in the little court of her parents at Kirkwall, in the Orkneys, her father the Earl of Strathearn in Scotland, and her mother being a princess of Norway, whose dowry brought him the sovereignty of those isles, their daughter never knew any law but her own will from her doting mother. And on the fearful loss of that mother, in a marine excursion of pleasure, by an accident oversetting the boat she was in, the bereaved daughter fell into such a despair, on her first pang of grief of any kind, that her similarly distracted father, whose little dominions happened then to be menaced by a descent of the Danes, sought a safe and cheering home for his only child at the interesting age of 17, by sending her over sea to the protecting care of his long affianced friend the Earl of Mar, and to his lovely countess, then an only 3 years' wife with one infant daughter. Though fond of admiration, the young Joanna of Orkney had held herself at too high a price to bestow a thought on the crowd of rough sons of the surge, chieftains of the surrounding isles, who owned her father as lord, who daily adulated her charms with all the costliest trophies from their ocean spoils. She trot past them, and by all the female beauties in her isle, with the step of an undisputed right to receive and to despise. But when she crossed to the mainland, and found herself by the side of a woman almost as young as herself, and equally beautiful, though of a different mould, soft and retreating, while hers commanded and compelled, and that the husband of that woman, whose tender adoration hovered over her with a perpetual eye, that he, though of comparative veteran years, was handsomer than any man she had ever seen, and fraught with every noble grace to delight the female heart, she felt what she had never done before, that she had met a rival and an object worthy to subdue. What Joanna began in mere excited vanity, jealous pride, and ambition of conquest, ended in a fatal attachment to the husband of her innocent and too confiding protectress. And he, alas, betrayed, first by her insidious wiles, and then by her overpowering and apparently restrainless demonstrations of devoted love, was so far won from the propriety of his noble heart as to regard with a grateful admiration, as well as a manly pity, the beautiful victim of a passion he had so unwittingly raised. In the midst of these scenes, too often acted for his peace, though not for his honour and fidelity to his marriage vow, his beloved Isabella, the wife of his bosom, and till then the joy of his life, died in the pangs of a premature confinement, breathing her last sigh in the birth of a daughter. Scarcely was the countess consigned to her bed of earth, and even in the hour after the last duties were paid to her, whose closed tomb seemed to have left unto him his house desolate, when the hot desperate Joanna rushed into the weeping husband's presence, fearful of being now restrainingly reclaimed by her father, who had, only a short while before, intimated his intention to relieve his friends of a guardianship they had so partially fulfilled, and to send a vessel for his daughter to bring her back to Kirkwall, there to be united in marriage to the brave native chieftain whose singular prowess had preserved the island from a Danish yoke. Dreading this event, even while her siren tears mingled with those of the widowed Mar, she wrought on him, by lavish protestations of a devoted love for his two infant orphans, Helen, then a child of hardly 2 years, and the poor babe whose existence had just cost its mother her life; also of a never dying dedication of herself to that mother's memory, and to the tenderest consolations of his own mourning spirit. She wrought upon him to rescue her from her now threatened abhorrent fate, even to give her his vow, to wed her himself. In the weakness of an almost prostrated mind, under the load of conflicting anguish which then lay upon him, for now feeling his own culpable infirmity in having suffered this dangerously flattering preference of him to have ever showed itself to him, without his having done his positive duty by sending her home at once to her proper protector, in a sudden self-immolating agony of self-blame, he assented to her heart-wringing supplication that as soon as propriety would permit, she should become his wife. The Earl of Strathearn arrived himself within the week to condole with his friend, and to take back his daughter. But the scene he met changed his ultimate purpose. Joanna declared that were she to be carried away to marry any man save that friend, whose protection during the last 6 months had been to her as that of all relatives in one, she should expire on the threshold of Castle Braemar, for she never would cross it alive. And as the melancholy widower, but grateful lover, verified his vow to her by repeating it to her father, within 4 months from that day, the Earl of Mar rejoined the Lady Joanna at Kirkwall, and brought her away as his bride. But to avoid exciting any invidious remarks by immediately appearing in Scotland after such prompt nuptials, the new countess, wary in her triumph, easily persuaded her husband to take her for a while to France, where, assuming a cold and majestic demeanour, which she thought becoming her royal descent, she resided several years. Thus changed, she returned to Scotland. She found the suspicion of any former indiscretion faded from all minds, and passing her time in the stately hospitalities of her lord's castles, conducted herself with a matronly dignity that made him the envy of all the married chieftains in his neighbourhood. Soon after her arrival at Kildrummy on the river Dee, her then most favourite residence, she took the Lady Helen, the supplanted Isabella's firstborn daughter, from her grandfather at Thirlestance, where both children had been left on the departure of their father and his bride for France. Though hardly past the period of absolute childhood, the Lord Soulis at this time offered the young heiress of Mar his hand. The countess had then no interest in wishing the union, having not yet any children of her own to make her jealous of their father's love. She permitted her daughter-in-law to decide as she pleased. A second time he presented himself, and Lady Mar, still indifferent, allowed Helen a second time to refuse him. Years flew over the heads of the ill-joined pair, but while they whitened the raven locks of the earl and withered his manly brow, the beauty of his countess blew into fuller luxuriance. Yet it was her mirror alone that told her she was fairer than all the ladies around, for none durst invade the serene decorum of her manners with so light a whisper. Such was her state when she first heard of the rise of Sir William Wallace, and when she thought that her husband might not only lose his life, but risk the forfeiture of his family honours by joining him, for her own sake and for her children's. Having recently become the mother of twins, she had then determined, if it were necessary, to make the outlawed chief a sacrifice. To this end she became willing to bribe Soulis' participation by the hand of Helen. She knew that her daughter-in-law abhorred his character, but love, indifference, or hatred, she now thought of little consequence in a marriage which brought sufficient antidotes in rank and wealth. She had never felt what real love was, and her personal vanity being no longer agitated by the raptures of a frantic rivalry, she now lived tranquilly with Lord Mar. What then was her astonishment, what the wild distraction of her heart, when she first beheld Sir William Wallace, and found in her breast for him all which, in the moment of the most unreflecting intoxication, she had ever felt for her lord, with the addition of feelings and sentiments, the existence of which she had never believed, but now knew in all their force. Love for the first time penetrated through every nerve of her body and possessed her whole mind. Taught a theory of virtue by her husband, she was startled at wishes which militated against his honour, but no principles being grounded in her mind, they soon disappeared before the furious charge of his passions, and after a short struggle she surrendered herself to the lawless power of a guilty and ambitious love. Wishes, hopes, and designs, which 2 years before she would have shuddered at, as not only sinful but derogatory to female delicacy, she now embraced with ardour, and naught seemed dreadful to her but disappointment. The prolonged life of Lord Mar cost her many tears, for the master passions of her nature, which she had laid asleep on her marriage with the earl, broke out with redoubled violence at the sight of Wallace. His was the most perfect of manly forms, and she loved. He was great, and her ambition blazed into an unextinguishable flame. These two strong passions, meeting in a breast weakened by the besetting sin of her youth, their rule was absolute, and neither virtue, honour, nor humanity could stand before them. Her husband was abhorred, her infant son forgotten, and nothing but Wallace and a crown could find a place in her thoughts. End of chapter 50. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 51 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 51. Stirling and Snawdoun. The few chieftains who had remained on their estates during the suspense before the battle, from a belief that, if the issue proved unfavourable they should be safest amongst their native glens, now came with numerous trains to greet the return of their victorious regent. The ladies brought forth their most splendid apparel, and the houses of Stirling were hung with tapestry to hail with due respect the benefactor of the land. At last the hour arrived when a messenger, whom Lord Mar had sent out for the purpose, returned on full speed with information that the regent was passing the Carron. At these tidings the animated old earl called out his retinue, mounted his coal black steed, and ordered a sumptuous charger to be caparisoned with housings wrought in gold by the hands of Lady Mar and her ladies. The horse was intended to meet Wallace and to bring him into the city. Edwin led it forward. In the rear of the Earls Mar and Badenoch came all the chieftains of the country, in gallant array. Their ladies, on splendid palfreys, followed the superb car of the Countess of Mar, and preceding the multitudes of Stirling, left the town a desert. Not a living being seemed now within its walls, except the Southron prisoners, who had assembled on the top of the citadel to view the return of their conqueror. Helen remained in Snawdoun, believing that she was the only soul left in that vast palace. She sat musing on the extraordinary fate of Wallace, a few months ago a despised outlaw, at this moment the idol of the nation; and then turned to herself, the wooed of many a gallant heart, and now devoted to one, whom, like the sun, she must ever contemplate with admiration, while he should pass on above her sphere, unconscious of the devotion which filled her soul. The distant murmur of the populace thronging out of the streets toward the Carse gradually subsided, and at last she was left in profound silence. "He must be near," thought she; "he whose smile is more precious to me than the adulation of all the world besides, now smiles upon every one. All look upon him, all hear him; but I, and I, ah! Wallace, did Marion love thee dearer?" As her devoted heart demanded this question, her tender and delicate soul shrunk within herself, and deeply blushing, she hid her face in her hands. A pause of a few minutes, and a sound as if the skies were rent, tore the air; a noise, like the distant roar of the sea, succeeded, and soon after, the shouts of an approaching multitude shook the palace to its foundations. Helen started on her feet; the tumult of voices augmented; the sound of coming squadrons thundered over the ground. At this instant every bell in the city began its peals, and the door of Helen's room suddenly opened. Lady Ruthven hurried in. "Helen," cried she, "I would not disturb you before; but as you were to be absent, I would not make one in Lady Mar's train, and I come to enjoy with you the return of our beloved regent." Helen did not speak, but her eloquent countenance amply told her aunt what were the emotions of her heart; and Lady Ruthven, taking her hand, attempted to draw her toward an oriel window which opened to a view of the High Street; but Helen, shrinking from the movement, begged to be excused. "I hear enough," said she. "My dear aunt, sights like these overcome me; let me remain where I am." Lady Ruthven was going to remonstrate, when the loud huzzas of the people and soldiers, accompanied by acclamations of "Long live victorious Wallace, our prince and king!" struck Helen back into her seat; and Lady Ruthven, darting toward the window, cried aloud, "He comes, Helen, he comes! His bonnet off his noble brow! Oh! how princely does he look! And now he bows! Ah! they shower flowers upon him from the houses on each side of the street! How sweetly he smiles and bows to the ladies as they lean from their windows! Come, Helen, come, if you would see the perfection of majesty and modesty united in one." Helen did not move; but Lady Ruthven, stretching out her arm, in a moment had drawn her within view of Wallace. She saw him attended as a conqueror and a king; but with the eyes of a benefactor and a brother he looked on all around. The very memory of war seemed to vanish before his presence, for all was love and gentleness. Helen drew a quick sigh, and closing her eyes, dropped against the arras. She now heard the buzz of many voices, the rolling peal of acclamations; but she distinguished nothing; her senses were in tumults, and had not Lady Ruthven seen her disorder she would have fallen motionless to the floor. The good matron was not so forgetful of the feelings of a virtuous youthful heart, not to have discovered something of what was passing in that of her niece. From the moment in which she had suspected that Wallace had made a serious impression there, she dropped all trifling with his name. And now that she saw the distressing effects of that impression, with revulsed feelings she took the fainting Helen in her arms, and laying her on a couch, by the aid of volatiles, restored her to recollection. Seeing she recovered, she made no observation on this emotion, and Helen leaned her head and wept upon the bosom of her aunt. Lady Ruthven's tears silently mingled with hers; but she said within herself, "Wallace cannot be always insensible to so much excellence." As the acclaiming populace passed the palace on their way to the citadel, whither they were escorting their regent, Helen remained quiet in her leaning position; but when the noise died away into hoarse murmurs, she raised her head, and glancing on the tear bathed face of her affectionate aunt, said, with a forced smile, "My more than mother, fear me not. I am grateful to Sir William Wallace, I venerate him as the Southrons do their St. George; but I need not your tender pity." As she spoke, her beautiful lip quivered, but her voice was steady. "My sweetest Helen," replied Lady Ruthven, "how can I pity her for whom I hope everything?" "Hope nothing for me," returned Helen, understanding by her looks what her tongue had left unsaid, "but to see me a vestal here, and a saint in heaven." "What can my Helen mean?" replied Lady Ruthven. "Who would talk of being a vestal with such a heart in view as that of the Regent of Scotland? And that it will be yours, does not his eloquent gratitude declare?" "No, my aunt," answered Helen, casting down her eyes; "gratitude is eloquent where love would be silent. I am not so sacrilegious as to wish that Sir William Wallace should transfer that heart to me, which the blood of Marion forever purchased. No, should these people compel him to be their king, I will retire to some monastery, and forever devote myself to God and to prayers for my country." The holy composure which spread over the countenance and figure of Helen, as she uttered this, seemed to extend itself to the before eager mind of Lady Ruthven; she pressed her tenderly in her arms, and kissing her, "Gentlest of human beings," cried she, "whatever be thy lot, it must be happy." "Whatever it be," answered Helen, "I know that there is an Almighty reason for it. I shall understand it in the world to come, and I cheerfully acquiesce in this." "Oh, that the ears of Wallace could hear thee!" cried Lady Ruthven. "They will, some time, my gracious aunt," answered she, with an angelic smile. "When? Where, dearest?" asked Lady Ruthven, hoping that she began to have fairer anticipations for herself. Helen answered not, but pointing to the sky, rose from her seat with an air as if she were really going to ascend to those regions which seemed best fitted to receive her pure spirit. Lady Ruthven gazed on her in speechless admiration, and without a word, or an impeding motion, felt Helen softly kiss her hand, and with another seraphic smile, glide gently from her into her closet, and close the door. Far different were the emotions which agitated the bosoms of every person present at the entry of Sir William Wallace. All but himself regarded it as the triumph of the King of Scotland. And while some of the nobles exulted in their future monarch, the major part felt the demon of envy so possess their souls, that they who, before his arrival, were ready to worship his name, now looked on the empire to which he seemed borne on the hearts of the people, with a rancorous jealousy, which from that moment vowed his humiliation, or the fall of Scotland. The very tongues which in general acclaim called loudest, "Long live our king!" belonged to those who, in the secret recesses of their souls, swore to work his ruin, and to make these full blown honors the means of his destruction. He had in vain tried to check what to his moderate desires seemed the extravagant gratitude of the people; but finding his efforts only excited still louder demonstrations of their love, and knowing himself immovable in his resolution to remain a subject of the crown, he rode on composedly toward the citadel. Those ladies who had not retired from the cavalcade to hail their regent a second time from their windows, preceded him in Lady Mar's train to the hall, where she had caused a sumptuous feast to be spread to greet his arrival. Two seats were placed under a canopy of cloth of gold, at the head of the board. The countess stood there in all the splendor of her ideal rank, and would have seated Wallace in the royal chair on her right hand, but he drew back. "I am only a guest in this citadel," returned he, "and it would ill become me to take the place of the master of the banquet." As he spoke, he looked on Lord Mar, who, understanding the language of his eyes, which never said the thing he would not, without word took the kingly seat, and so disappointed the countess. By this refusal she still found herself as no more than the governor of Stirling's wife, when she had hoped a compliance with her cunning arrangement would have hinted to all that she was to be the future queen of their acknowledged sovereign. They knew Wallace, saw his unshaken resolution in this apparently slight action; but others who read his design in their own ambition translated it differently, and deemed it only an artful rejection of the appendages of royalty, to excite the impatience of the people to crown him in reality. As the ladies took their seats at the board, Edwin, who stood by the chair of his beloved lord, whispered, Our Helen is not here." Lady Mar overheard the name of Helen, but she could not distinguish Wallace's reply; and fearing that some second assignation of more happy termination than that of the chapel might be designed, she determined that if Edwin were to be the bearer of a secret correspondence between the man she loved and the daughter she hated, to deprive them speedily of so ready an assistant. Chapter LII.
Chapter 52 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 52. Banks of the Forth. In the collected council of the following day, the Earl of March made his treacherous request, and Wallace, trusting his vehement oaths of fidelity, because he thought the versatile Earl had now discovered his true interest, granted him charge of the Lothians. The Lords Athol and Buchan were not backward in offering their services to the regent, and the rest of the discontented nobles, following the base example with equal deceit, bade him command their lives and fortunes, while asseverations of loyalty filled the walls of the council hall, and the lauding rejoicings of the people still sounded from without. All spoke of security and confidence to Wallace, and never perhaps did he think himself so absolute in the heart of Scotland as at the very moment when 3/4 of its nobility were plotting his destruction. Lord Loch Awe knew his own influence in the minds of the bravest chieftains. From the extent of his territories and his tried valour, he might well have assumed the title of his great ancestor, and been called King of Woody Morven. But he was content with a patriarch's sway over so many valiant clans, and previous to the regent's appearance in the council hall, he opened his intentions to the assembled lords. Some assented with real satisfaction. The rest readily acquiesced in what they had laid so sure a plan to circumvent. Wallace soon after entered. Loch Awe, rising, stood forth before him, and in a long and persuasive speech once more declared the wishes of the nation, that he would strike the decisive blow on the pretensions of Edward by himself accepting the crown. The Bishop of Dunkeld, with all the eloquence of learning and the most animated devotion to the interest of Scotland, seconded the petition. Mar and Bothwell enforced it. The disaffected lords thought proper to throw in their conjurations also, and every voice but that of Badenoch poured forth fervent entreaties that he, their liberator, would grant the supplication of the nation. Wallace rose, and every tongue was mute. My gratitude to Scotland increases with my life, but my answer must still be the same. I cannot be its king. At these words, the venerable Loch Awe threw himself on his knees before him. In my person, cried he, see Scotland at your feet. Still bleeding with the effects of former struggles for empire, she would throw off all claims but those of virtue, and receive as her anointed sovereign her father and deliverer. She has no more arguments to utter. These are her prayers, and thus I offer them. Kneel not to me, brave Loch Awe, cried Wallace, nor believe the might of these victories lies so thoroughly on this arm that I dare outrage its maker. Were I to comply with your wishes, I should disobey him who has hitherto made me his happy agent. And how could I guard my kingdom from his vengeance? Your rightful king yet lives. He is an alien from his country, but heaven may return him to your prayers. Meanwhile, as his representative, as your soldier and protector, I shall be blessed in wearing out my life. My ancestors were ever faithful to the blood of Alexander, and in the same fidelity I will die." The firmness with which he spoke, and the determined expression of his noble countenance, convinced Loch Awe that he was not to be shaken, and rising from his knee, he bowed in silence. "March," whispered the Buchan. "Behold the hypocrite! But we shall unmask him. He thinks to blind us to his towering ambition by this affected moderation. He will not be called a king, because without a crown certain limitations are laid on the prerogative, but he will be a regent, that he may be our dictator, and every day demand gratitude for voluntary services which, performed as a king, could only be considered as his duty." When the council broke up, these sentiments were actively disseminated among the disaffected throng, and each gloomy recess in the woods murmured with seditious meetings. But every lip in the country at large breathed the name of Wallace as they would have done a god's, while the land that he had blessed bloomed on every hill and valley like a garden. Stirling now exhibited a constant carnival. Peace was in every heart, and joy its companion. As Wallace had commanded in the field, he decided in the judgment hall, and while all his behests were obeyed with a promptitude which kept the machine of state constantly moving in the most beautiful order, his bitterest enemies could not but secretly acknowledge the perfection they were determined to destroy. His munificent hand stretched itself far and near, that all who had shared the sufferings of Scotland might drink largely of her prosperity. The good abbot of Scone was invited from his hermitage, and when he heard from the ambassadors sent to him that the brave young warrior whom he had entertained was the resistless Wallace, he no longer thought of the distant and supine Bruce, but centred every wish for his country in the authority of her deliverer. A few days brought him to Stirling, and wishing to remain near the most constant residence of his noble friend, he requested that, instead of being restored to Scone, he might be installed in the vacant monastery of Cambus Kenneth. Wallace gladly acquiesced, and the venerable abbot, being told that his late charge, the Lady Helen, was in the palace, went to visit her. And as he communicated his exultation and happiness, she rejoiced in the benedictions which his grateful spirit invoked on the head of her almost worshipped sovereign. Her heart gave him his title, which she believed the not-to-be-repressed affection of the people would at last force him to accept. The wives and families of the Lanark veterans were brought from Loch Doine, and again planted in their native valleys. Thus naught in the kingdom appeared different from its most prosperous days, but the widowed heart of the dispenser of all this good. And yet, so fully did he engage himself in the creation of these benefits, that no time seemed left to him for regrets, but they haunted him like persecuting spirits, invisible to all but himself. During the performance of these things, the Countess of Mar, though apparently lost to all other pursuits than the peaceable enjoyment of her reflected dignities, was absorbed in the one great object of her passion. Eager to be rid of so dangerous a spy and adversary as she deemed Edwin to be, she was labouring day and night to effect by clandestine schemes his banishment, when an unforeseen circumstance carried him far away. Lord Ruthven, while on an embassy to the Hebrides, fell ill. As his disorder was attended with extreme danger, he sent for his wife, and Edwin, impelled by love for his father and anxiety to soothe the terrified suspense of his mother, readily left the side of his friend to accompany her to the Isles. Lady Mar had now no scrutinizing eye to fear. Her nephew Murray was still on duty in Clydesdale. The Earl, her husband, trusted her too implicitly even to turn on her a suspicious look. and Helen, she contrived, should be as little in her presence as possible. Busy, then, as this lady was, the enemies of the regent were not less active in the prosecution of their plans. The Earl of March had arrived at Dunbar, and having dispatched his treasonable proposals to Edward, he received letters from that monarch by sea, accepting his services, and promising every reward that could satisfy his ambition, and the cupidity of those whom he could draw over to his cause. The wary king then told the Earl that if he would send his wife and family to London as hostages for his faith, he was ready to bring a mighty army to Dunbar, and by that gate once more enter Scotland. These negotiations, backward and forward, from London to Dunbar, and from Dunbar to the treacherous lords at Stirling, occupied much time, and the more, as great precaution was necessary to escape the vigilant eyes of Wallace, which seemed to be present in every part of the kingdom at once. So careful was he in overlooking, by his well-chosen officers, civil and military, every transaction, that the slightest dereliction from the straight order of things was immediately seen and examined into. Many of these trusty magistrates, having been placed in the Lothians before March took the government, he could now not remove without exciting suspicion. And therefore, as they remained, great circumspection was used to elude their watchfulness. From the time that Edward had again entered into the terms with the Scottish chiefs, Lord March sent regular tidings to Lord Soulis of the progress of their negotiations. He knew that noblemen would gladly welcome the recall of the King of England, for ever since the revolution in favour of Scotland, he had remained obstinately shut up within his castle of Hermitage. Chagrin at having lost Helen was not the least of his mortifications, and the wounds he had received from the invisible hand which had released her, having been given with all the might of the valiant arm which directed the blow, were not even now healed. His passions kept them still inflamed, and their smart made his vengeance burn the fiercer against Wallace, who he now learned was the mysterious agent of her rescue. While treason secretly prepared to spring its mine beneath the feet of the regent, he, unsuspicious that any could be discontented where all were free and prosperous, thought of no enemy to the tranquil fulfilment of his duties but the minor persecutions of Lady Mar. No day escaped without bringing him letters, either to invite him to Snowdon or to lead her to the citadel where he resided. In every one of these epistles she declared that it was no longer the wildness of passion which impelled her to seek his society, but the moderated regard of a friend. And though perfectly aware of all that was behind these asseverations, for she had deceived him once into a belief of this please, and had made him feel its falseness, he found himself forced at times, out of the civility due to her sex, to comply with her invitations. Indeed, her conduct never gave him reason to hold her in any higher respect, for whenever they happened to be left alone, she made pretensions. The frequency of these scenes at last made him never go to Snowdon unaccompanied, for she rarely allowed him to have even a glimpse of Helen, and by this precaution he avoided much of her solicitations. But, strange to say, even at the time that this conduct, by driving her to despair, might have excited her to some desperate act, her wayward heart threw the blame of his coldness upon her trammels with Lord Mar, and flattering herself that were he dead all would happen as she wished, she panted for that hour with an impatience which often tempted her to precipitate the event. Things were in this situation when Wallace one night received a hasty summons from his pillow by a page of Lord Mar's, requesting him to immediately repair to his chamber. Concluding that something alarming must have happened, he threw on his brigandine and plaid and entered the apartments of the governor. Mar met him with a countenance, the herald of a dreadful matter. "What has happened?" inquired Wallace. "Treason," answered Mar. "But from what point I cannot guess. My daughter has braved a dark and lonely walk from Snowdon to bring the proofs." While speaking, he led the chief into the room where Helen sat. Like some fairy spectre of the night, her long hair, disordered by the winds of a nocturnal storm, mingling with the grey folds of the mantle which enveloped her. Wallace hastened forward. She now no longer flitted away, scared from his approach by the frowning glances of her stepmother. She had once attempted to express his grateful regrets for what she had suffered in her lovely person for his sake, but the Countess had then interrupted him, and Helen disappeared. Now he beheld her in a presence where he could declare all his gratitude without subjecting its gentle object to one harsh word in consequence, and almost forgetting his errand to the governor, and the tidings he had just heard. He remembered only the manner in which she had shielded his life with her arms, and he bent his knee respectfully before her as she rose to his approach. Blushing and silent, she extended her hand to him to rise. He pressed it warmly. "Sweet Excellence," said he, "I am happy in this opportunity, however gained, to again pour out my acknowledgments to you. And though I have been denied that pleasure until now, yet the memory of your generous interest in the friend of your father is one of the most cherished sentiments of my heart." "It is my happiness as well as my duty. Sit, William Wallace," replied she, "to regard you and my country as one, and that, I hope, will excuse the perhaps rash action of this night." As she spoke, he rose and looked at Lord Mar for explanation. The Earl held a roll of vellum toward him. "This writing," said he, "was found this evening by my daughter. She was enjoying with my wife and other ladies a moonlight walk on the shores of the Forth behind the palace, when, having strayed at some distance from her friends, she saw this packet lying in the path before her, as if it had just been dropped. It bore no direction. She therefore opened it, and part of the contents soon told her she must conceal the whole till she could reveal them to me. Not even to my wife did she entrust the dangerous secret, nor would she run any risk by sending it by a messenger. As soon as the family were gone to rest, she wrapped herself in her plaid, and finding a passage through one of the low embrasures of Snowdon, with a fleet step made her way to the citadel and to me. She gave me the packet. Read it, my friend, and judge if we do not owe ourselves to heaven for so critical a discovery." Wallace took the scroll and read as follows: "Our trusty fellows will bring you this, and deliver copies of the same to the rest. We shall be with you in 24 hours after it arrives. The army of our liege lord is now in the Lothians, passing through them under the appellation of succours for the regent from the Hebrides. Keep all safe, and neither himself nor any of his adherents shall have a head on their shoulders by this day week. Neither superscription, name, nor date was to this letter, but Wallace immediately knew the handwriting to be that of Lord March. "Then we must have traitors even within these walls," exclaimed Mar. "None but the most powerful chiefs would the proud Cospatrick admit into his conspiracies. And what are we to do? For by tomorrow evening the army this traitor has led into the heart of this country will be at our gates." "No," cried Wallace, "thanks to God and this guardian angel," fervently clasping Helen's hand as he spoke. "We must not be intimidated by treachery. Let us be faithful to ourselves, my veteran friend, and all will go well. It matters not who the other traitors are. They must soon discover themselves, and shall find us prepared to counteract their machinations. Sound your bugles, my lord, to summon the heads of our council." At this command Helen arose, but replaced herself in her chair on Wallace exclaiming, "Stay, Lady Helen, let the sight of such virgin delicacy, braving the terrors of the night to warn betrayed Scotland, nerve every heart with redoubled courage to breast this insidious foe." Helen did indeed feel her soul awake to all its ancient patriotic enthusiasm, and thus, with a countenance pale but resplendent with the light of her thoughts, she sat the angel of her heroic inspiration. Wallace often turned to look on her, while her eyes, unconscious of the adoring admiration which spoke in their beams, followed his godlike figure as it moved through the room, with a step that declared the undisturbed determination of his soul. The lords Bothwell, Loch Awe, and Badenoch were the first that obeyed the call. They started at the sight of Helen, but Wallace in a few words related the cause of her appearance, and the portentous letter was laid before them. All were acquainted with the handwriting of Lord March, and all agreed in attributing to its real motive his late solicitude to obtain the command of the Lothians. "What?" cried Bothwell, "but to open his castle gates to the enemy?" "And to repel him before he reaches ours, my brave chiefs," replied Wallace. "I have summoned you. Edward will not make this attempt without tremendous powers. He knows what he risks, his men, his life, and his honor. We must therefore expect a resolution in him adequate to such an enterprise. Lose then not a moment, even tonight, this instant, and go out and bring in your followers. I will call up mine from the banks of the Clyde, and be ready to meet him ere he crosses the Carrow." While he gave these orders, other nobles thronged in, and Helen, being severally thanked by them all, became so agitated that, stretching out her hand to Wallace, who was nearest to her, she softly whispered, "Take me hence." He read in her blushing face the oppression her modesty sustained in such a scene, and with her faltering steps she leaned upon his arm as he conducted her to an interior chamber. Overcome by her former fears and the emotions of the last hour, she sunk into a chair and burst into tears. Wallace stood near her, and as he looked on her, he thought, "If aught on earth ever resembled the beloved of my soul, it is Helen Mar." And all the tenderness which memory gave to his almost adored wife, and all the grateful complacency with which he regarded Helen, beamed at once from his eyes. She raised her head. She felt that it thrilled to her soul. For a moment, every former thought seemed lost in one perception, that he then gazed on her as he had never looked on any woman since his marrying. Was she then beloved? The impression was evanescent. No, no, she said to herself, and waving her hand gently to him, with her head bent down. Leave me, Sir William Wallace. Forgive me, but I am exhausted. My frame is weaker than my mind. She spoke this at intervals, and Wallace, respectfully touching the hand she extended, pressed it to his breast. I obey you, dear Lady Helen, and when next we meet, it will, I hope, be to dispel every fear in that gentle bosom. She bowed her head without looking up, and Wallace left the room. End of chapter 52. Recording by Stephen Lomas.
Chapter 53 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 53. Falkirk. Before the sun rose, every brave Scot within a few hours' march of Stirling was on the Carse, and Lord Andrew Murray and his veteran Clydesdale men were already resting on their arms in view of the city walls. The messengers of Wallace had hastened with the speed of the winds, east and west, and the noon of the day saw him at the head of 30,000 men determined to fight or to die for their country. The surrounding landscape shone in the brightness of midsummer, for it was the eve of St. Magdalen, and sky and earth bore witness to the luxuriant month of July. The heavens were clear, the waters of the Forth danced in the sunbeams, and the flower enamelled green of the extended plain stretched its beautiful borders to the deepening woods. All nature smiled; all seemed in harmony and peace but the breast of man. He who was made lord of this paradise awoke to disturb its repose, to disfigure its loveliness. As the thronging legions poured upon the plain, the sheep which had been feeding there fled scared to the hills; the plover and heath fowl which nestled in the brakes, rose affrighted from their infant broods, and flew in screaming multitudes far over the receding valleys. The peace of Scotland was again broken, and its flocks and herds were to share its misery. When the conspiring lords appeared on the Carse, and Mar communicated to them the lately discovered treason, they so well affected surprise at the contents of the scroll, that Wallace might not have suspected their connection with it, had not Lord Athol declared it altogether a forgery of some wanton persons, and then added with bitterness, "To gather an army on such authority is ridiculous." While he spoke, Wallace regarded him with a look which pierced him to the center; and the blood rushing into his guilty heart, for once in his life he trembled before the eye of man. "Whoever be the degenerate Scot to whom this writing is addressed," said Wallace, "his baseness cannot betray us further. The troops of Scotland are ready to meet the enemy; and woe to the man who that day deserts his country!" "Amen!" cried Lord Mar. "Amen!" sounded from every lip; for when the conscience embraces treason against its earthly rulers, allegiance to its heavenly King is abandoned with ease, and the words and oaths of the traitor are equally unstable. Badenoch's eye followed that of Wallace, and his suspicions fixed where the regent's fell. For the honor of his blood, he forbore to accuse the earl; but for the same reason he determined to watch his proceedings. However, the hypocrisy of Athol baffled even the penetration of his brother; and on his retiring from the ground to call forth his men for the expedition, in an affected chafe he complained to Badenoch of the stigma cast upon their house by the regent's implied charge. "But," said he shall see the honor of the Cummin, emblazoned in blood on the sands of the Forth. His towering pride heeds not where it strikes; and this comes of raising men of low estate to rule over princes." "His birth is noble if not royal," replied Badenoch; "and before this the posterity of kings have not disdained to recover their rights by the sword of a brave subject." "True," answered Athol; "but is it customary for princes to allow that subject to sit on their throne? It is nonsense to talk of Wallace having refused a coronation; he laughs at the name; but see you not that he openly affects supreme power, that he rules the nobles of the land like a despot? His word, his nod is sufficient. Go here, go there, as if he were absolute; and there was no voice in Scotland but his own. Look at the brave Mac Callum More, the lord of the west of Scotland from sea to sea. He stands unbonneted before this mighty Wallace, with a more abject homage than ever he paid to the house of Alexander. Can you behold this, Lord Badenoch, and not find the royal blood of your descent boil in your veins? Does not every look of your wife, the sister of a king, and your own right stamped upon your soul, reproach you? He is greater by your strength. Humble him, my brother; be faithful to Scotland, but humble its proud dictator." Lord Badenoch replied to this rough exhortation with the tranquillity belonging to his nature. "I see not the least foundations for any of your charges against Sir William Wallace. He has delivered Scotland, and the people are grateful. The nation with one voice made him their regent, and he fulfills the duties of his office; but with a modesty, Lord Athol, which, I must affirm, I never saw equaled. I dissent from you in all that you have said; and I confess I did fear the blandishing arguments of the faithless Cospatrick had persuaded you to embrace his pernicious treason. You deny it; that is well. Prove your innocence at this juncture in the field against Scotland's enemies, and John of Badenoch will then see no impending cloud to darken the honor of the name of Cummin." The brothers immediately separated; and Athol, calling his cousin Buchan, arranged a new device to counteract the vigilance of the regent. One of their means was to baffle his measures by stimulating the less treasonable, but yet discontented chiefs, to thwart him in every motion. At the head of this last class was John Stewart, Earl of Bute. During the whole of the preceding year he had been in Norway, and the first object he met on his return to Scotland was the triumphal entry of Wallace into Stirling. Aware of the consequence Stewart's name would attach to any cause, Athol had gained his ear before he was introduced to the regent, and then so poisoned his mind against Wallace that all that was well in him he deemed ill, and ever spoke of his bravery with coldness, and of his patriotism with disgust. He believed him a hypocrite, and as such despised and abhorred him. While Athol marshaled his rebellious ranks, some to follow his broad treason in the face of day, and others to lurk behind, and delude the intrusted council left in Stirling, Wallace led forth his loyal chiefs to take their stations at the heads of their different clans. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, with the proudest expectations for Scotland, unfurled his golden standard to the sun. The Lords Lochal and Bothwell, with others, rode on the right of the regent. Lord Andrew Murray, with the brave Sir John Graham and a bevy of young knights, kept the ground on his left. Wallace looked around; Edwin was far away, and he felt but half appointed when wanting his youthful sword bearer. That faithful friend did not even know of the threatened hostility; for to have intimated to Lord Ruthven a danger he could not assist to repel, would have inflamed his disorder by anxiety, and perhaps hurried him to dissolution. As the regent moved forward with these private affections checkering his public cares, his heralds blew the trumpets of his approach, and 100 embattled clans appeared in the midst of the plain, awaiting their valiant leaders. Each chief advanced to the head of his line, and stood to hear the charge of Wallace. "Brave Scots!" cried he, "treachery has admitted the enemy whom resolute patriotism had driven from our borders. Be steady in your fidelity to Scotland, and he who hath hitherto protected the just cause, will nerve your arms to lay invasion and its base coadjutors again in the dust." The cheers of anticipated victory burst from the soldiers, mingled with the clangor of their striking shields at the inspiring voice of their leader. Wallace waved his truncheon, round which the plan of his array was wrapped, to the chiefs to fall back toward their legions; and while some appeared to linger, Athol, armed cap a pie, and spurring his roan into the area before the regent, demanded, in a haughty tone, "Which of the chiefs now in the field is to lead the vanguard?" "The Regent of Scotland," replied Wallace, for once asserting the majesty of his station; "and you, Lord Athol, with Lord Buchan, are to defend your country under the command of the brave head of your house, the princely Badenoch." "I stir not from this spot," returned Athol, fiercely striking his lance into its rest, "till I see the honor of my country established in the eye of the world, by a leader worthy of her rank being placed in her vanguard." "What he says," cried Buchan, "I second." "And in the same spirit, chieftain of Ellerslie," exclaimed Lord Bute, "do I offer to Scotland myself and my people. Another must lead the van, or I retire from her standard." "Speak on!" cried Wallace, more surprised than confounded by this extraordinary attack. "What these illustrious chiefs have uttered is the voice of us all!" was the general exclamation from a band of warriors who now thronged around the incendiary nobles. "Your reign is over, proud chieftain," returned Athol; "the Scottish ranks are no longer to be cajoled by your affected moderation. We see the tyrant in your insidious smile; we feel him in the despotism of your decrees. to be thus ridden by a man of vulgar blood, to present him as the head of our nation to the King of England, is beneath the dignity of our country, is an insult to our nobles; and therefore, in the power of her consequence, I speak, and again demand of you to yield the vanguard to one more worthy of the station. Before God and St. Magdalen I swear," added he, holding up his sword to the heavens, "I will not stir an inch this day toward the enemy unless a Cummin or a Stewart lead our army." "And is this your resolution also, Lord Bute?" said Wallace, looking on Stewart. "It is," was the reply. "A foe like Edward ought to be met as becomes a great and independent kingdom. We go in the array of a unanimous nation to repel him, not as a band of insurgents, headed by a general who, however brave, was yet drawn from the common ranks of the people. I therefore demand to follow a more illustrious leader to the field." "The eagles have long enough followed their owl in peacock's feathers," cried Buchan; "and being tired of the game, I, like the rest, soar upward again." "Resign that baton," cried Athol; "give peace to a more honorable leader," repeated he, supposing that he had intimidated Wallace; but Wallace, raising the visor of his helmet, which he had closed on his last commands to his generals, looked on Athol with all the majesty of his truly royal soul in his eyes. "Earl," said he, "the voices of the three estates of Scotland declared me their regent, and God ratified the election by the victories with which he crowned me. If in aught I have betrayed my trust, let the powers which raised me be my accusers. 4 pitched battles have I fought and gained for this country. Twice I beat the representatives of King Edward on the plains of Scotland; and a few months ago I made him fly before me over the fields of Northumberland. What then has befallen me, that my arm is to be too short to meet this man? Has the oil of the Lord, with which the Saint of Dunkeld anointed my brows, lost its virtue, that I should shrink before any king in Christendom? I neither tremble at the name of Edward, nor will I so disgrace my own, which never man who bore it ever degraded by swearing fealty to a foreign prince, as to abandon at such a crisis the power with which Scotland has invested me. Whoever chooses to leave the cause of their country let them go, and so manifest themselves of noble blood. I remain, and I lead the vanguard. Scotsmen, to your duty!" As he spoke with a voice of unanswerable command, several chiefs fell back into their ranks. But some made a retrograde motion toward the town. Lord Bute hardly knew what to think, so was he startled by the appeal of the accused regent, and the noble frankness with which he maintained his rights. He stood frowning as Wallace turned to him, and said, "Do you, my lord, adhere to these violent men? Or am I to consider a chief who, though hostile to me, was generous in his ire, still faithful to Scotland, in spite of his prejudice against her leader? Will you fight her battles?" "I shall never desert them," replied Stewart. "'Tis truth I seek; therefore, be it to you, Wallace, this day according to your conscience." Wallace bowed his head, and presented him the truncheon around which his line of battle was wrapped. On opening it, he found that he was appointed to command the third division; Badenoch and Bothwell to the first and second; and Wallace himself to the vanguard. When the scouts arrived, they informed the regent that the English army had advanced near to the boundary of Linlithgow, and, from the rapidity of their march, must be on the Carron the same evening. On this intelligence, Wallace put his troops to their speed, and before the sun had declined far toward the west, he was within view of Falkirk. But just as he had crossed the Carron, and the Southron banners appeared in sight, Lord Athol, at the head of his rebellious colleagues, rode up to him. Stewart kept his appointed station, and Badenoch, doing the same, ashamed of his brother's disorder, called after him to keep his line. Regardless of all check, the obstinate chief galloped on, and extending his bold accomplices across the path of the regent, demanded of him, on the penalty of his life, that moment to relinquish his pretensions to the vanguard. "I am not come here," replied Wallace indignantly, "to betray my country. I know you, Lord Athol, and your conduct and mine will this day prove who is most worthy the confidence of Scotland." "This day," cried Athol, "shall see you lay down the power you have usurped." "It shall see me maintain it, to your confusion," replied Wallace; "and were you not surrounded by Scots of too tried a worth for me to suspect their being influenced by your rebellious example, I would this moment make you feel the arm of justice. But the foe is in sight; do your duty now, Sir Earl, and for the sake of the house to which you belong, even this intemperate conduct shall be forgotten." At this instant, Sir John Graham, hastening forward, exclaimed, "The Southrons are bearing down upon us!" Athol glanced at their distant host, and turning on Wallace with a sarcastic smile, "My actions," cried he, "shall indeed decide the day!" and striking his spurs furiously into his horse, he rejoined Lord Badenoch's legion. Edward did indeed advance in a most terrible array. Above 100,000 men swelled his numerous ranks, and with these were united all from the Lothians and Teviotdale, whom the influence of the faithless March and the vindictive Soulis could bring into the field. With this augmented host, and a determination to conquer or to die, the Southrons marched rapidly forward. Wallace had drawn himself up on the ascent of the hill of Falkirk, and advantageously planted his archers on a covering eminence flanked by the legions of Badenoch. Lord Athol, who knew the integrity of his brother, and who cared not in so great a cause (for such his ambition termed it) how he removed an adversary from Edward and a censor from himself, gave a ridding order to one of his emissaries. Accordingly, in the moment when the trumpet of Wallace sounded the charge, and the arrows from the hill darkened the air, the virtuous Badenoch was stabbed through the back to the very heart. Athol had placed himself near, to watch his purpose; but in the instant the deed was done, he threw himself on the perpetrator, and wounding him in the same vital part, exclaimed, holding up his dagger, "Behold the weapon that has slain the assassin, hired by Sir William Wallace! Thus it is that his ambition would rob Scotland of her native princes! Let us fly from his steel to the shield of a king and a hero!" The men had seen their leader fall; they doubted not the words of his brother, and with a shout, exclaiming, "Whither you lead, we will follow!" all at once turned toward him. "Seize the traitor's artillery!" At this command, they mounted the hill, and the archers, little expecting an assault from their countrymen, were either instantly cut down, or hurried away prisoners by Athol and Buchan, who now, at the head of the whole division of the Cummins, galloped toward the Southrons, and with loud cries of "Long live King Edward!" threw themselves en masse into their arms. The squadrons which followed Stewart, not knowing but they might be hurried into similar desertion, hesitated in the charge he had commanded them to make; and while thus undecisive, some obeyed in broken ranks, and others lingered. The enemy advanced briskly up, surrounded the division, and on their first onset slew its leader. His faithful Brandanes, seeing their beloved commander trampled to the earth by an overwhelming foe, fell into confusion, and communicating their dismay to their comrades, the whole division sunk under the shock of the Southrons, as if touched by a spell. Meanwhile Bothwell and his legions were fiercely engaged with the Earl of Lincoln amid the swamps of a deep morass; but being involved by reciprocal impetuosity, equal peril engulfed them both. The firm battalion of the vanguard, alone remaining unbroken, stood before the pressing and now victorious thousands of Edward without receding a step. The archers being lost by the treachery of the Cummins, all hope lay on the strength of the spear and sword; and Wallace, standing immovable as the rock of Stirling, saw rank after rank of his dauntless infantry mowed down by the Southron arrows, while fast as they fell, their comrades closed over them, and still presented the same impenetrable front of steady valor against the heavy charges of the enemy's horse. The King of England, indignant at this pause in his conquering onset, accompanied by his natural brother, the valiant Frere de Briagny, and a squadron of resolute knights, in fury threw themselves toward the Scottish pikesmen. Wallace descried the jeweled crest of Edward amidst the cloud of battle there, and rushing forward, hand to hand engaged the king. Edward knew his adversary, not so much by his snow white plume as by the prowess of his arm. Twice did the heavy claymore of Wallace strike fire from the steely helmet of the monarch; but at the third stroke the glittering diadem fell in shivers to the ground, and the royal blood of Edward followed the blow. He reeled, and another stroke would have settled the freedom of Scotland forever, had not the strong arm of Frere de Briagny passed between Wallace and the king. The combat thickened; blow followed blow; blood gushed at each fall of the sword, and the hacked armor showed in every aperture a grisly wound. 100 weapons seemed directed against the breast of the Regent of Scotland, when, raising his sword with a determined stroke, it cleft the visor and vest of De Briagny, who fell lifeless to the ground. The cry that issued from the Southron troops at this sight again nerved the vengeful Edward; and ordering the signal for his reserve to advance, he renewed the attack, and assaulting Wallace, with all the fury of his heart in his eyes and arms, he tore the earth with the trampling of disappointed vengeance, when he found the invincible phalanx still stood firm. "I will reach him yet!" cried he; and turning to De Valence, he commanded that the new artillery should be called into action. On this order, a blast of trumpets in the Southron army blew, and the answering war wolves it had summoned sent forth showers of red hot stones into the midst of the Scottish battalions. At the same moment the English reserve, charging round the hill, attacked them in the flank, and accomplished what the fiery torrent had begun. The field was heaped with dead; the brooks which flowed down the heights ran with blood; but no confusion was there, no, not even in the mind of Wallace, though with amazement and horror he beheld the saltire of Annandale, the banner of Bruce, leading onward the last exterminating division. Scot now contended with Scot, brother with brother. Those valiant spirits, who had left their country 20 years before to accompany their chief to the Holy Land, now re entered Scotland to wound her in her vital part, to wrest from her her liberties, to make her mourn in ashes that she had been the mother of such matricides. A horrid mingling of tartans with tartans, in the direful grasp of reciprocal death; a tremendous rushing of the flaming artillery, which swept the Scottish ranks like blasting lightning, for a moment seemed to make the reason of their leader stagger. Arrows, winged with fire, flashed through the air, and sticking in men and beasts, drove them against each other in maddening pain. Twice was the horse of Wallace shot under him, and on every side were his closest friends wounded and dispersed. But his terrific horror at the scene passed away the moment of its perception; and though the Southron and the Bruce pressed on him in overwhelming numbers, his few remaining ranks obeyed his call; and with a presence of mind and military skill that was exhaustless, he maintained the fight till darkness parted the combatants. When Edward gave command for his troops to rest till morning, Wallace, with the remnant of his faithful band, slowly recrossed the Carron, that they also might repose till dawn should renew the conflict. Lonely was the sound of his bugle, as sitting on a fragment of the Druidical rains of Dunipacis, he blew its melancholy blast to summon his chiefs around him. Its penetrating voice pierced the hills, but no answering note came upon his ear. A direful conviction seized upon his heart. But they might have fled far distant! He blushed, as the thought crossed him, and, hopeless again, dropped the horn, which he had raised to blow a second summons. At this instant he saw a shadow darken the moonlight ruins, and Scrymgeour, who had gladly heard his commander's bugle, hastened forward. "What has been the fate of this dismal day?" asked Wallace, looking onward as if he expected the others to come up. "Where are my friends? Where Graham, Badenoch, and Bothwell? Where all, brave Scrymgeour, that I do not now see?" He rose from his seat at sight of an advancing group. It approached near and laid the body of a warrior down before him. "Thus," cried one of the supporters, in stifled sounds, "has my father proved his love for Scotland." It was Murray who spoke; it was the Earl of Bothwell that lay a breathless corpse at his feet. "Grievous has been the havoc of Scot on Scot!" cried the intrepid Graham, who had seconded the arm of Murray in the contest for his father's body. "Your steadiness, Sir William Wallace, would have retrieved the day but for the murderer of his country, that Bruce, for whom you refuse to be our king, thus destroys her bravest sons. Their blood be on his head!" continued the young chief, extending his martial arms toward heaven. "Power of justice, hear! and let his days be troubled, and his death covered with dishonor." "My brave friend," replied Wallace, "his deeds will avenge themselves; he needs not further malediction. Let us rather bless the remains of him who is gone before us thus in glory to his heavenly rest. Ah! better is it thus to be laid in the bed of honor, than by surviving, witness the calamities which the double treason of this day will bring upon our martyred country. Murray, my friend," cried he to Lord Andrew, "we must not let the brave dead perish in vain; their monuments shall yet be Scotland's liberties. Fear not that we are forsaken because of these traitors; but remember, our time is in the hand of the God of justice and mercy." Tears were coursing each other in mute woe down the cheeks of the affectionate son. He could not for some time answer Wallace; but he grasped his hand, and at last rapidly articulated: "Others may have fallen, but not mortally like him. Life may yet be preserved in some of our brave companions. Leave me, then, to mourn my dead alone, and seek ye them." Wallace saw that filial tenderness yearned for the moment when it might unburden its grief unchecked by observation. He arose, and making a sign to his friends, withdrew toward his men. Having sent a detachment to guard the sacred inclosure of Dunipacis, he dispatched Graham on the dangerous duty of gathering a reinforcement for the morning. Then sending Scrymgeour, with a resolute band, across the Carron, to bring in the wounded, for Edward had encamped his army about a mile south of the field of action, he took his lonely course along the northern bank toward a shallow ford, near which he supposed the squadrons of Lord Loch awe must have fought, and where he hoped to gain accounts of him from some straggling survivor of his clan. When he arrived at a point where the river is narrowest, and winds its dark stream beneath impending heights, he blew the Campbell pibroch; the notes reverberated from rock to rock, but, unanswered, died away in distant echoes. Still he could not relinquish hope, and, pursuing the path, emerged upon an open glade. The unobstructed rays of the moon illuminated every object. Across the river, at some distance from the bank, a division of the Southron tents whitened the deep shadows of the bordering woods; and before them, on the blood stained plain, he thought he descried a solitary warrior. Wallace stopped. The man approached the margin of the stream, and looked toward the Scottish chief. The visor of Wallace being up, discovered his heroic countenance bright in the moonbeams; and the majesty of his mien seemed to declare him to the Southron knight to be no other than the regent of Scotland. "Who art thou?" cried the warrior, with a voice of command, that better became his lips than it was adapted to the man whom he addressed. "The enemy of England!" cried the chief. "Thou art Wallace!" was the immediate reply. "None else dare answer the Lord of Carrick and of Annandale with such haughty boldness." "Every Scot in this land," returned Wallace, inflamed with an indignation he did not attempt to repress, "would thus answer Bruce, not only in reference to England, but to himself. To that Bruce, who, not satisfied with having abandoned his people to their enemies, has stolen a base fratricide to slay his brethren in their home. To have met them on the plain of Stanmore, would have been a deed his posterity might have bewailed; but what horror, what shame will be theirs, when they know that he came to ruin his own rights, to stab his people, in the very bosom of his country! I come from gazing on the murdered body of the virtuous Earl of Bothwell. The Lords Bute and Fife, and perhaps Loch awe, have fallen beneath the Southron sword, and your unnatural arm; and yet do you demand what a Scot would dare to tell you, that he holds the Earl of Carrick and his coadjutors as his most mortal foes? Ambitious man! dost thou flatter thyself with the belief that I am to be deceived by thy pompous declamation? I know the motive of all this pretended patriotism; I am well informed of the aim of all this vaunted prowess; and I came, not to fight the battles of King Edward, but to punish the proud usurper of the rights of Bruce. I have gained my point. My brave followers slew the Lord of Bothwell; my brave followers made the hitherto invincible Sir William Wallace retreat. I came in the power of my birthright; and, as your lawful king, I command you, this hour, to lay your rebel sword at my feet. Obey, proud knight, or to morrow puts you into Edward's hand, and, without appeal, you die the death of a traitor." "Unhappy prince!" cried Wallace, now suspecting that Bruce had been deceived, "is it over the necks of your most loyal subjects that you would mount your throne? How have you been mistaken? How have you strengthened the hands of your enemy, and weakened your own by this day's action? The cause is now probably lost forever; and from whom are we to date its ruin, but from him whom the nation looked to as its appointed deliverer? From him, whose once honored name will now be regarded with exaggeration?" "Burden not my name, rash young man," replied Bruce, "with the charges belonging to your own mad ambition. Who disturbed the peace in which Scotland reposed after the battle of Dunbar, but William Wallace? Who raised the country in arms, but William Wallace? Who stole from me my birthright, and fastened the people's love on himself, but William Wallace? Who affected to repel a crown that he might the more certainly fix it on his head, but William Wallace? And who dares now taunt me with his errors and mishaps, but the same traitor to his lawful sovereign?" "Shall I answer thee, Lord of Carrick," replied Wallace, "with a similar appeal? Who, when the Southron tyrant preferred a false claim to the supremacy of this realm, subscribed to the falsehood, and, by that action, did all in his power to make a free people slaves? Who, when the brand of cruelty swept this kingdom from shore to shore, lay indolent in the usurper's court, and heard of these oppressions without a sigh? Who, horror on horror, brought an army into his own inheritance, to slay his brethren and lay it desolate before his mortal foe? Thy heart will tell thee, Bruce, who is this man; and if honor yet remain in that iron region, thou wilt not disbelieve the asseverations of an honest Scot, who proclaims that it was to save them whom thou didst abandon, that he appeared in the armies of Scotland. It was to supply the place of thy desertion that he assumed the role, with which a grateful people, rescued from bondage, invested him." "Bold chieftain!" exclaimed Bruce, "is it thus you continue to brave your offended prince? But in pity to your youth, in admiration of a prowess which would have been godlike had it been exerted for your sovereign, and not used as a bait to satisfy an ambition wild as it is towering, I would expostulate with you; I would even deign to tell you that, in granting the supremacy of Edward, the royal Bruce submits not to the mere wish of a despot, but to the necessity of the times. This is not an area of so great loyalty that any sovereign may venture to contend against such an imperial arm as Edward's; and would you, a boy in years, a novice in politics, and though brave, and till this day successful, would you pretend to prolong a war with the dictator of kingdoms? Can rational discrimination be united with the valor you possess, and you not perceive the unequal contest between a weak state, deprived of its head and agitated by intestine commotions, and a mighty nation conducted by the ablest and most martial monarch of his age, a man who is not only determined to maintain his pretensions to Scotland, but is master of every resource, either for protracting war or pushing it with vigor? If the love of your country be indeed your motive for perseverance, your obstinacy tends only to lengthen her misery; but if, as I believe is the case, you carry your views to private aggrandizement, reflect on their probable issue. Should Edward, by a miracle, withdraw his armies, and an intoxicated people elevate their minion to the throne, the lords of Scotland would reject the bold invasion, and, with the noble vengeance of insulted greatness, hurl from his height the proud usurper of their rights and mine." "To usurp any man's rights, and least of all my king's," replied Wallace, "never came within the range of my thoughts. Though lowly born, Lord Carrick, I am not so base as to require assumption to give me dignity. I saw my country made a garrison of Edward's; I beheld its people outraged in every relation that is dear to man. Who heard their cry? Where was Bruce? Where the nobles of Scotland, that none arose to extinguish her burning villages, to shelter the mother and the child, to rescue purity from violation, to defend the bleeding father and his son? The shrieks of despair resounded through the land, and none appeared. The hand of violence fell on my own house. The wife of my bosom was stabbed to the heart by a magistrate of the usurper. I then drew the sword. I took pity on those who suffered as I had suffered. I espoused their cause, and never will I forsake it till life forsakes me. Therefore, that I became champion of Scotland, Lord of Carrick, blame not my ambition, but rather the supineness of the nobility, and chiefly yourself; you who, uniting personal merit to dignity of descent, had deserted to occupy. Had the Scots, from the time of Baliol's abdication, possessed such a leader as yourself, for what is the necessity of the times but the pusillanimity of those who ought to contend with Edward, by your valor and their union you must have surmounted every difficulty under which we struggle, and have closed the contest with success and honor. If you now start from your guilty delusion, it may not be too late to rescue Scotland from the perils which surround her. Listen, then, to my voice, prince of the blood of Alexander! Forswear the tyrant who has cajoled you to this abandonment of your country, and resolve to be her deliverer. The bravest of the Scots are ready to acknowledge you their lord, to reign as your forefathers did, untrammeled by any foreign yoke. Exchange, then, a base vassalage for freedom and a throne. Awake to yourself, noble Bruce, and behold what it is I propose! Heaven itself cannot set a more glorious prize before the eyes of virtue or ambition than to join in one object, the acquisition of royalty with the maintenance of national independence. Such is my last appeal to you. For myself, I am well convinced that the real welfare of my country can never subsist with the sacrifice of her liberties. I am determined, as far as in me lies, to prolong not her miseries, but her integrity, by preserving her from the contamination of slavery. But should mysterious fate decree her fall, may that power which knows the vice and horrors which accompany a tyrant's reign, terminate the existence of a people who can no longer preserve their lives but by receiving laws from usurpation." The truth and gallantry of these sentiments struck the awakened mind of Bruce with the force of conviction. Another auditor was nigh, who also lost not a syllable; and the flame was conveyed from the breast of one hero to that of the other. Lord Carrick secretly repented of all that he had done; but being too proud to acknowledge so much, he briefly answered: "Wallace, your words have made an impression on me, that may one day still more brighten the glory of your fame. Be silent respecting this conference; be faithful to the principles you have declared, and ere long you shall hear royally of Bruce." As he spoke, he turned away and was lost among the trees. Wallace stood for some minutes musing on what had passed, when, hearing a footstep behind him, he turned round, and beheld approaching him a young and graceful form, habited in a white hacqueton wrought in gold, with golden spurs on his feet, and a helmet of the same costly metal on his head, crested with white feathers. Had the scene been in Palestine, he might have mistaken him for the host's guardian angel in arms. But the moment the eyes of Wallace fell on him, the stranger hastened forward, and threw himself on one knee before him, with so noble a grace that the chief was lost in wonder what this beautiful apparition could mean. The youth, after an agitated pause, bowing his head, exclaimed, "Pardon this intrusion, bravest of men! I come to offer you my heart, my life, to wash out, by your side, in the blood of the enemies of Scotland, the stigma which now dishonors the name of Bruce." "Who are you, noble youth?" cried Wallace, raising him from the ground; "surely my prayers are at last answered, and I hear these sentiments from one of Alexander's race." "I am indeed of his blood," replied he; "and it must now be my study to prove my descent by deeds worthy of my ancestor. I am Robert Bruce, the eldest son of the Earl of Carrick and Annandale. Grieving over the slaughter that his valor had made of his own people, although, till you taught him otherwise, he believed they fought to maintain the usurpation of an ambitious subject, he walked out in melancholy. I followed at a distance, and I heard, unseen, all that has passed between you and him. He has retired to his tent, and, unknown to him, I hastened across the Carron, to avow my loyalty to virtue, to declare my determination to live for Scotland, or to die for her, and to follow the arms of Sir William Wallace, till he plants my father in the throne of his ancestors." "I take you at your word, brave prince," replied the regent; "and this night shall give you an opportunity to redeem to Scotland what your father's sword has this day wrested from her. What I mean to do must be effected in the course of a few hours. That done, it will be prudent for you to return to the Carrick camp, and there take the most effectual means to persuade your father to throw himself at once into the arms of Scotland. The whole nation will then rally round their king, and as his weapon of war, I shall rejoice to fulfill the commission with which God has entrusted me." He then briefly unfolded to the eagerly listening Bruce, whose aspiring spirit, inflamed by the fervor of youth, and winged by natural courage, saw the glory alone of the enterprise, an attack which he meant to make on the camp of Edward, while his victorious troops slept in fancied security. He had sent Sir John Graham to Stirling, to call out its garrison. Ker he had dispatched on a similar errand; and expecting that by this time some of the troops would be arrived on the southern extremity of the Carse, he threw his plaid over the prince's splendid garb to conceal him from notice; then returning to the few who lay on the northern bank of the river, he asked one of the young Gordons to lend him his armor, saying he had use for it, and to seek another suit in the heap that had been collected from the buried dead. The brave Scot cheerfully acquiesced; and Wallace, retiring amongst the trees with his royal companion, Bruce soon covered his gay hacqueton with this rough mail, and placing the Scottish bonnet on his head, put a large stone into the golden helmet, and sunk it in the waters of the Carron. Being thus completely armed like one of the youthful clansmen in the ranks (and such disguise was necessary), Wallace put the trusty claymore of his country into its prince's hand, and clasping him with a hero's warmth to his heart, "Now it is," cried he, "that William Wallace lives anew since he has seen this hour." On re emerging from the wood, they met Sir John Graham, who had just arrived with 500 fugitives from Lord Bute's slaughtered division, whom he had rallied on the Carse. He informed his friend that the Earl of Mar was within half a mile of the Carron, with 3,000 more; that he would soon be joined by other re enforcements to a similar amount. While Graham yet spoke, a squadron of armed men approached from the Forth side. Wallace, advancing toward them, beheld the Bishop of Dunkeld, in his sacerdotal robes, at their head, but with a corslet on his breast, and instead of his crosier he carried a drawn sword. "We come to you, champion of Scotland," cried the prelate, "with the prayers and the arms of the church. The sword of the Levites of old smote the enemies of Israel; and in the same faith, that the God of justice will go before us this night, we come to fight for Scotland's liberties." His followers were the younger brethren of the monastery of Cambus Kenneth, and others from the neighboring convents, altogether making a stout and well appointed legion. "With this handful," cried Wallace, "Heaven may find a David, who shall yet strike yon Goliath on the forehead." Lord Mar and Lord Lennox now came up; and Wallace, marshaling his train, found that he had nearly 10,000 men. He gave to each leader his plan of attack; and having placed Bruce with Graham in the van, before he took his station at its head, he retired to the ruins near Dunipacis, to visit the mourning solitude of Murray. He found the pious son sitting and motionless by the side of his dead parent. Without rousing the violence of grief by any reference to the sight before him, Wallace briefly communicated his project. Lord Andrew started to his feet. "I will share all the peril with you; I shall again grapple with the foe that has thus bereaved me. This dark mantle," cried he, turning toward the breathless corpse, and throwing his plaid over it, "will shroud thy hallowed remains till I return. I go where thou wouldst direct me, O my father!" exclaimed he, in a burst of grief. The trumpets shall sound, and thou wilt not hear! But I go to take vengeance for thy blood." So saying, he sprung from the place, and accompanying Wallace to the plain, took his station in the silent but swiftly moving army. Chapter LIV. Chapter 54 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 54. Karen Banks. The troops of King Edward lay overpowered with wine. Elated with victory, they had drunk largely, the royal pavilion setting them the example; for though Edward was temperate, yet to flatter his recovered friends, the inordinate Buchan and Soulis, he had allowed a greater excess that night than he was accustomed to sanction. The banquet over, every knight retired to his tent, every soldier to his pallet, and a deep sleep lay upon every man. The king himself, whose many thoughts had long kept him waking, now fell into a slumber. Guards had been placed around the camp more from military ceremony than an idea of their necessity. The strength of Wallace they believed broken, and that they should have nothing to do next morning but to chase him into Stirling and take him there. But the spirit of the regent was not so easily subdued. He ever thought it shameful to despair while it was possible to make a stand. And now, leading his determined followers through the lower grounds of Cumbernauld, he detached half his force under Mar, to take the southern camp in the rear, while he should attack the front, and pierce his way to the royal pavilion. With soundless caution, the battalion of Mar wound round the banks of the Forth to reach the point of its destination; and Wallace, proceeding with as noiseless a step, gained the hill which overlooked his sleeping enemies. His front ranks, shrouded by branches they had torn from the trees in Tor Wood, now stood still. Without this precaution, had any eye looked from the Southron line, they must have been perceived; but now, should 100 gaze on them, their figures were so blended with the adjoining thickets, they might easily be mistaken for a part of them. As the moon sunk in the horizon they moved gently down the hill, and, scarcely drawing breath, were within a few paces of the first outpost, when one of the sentinels, starting from his reclining position, suddenly exclaimed, "What sound is that?" "Only the wind amongst the trees," returned his comrade; "I see their branches waving. Let me sleep, for Wallace yet lives, and we may have hot work to morrow." Wallace did live, and the man slept, to wake no more; for the next instant a Scottish brand was through every Southron heart on the outpost. That done, Wallace threw away his bow, leaped the narrow dike which lay in front of the camp, and, with Bruce and Graham at the head of a chosen band of brave men, cautiously proceeded onward to reach the pavilion. At the moment he should blow his bugle, the divisions he had left with Lennox and Murray, and the Lord Mar, were to press forward to the same point. Still all lay in profound repose; and, guided by lamps which burned around the royal quarters, the dauntless Scots reached the tent. Wallace had already laid his hand upon the curtain that was its entrance, when an armed man with a presented pike demanded, "Who comes here?" The regent's answer laid the interrogator's head at his feet; but the voice had awakened the ever watchful king. Perceiving his own danger in the fall of the sentinel, he snatched his sword, and, calling aloud on his sleeping train, sprung from his couch. He was immediately surrounded by half a score of knights, who started on their feet before Wallace could reach the spot. Short, however, would have been their protection; they fell before his arm and that of Graham, and left a vacant place, for Edward had disappeared. Foreseeing from the first prowess of these midnight invaders, the fate of his guards, he had made a timely escape, by cutting a passage for himself through the canvas of his tent. Wallace perceived that his prize had eluded his grasp; but hoping to at least drive him from the field, he blew the appointed signal to Mar and Lennox, caught one of the lamps from the monarch's table, and setting fire to the adjoining drapery, rushed from its blazing volumes to meet his brave colleagues amongst the disordered lines. Graham and his followers with firebrands in their hands, threw conflagration into all parts of the camp, and with the fearful war cries of their country, seemed to assail the terrified enemy from every direction. Men half dressed and unarmed, rushed from their tents upon the pikes of their enemies; hundreds fell without striking a blow; and they who were stationed nearest the outposts, betook themselves to flight, scattering themselves in scared throngs over the amazed plains of Linlithgow. The king in vain sought to rally his men, to remind them of their late victory. His English alone hearkened to his call; superstition had laid her petrifying hand on all the rest. The Irish saw a terrible judgment in this scene, believing it had fallen upon them for having taken arms against their sister people; the Welsh, as they descried the warlike Bishop of Dunkeld issuing from the midst of the river, and charging his foaming steed through their flying defiles, could not persuade themselves that Merlin had not arisen to chastise their obedience to the ravager of their country. Every superstition, every panic created by fear, took possession of the half intoxicated, stupid wretches; and falling in bloody and unresisting heaps all around, it was rather a slaughter than a battle. Opposition seemed everywhere abandoned, except on the spot still maintained by the King of England and his brave countrymen. The faithless Scots who had followed the Cummins to the field also stood there and fought with desperation. Wallace opposed the despair and valour of his adversaries with the steadiness of his men; and Graham, having seized some of the war engines, discharged a shower of blazing arrows upon the Southron phalanx. The camp was now on fire in every direction; and putting all to the hazard of one decisive blow, Edward ordered his men to make at once to the point, where, by the light of the flaming tents, he could perceive the waving plumes of Wallace. With his ponderous mace held terribly in the air, the king himself bore down to the shock, and breaking through the intervening combatants assaulted the chief. The might of 10,000 souls was then in the arm of the Regent of Scotland. The puissant Edward wondered at himself as he shrunk from before his strokes, as he shuddered at the heroic fierceness of a countenance which seemed more than mortal. Was it indeed the Scottish chieftain, or some armed delegate from heaven, descended to fight the battles of the oppressed? Edward trembled; his mace was struck from his hand; but immediately a glittering falchion supplied its place, and with a recovering presence of mind he renewed the combat. Meanwhile the young Bruce, who in his humble armor might have been passed by as an enemy for meaner swords, checking the onward speed of march, pierced him at once through the heart. "Die, thou disgrace to the name of Scot!" cried he, "and with thy blood expunge my stains!" His sword now laid all opposition at his feet; and while the tempest of death blew around, the groans of the dying, the shrieks of the wounded, and the outcries of those who were perishing in the flames, drove the king's ranks to distraction, and raised so great a fear in the minds of the Cummin clan, that, breaking away from the royal line with yells of dismay, they fled in all directions after their already fugitive allies. Edward saw the Earl of March fall; and finding himself wounded in many places, with a backward step he received the blows of Wallace; but that determined chief, following his advantage, made a stroke at the king which threw him astounded into the arms of his followers. At that moment Lincoln raised his arm to strike his dagger into the back of Wallace; but Graham arrested the blow, and sent the young lord's motionless body to the earth. The Southron ranks closed immediately before their insensible monarch, and a contest more desperate than any which had preceded it took place. Hosts seemed to fall on both sides. At last the Southrons, having stood their ground till Edward was carried from further danger, suddenly wheeled about and fled precipitately toward the east. Wallace pursued them on full charge, driving them across the lowlands of Linlithgow, where he had learned from some prisoners he took, that the Earl of Carrick was in the Lothians, having retreated thither on the first tidings that the Scots had attacked the English camp. "Now is your time," said Wallace to Bruce, "to rejoin your father. Bring him to Scotland, where a free crown awaits him. Your actions of this night must be a pledge to your country of the virtues which will support his throne." The young warrior, throwing off his rugged hauberk in a retired glen, appeared again as a prince, and embracing the regent, "A messenger from myself or from my father," said he, "shall meet you at Stirling; meanwhile, farewell, and give my thanks to the young Gordon whose sword armed me for Scotland." Bruce mounted the horse Wallace had prepared, and spurring along the banks of the Almond, was soon lost amidst its luxuriant shades. Wallace still led the pursuit of Edward; and meeting those auxiliaries from the adjoining counties which his provident orders had prepared to turn out on the first appearance of this martial chase, he poured his troops through the Ettrick Forest, and drove the flying host of England far into Northumberland. There checking his triumphant squadrons, he recalled his stragglers, and returned with abated speed into his own country. Halting on the north bank of the Twee, he sent to their quarters those hands which belonged to the border castles, and then marched leisurely forward, that his brave soldiers, who had sustained the weight of the battle, might recover their exhausted strength. At Peebles he was agreeably surprised by the sight of Edwin. Though ignorant of the recommenced hostilities of Edward, Lord Ruthven became so impatient to resume his duties, that as soon as he was able to move, he had set off on his return to Perth. On arriving at Huntingtower he was told of the treachery of March, also of his fate, and that the regent had beaten the enemy on the banks of the Carron, and was pursuing him into his own dominions. Ruthven was inadequate to the exertion of following the successful troops; but Edwin, rejoicing at this new victory, would not be detained, and crossing the Forth into Mid Lothian, had sped his eager way until the happy moment that brought him again to the side of his first and dearest friend. As they continued their route together, Edwin inquired the events of the past time, and heard them related with wonder, horror, and gratitude. Grateful for the preservation of Wallace, grateful for the rescue of his country from the menaced destruction, for some time he could only clasp his friend's hand with strong emotions to his heart. The death of his uncle Bothwell made that heart tremble within him at the thought of how much severer might have been his deprivation. At last, extricating his powers of speech from the spell of contradictory feelings which enchained them, he said, "But if my uncle Mar and our brave Graham were in the last conflict, where are they, that I do not see them share your victory?" "I hope," returned Wallace, "that we shall rejoin them in safety at Stirling. Our troops parted in the pursuit; and after having sent back the Lowland chieftains, you see I have none with me now but my own particular followers." The regent's expectations that he should soon fall in with some of the chasing squadrons, were the next morning gratified. Crossing the Bathgate Hills, he met the returning battalions of Lennox, with Lord Mar's, and also Sir John Graham's. Lord Lennox was thanked by Wallace for his good services, and immediately dispatched to reoccupy his station in Dumbarton. But the captains of Mar and of Graham, who could give no other account of their leaders, than that they saw them last fighting valiantly in the Southron camp, and had since supposed that during the pursuit they must have joined the regent's squadron. A cold dew fell over the limbs of Wallace at these tidings; he looked on Murray and on Edwin. The expression of the former's face told him what were his fears; but Edwin, ever sanguine, strove to encourage the hope that all might yet be well. "They may not have yet returned from the pursuit, or they may be gone on to Stirling." But these comfortings were soon dispelled by the appearance of Lord Ruthven, who, having been apprised of the regent's approach, came forth to meet him. The pleasure of seeing the earl so far recovered as to have been able to leave Huntingtower, was checked by the first glance of his face, on which was deeply characterized some tale of grief. Edwin thought it was the recent disasters of Scotland he mourned, and with a cheering voice he exclaimed, "Courage, my father! Our regent comes again a conqueror! Edward has once more recrossed the plains of Northumberland." "Thanks be to God for that!" replied Ruthven. "But what have not these last conflicts cost the country? Lord Mar is wounded unto death, and lies in a chamber next to the yet unburied corpses of Lord Bute and the dauntless Graham." Wallace turned deadly pale; a mist passed over his eyes, and staggering, he breathlessly supported himself on the arm of Edwin. Murray looked on him; but all was still in his heart. His own beloved father had fallen, and in that stroke fate seemed to have emptied all her quiver. "Lead me to their chambers," cried Wallace; "show me where my friends lie; let me hear the last prayer for Scotland from the lips of the bravest of her veterans." Ruthven turned the head of his horse; and as he rode along, he informed the regent that Edwin had not left Huntingtower for the Forth half an hour when an express arrived from Falkirk. By it he learned, that as soon as the inhabitants of Stirling saw the fire of the Southron camp, they had hastened thither to enjoy the spectacle. Some, bolder than the rest, entered its deserted confines, for the retreating squadrons were then flying over the plain; and amidst the slaughtered, near the royal tent, one of these visitors thought he distinguished groans. Whether friend or foe, he stooped to render assistance to the sufferer, and soon found it to be Lord Mar. The earl begged to be carried to some shelter that he might see his wife and daughter before he died. The people drew him out from under his horse and many a mangled corpse, and wrapping him in their plaids, conveyed him to Falkirk, where they lodged him in the convent. "A messenger was instantly dispatched to me," continued Ruthven; "and indifferent to all personal considerations, I set out immediately. I saw my dying brother in law. At his request, that others might not suffer what he had endured under the pressure of the slain, the field had been sought for the wounded. Many were conveyed into the neighboring houses, while the dead were consigned to the earth. Deep have been dug the graves of mingled Scot and English on the banks of the Carron. Many of our fallen nobles, amongst whom was the princely Badenoch, have been conveyed to the cemetery of their ancestors; others are entombed in the church of Falkirk; but the bodies of Sir John Graham and my brother Bothwell," said he, in a lower tone, "I have retained till your return." "You have done right," replied the till then silent Wallace; and spurring forward, he saw not the ground he trod, till ascending the hill of Falkirk, the venerable walls of its monastery presented themselves to his view. He threw himself off his horse and entered, preceded by Lord Ruthven. He stopped before the cell which contained the dying chief, and desired the abbot to apprise the earl of his arrival. The sound of that voice, whose heart consoling tones could be matched by none on earth, penetrated to the ear of his almost insensible friend. Mar started from his pillow, and Wallace, through the half open door, heard him say, "Let him come in, Joanna. All my mortal hopes now hang on him." Wallace instantly stepped forward, and beheld the veteran stretched on a couch, the image of that death to which he was so rapidly approaching. He hastened toward him, and the dying man, stretching forth his arms, exclaimed, "Come to me, Wallace, my son, the only hope of Scotland, the only human trust of this anxious paternal heart." Wallace threw himself on his knees beside him, and taking his hand, pressed it in speechless anguish to his lips; every present grief was then weighing on his soul, and denied him the power of utterance. Lady Mar sat by the pillow of her husband, but she bore no marks of the sorrow which convulsed the frame of Wallace. She looked serious, but her cheek wore its freshest bloom. She spoke not, and the veteran allowed the tears of enfeebled nature to fall on the bent head of his friend. "Mourn not for me," cried he, "nor think that these are regretful drops. I die as I have wished, in the field for Scotland. Time must have soon laid my gray hair ignobly in the earth; and to enter it thus covered with honorable wounds, in glory, has long been my prayer. But, dearest, most unwearied of friends, still the tears of mortality will flow; for I leave my children fatherless in this faithless world. And my Helen! Oh, Wallace, the angel who exposed her precious self through the dangers of that midnight walk to save Scotland, her father, and his friends, is lost to us! Joanna, tell the rest," he said, gasping, "for I cannot." Wallace turned to Lady Mar with an inquiring look of such wild horror that she found her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth, and her complexion faded into the pallidness of his. "Surely," exclaimed he, "there is not to be a wreck of all that is estimable on earth? The Lady Helen is not dead?" "No," rejoined the earl; "but " He could proceed no further, and Lady Mar forced herself to speak. "She has fallen into the hands of the enemy. On my lord's being brought to this place, he sent for myself and Lady Helen; but in passing by Dunipacis, an armed squadron issued from behind the mound, and putting our attendants to flight, carried her off. I escaped hither. The reason for this attack was explained afterward by one of the Southrons, who, having been wounded by our escort, was taken, and brought to Falkirk. He said that Lord Aymer de Valence, having been sent by his beset monarch to call Lord Carrick to his assistance, found the Bruce's camp deserted; but by accident, learning that Lady Helen Mar was to be brought to Falkirk, he stationed himself behind Dunipacis, and springing out as soon as our cavalcade was in view, seized her. She obtained, the rest were allowed to escape; but as the Lord de Valence loves Helen, I cannot doubt he will have sufficient honor not to insult the fame of her family, and so will make her his wife." "God forbid!" ejaculated Mar, holding up his trembling hands; "God forbid that my blood should ever mingle with that of any one of the people who have wrought such woe to Scotland! Swear to me, valiant Wallace, by the virtues of her virgin heart, by your own immaculate honor, that you will move heaven and earth to rescue my Helen from the power of his Southron lord." "So help me Heaven!" answered Wallace, looking steadfastly upward. A groan burst from the lips of Lady Mar, and her head sunk on the side of the couch. "What! who is that?" exclaimed Mar, raising his head in alarm from his pillow. "Believe it your country, Donald," replied she. "To what do you bind its only defender? Are you not throwing him into the very center of his enemies, by making him swear to rescue Helen? Think you that De Valence will not foresee a pursuit, and take her into the heart of England? And thither must our regent follow him. Release Sir William Wallace from a vow that must destroy him." "Wallace!" cried the now soul struck earl, "what have I done? Has a father's anxiety asked amiss? If so, pardon me; but if my daughter also must perish for Scotland, take her, O God, uncontaminated, and let us meet in heaven. Wallace, I dare not accept your vow." "But I will fulfill it," cried he. "Let thy paternal heart rest in peace; and by Jesus' help, Lady Helen shall again be in her own country, as free from Southron taint as she is from all mortal sin. De Valence dare not approach her heavenly innocence with violence, and her Scottish heart will never consent to give him a lawful claim to her precious self. Edward's legions are far beyond the borders; but wherever this earl may be, yet I will reach him; for there is a guiding hand above, and the demands of the morning at Falkirk are now to be answered in the halls of Stirling." Lord Ruthven, followed by Edwin and Murray, entered the room; and the two nephews were holding each a hand of their dying uncle in theirs, when Lady Ruthven, who, exhausted with fatigue and anxiety, had retired an hour before, appeared at the door of the apartment. She had been informed of the arrival of the regent and her son, and now hastened to give them a sorrowful welcome. "Ah! my lord," cried she, as Wallace pressed her matron cheek to his, "this is not as your triumphs are wont to be greeted! You are still a conqueror, and yet death, dreadful death, lies all around us; and our Helen, too " "Shall be restored to you, by the blessed aid of Heaven," returned he. "What is yet left for me to do, must be done, and then " he paused, and added, "the time is not far distant, then " he paused, and added, "the time is not far distant, Lady Ruthven, when we shall meet in the realms to which so many of our bravest and dearest have just hastened." With swimming eyes Edwin drew toward his master. "My uncle would sleep," said he; "he is exhausted, and will recall us when he wakes from rest." The eyes of the veteran were at that moment closed with heavy slumber. Lady Ruthven remained with the countess to watch by him; and Wallace, gently withdrawing, was followed by Ruthven and the two young men out of the apartment. Lord Loch awe, with the Bishop of Dunkeld and other chiefs, lay in different chambers, pierced with many wounds, but none so grievous as those of Lord Mar. Wallace visited them all, and having gone through the numerous places in the neighborhood, then made quarters for his wounded men. At the gloom of evening he returned to Falkirk. He sent Edwin forward to inquire after the repose of his uncle; but on himself re entering the monastery, he requested the abbot to conduct him to the apartment in which the remains of Sir John Graham were deposited. The father obeyed, leading him along a dark passage; he opened a door, and discovered the slain hero lying on a bier. Two monks sat at its head, with tapers in their hands. Wallace waved them to withdraw; they set down the lights, and departed. He was then alone. For some time he stood with clasped hands, looking intently on the body as it lay extended before him. "Graham! Graham!" cried he, at last, in a voice of unutterable grief, "dost thou not rise at thy general's voice? Oh, is this to be the tidings I am to send to the brave father who intrusted to me his son? Lost in the prime of youth, in the opening of thy renown, is it thus that all which is good is to be martyrized by the enemies of Scotland?" He sunk gradually on his knees beside him. "And shall I not look once more on thy face," said he, "which ever turned toward mine with looks of faith and love?" The shroud was drawn down by his hand. He started on his feet at the sight. The changing touch of death had altered every feature, had deepened the paleness of the bloodless corpse into an ashy hue. "Where is the countenance of my friend?" cried he. "Where is the spirit which once moved in beauty and animating light over this face? Gone! and all I see before me is a mass of molded clay. Graham! Graham!" cried he, looking upward, "thou art not here! No more can I recognize my friend in this deserted habitation of thy soul. Thine own proper self, thine immortal spirit, is ascended up above, and there my fond remembrances shall ever seek thee." Again he knelt, but it was in devotion, a devotion which drew the sting from death, and opened to his view the victory of the Lord of Life over the King of Terrors. Edward having learned from his father that Lord Mar still slept, and being told by the abbot where the regent was, followed him to the consecrated chamber. On entering, he perceived him kneeling by the body of his friend. The youth drew near. He loved the brave Graham, and he almost adored Wallace; the scene, therefore, smote upon his heart. He dropped down by the side of the regent, and throwing his arms around his neck, in a convulsive voice exclaimed, "Our friend is gone, but I yet live, and only in your smiles, my friend and brother." Wallace strained him to his breast. He was silent for some minutes, and then said, "To every dispensation of God I am resigned, my Edwin. While I bow to this stroke, I acknowledge the blessing I still hold in you and Murray. But did we not feel these visitations from our Maker, they would not be decreed to us. To behold the dead is the penalty of man for sin; for it is more pain to witness and to occasion death, than for ourselves to die. It is also a lesson which God teaches his sons; and in the moment that he shows us death he convinces us of immortality. Look upon that face, Edwin," continued he, turning his eyes on the breathless clay. His youthful auditor, awestruck, and his tears checked by the solemnity of this address, looked as he directed him. Doth not that inanimate mould of earth testify that nothing less than an immortal spirit could have lighted up its marble substance with the life and godlike actions we have seen it perform?" Edwin shuddered; and Wallace, letting the shroud fall over the face, added, "Never more will I look at it, for it no longer wears the character of my friend; they are pictured on my soul; and himself, my Edwin, still effulgent in beauty and glowing with imperishable life, looks down on us from heaven." He rose as he spoke; and opening the door, the monks re entered, and placing themselves at the head of the bier, chanted the vesper requiem. When it was ended, Wallace kissed the crucifix they laid on his friend's breast, and left the cell. Chapter LV. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 55. Church of Falkirk. No eye closed that night in the monastery of Falkirk. The Earl of Mar awaked about the 12th hour, and sent to call Lord Ruthven, Sir William Wallace, and his nephews to attend him. As they approached, the priests, who had just anointed his dying head with the sacred unction, drew back. The countess and Lady Ruthven supported his pillow. He smiled as he heard the advancing steps of those so dear to him. "I send for you," said he, "to give you the blessing of a true Scot and a Christian. May all who are here in thy blessed presence, Redeemer of mankind," cried he, looking up with a supernatural brightness in his eye, "die as I do, rather than survive to see Scotland enslaved. But oh! may they rather live long under that liberty, perpetuated, which Wallace has again given to his country; peaceful will then be their last moments on earth, and full of joy their entrance into heaven." His eyes closed as the concluding word died upon his tongue. Lady Ruthven looked intently on him; she bent her face to his, but he breathed no more, and with a feeble cry, she fell back in a swoon. The soul of the veteran earl was indeed fled. The countess was taken, shrieking, out of the apartment; but Wallace, Edwin, and Murray remained, kneeling over the body; and when they concluded, the priest throwing over it a cloud of incense, the mourners withdrew, and separated to their chambers. By daybreak, Wallace met Murray by appointment in the cloisters. The remains of his beloved father had been brought from Dunipacis to the convent, and Murray now prepared to take them to Bothwell Castle, there to be interred in the cemetery of his ancestors. Wallace, who had approved his design, entered with him into the solitary courtyard, where the war carriage stood which was to convey the deceased earl to Clydesdale. 4 soldiers of his clan brought the corpse of their lord from a cell, and laid him on his martial bier. His bed was the sweet heather of Falkirk, spread by the hands of his son. As Wallace laid the venerable chief's sword and helmet on his bier, he covered the whole with the flag he had torn from the standard of England in the last victory. "None other shroud is worthy of thy virtues," cried he; "dying for Scotland, thus let the memory of her glory be the witness of thine." "Oh, my friend," answered Murray, looking on his chief with a smile, which beamed the fairer shining through sorrow, "thy gracious spirit can divest even death of its gloom. My father yet lives in his fame." "And in a better existence, too," gently replied Wallace; "else the earth's fame were an empty shroud, it could not comfort." The solemn procession, with Murray at its head, departed toward the valleys of Clydesdale, and Wallace returned to his chamber. 2 hours before noon he was summoned by the tolling of the chapel bell. The Earl of Bute and his dearer friend were to be laid in their last bed. With a spirit that did not murmur, he saw the earth closed over both graves; but at Graham's he lingered; and when the funeral stone shut even the sod that covered him from his eyes, with his sword's point he drew on the surface these memorable words: "Mente mancipantins, et ville fidus accatus, condicis hic grammus, bello interfectus ab Anglis." These lines may be translated thus: "Here lies the powerful in mind and body, the friend of Wallace, Graham, faithful unto death, slain in battle by the English." While he yet leaned on the stone, which gently gave way to the registering pen of friendship, to be more deeply engraved afterward, a monk approached him, attended by a shepherd boy. At the sound of steps, Wallace looked up. "This young man," said the father, "brings dispatches to the lord regent." Wallace rose, and the youth presented his packet. Withdrawing to a little distance he broke the seal, and read to this effect: My father and myself are in the castle of Durham, and both under an arrest. We are to remain so till our arrival in London renders its sovereign, in his own opinion, more secure; when there, you shall hear from me again. Meanwhile be on your guard; the gold of Edward has found its way into your councils. Beware of them who, with patriotism in their mouths, are purchased to betray you and their country into the hands of the enemy. Truest, noblest, best of Scots, farewell. I must not write more explicitly. P.S. The messenger who takes this is a simple border shepherd; he knows not whence comes the packet; hence he cannot bring an answer." Wallace closed the letter, and putting gold into the shepherd's hand, left the chapel. In passing through the cloisters he met Ruthven, just returned from Stirling, whither he had gone to inform the chiefs of the council of the regent's arrival. "When I summoned them to the council hall," continued Lord Ruthven, "and told them you had not only defeated Edward on the Carron, but in so doing had gained a double victory, over a foreign usurper and domestic traitors, instead of the usual open hearted gratulations on such a communication, a low whisper murmured through the hall, and the young Badenoch, unworthy of his patriotic father, rising from his seat, gave utterance to so many invectives against you, our country's soul and arm, I should deem it treason even to repeat them. Suffice it to say, that out of 500 chiefs and chieftains who were present, not one of those parasites who used to fawn on you a week ago, and make the love of honest men seem doubtful, now breathes one word for Sir William Wallace. But this ingratitude, vile as it is, I bore with patience, till Badenoch, growing in insolency, declared that late last night dispatches had arrived from the King of France to the regent, and that he, in right of his birth assuming to himself that dignity, had put their bearer, Sir Alexander Ramsay, under confinement, for having persisted to dispute his authority to withhold them from you." Wallace, who had listened in silence, drew a deep sigh as Ruthven concluded, and in that profound breath exclaimed, "God must be our fortress still, must save Scotland from this gangrene in her heart. Ramsay shall be released, but I must first meet these violent men. And it must be alone, my lord," continued he; "you and our coadjutors may await my return at the city gates. But the sword of Edward, if need be, shall defend me against his gold." As he spoke, he laid his hand on the jeweled weapon which hung at his side, and which he had wrested from that monarch in the last conflict. Aware that this treason, aimed at him, would strike his country, unless timely warded off, he took his resolution, and requesting Ruthven not to communicate to any one what had passed, he mounted his horse, and struck into the road to Stirling. He took the plume from his crest, and closing his visor, enveloped himself in his plaid, that the people might not know him as he went along. But casting away his cloak, and unclasping his helmet at the door of the keep, he entered the council hall, openly and abruptly. By an instantaneous impulse of respect, which even the base pay to virtue, almost every man arose at his appearance. He bowed to the assembly, and walked with a composed yet severe air up to his station at the head of the room. Young Badenoch stood there, and as Wallace approached he fiercely grasped his sword. "Proud upstart!" cried he, "betrayer of my father! Set a foot further toward this chair, and the chastisement of every arm in this council shall fall on you for your presumption." "It is not in the arms of thousands to put me from my right," replied Wallace, calmly putting forth his hand and drawing the regent's chair toward him. "Will ye bear this?" cried Badenoch, stamping with his foot, and plucking forth his sword. "Is the man to exist who thus braves the assembled lords of Scotland?" While speaking, he made a desperate lunge at the regent's breast. Wallace caught the blade in his hand, and wrenching it from his intemperate adversary, broke it into shivers, and cast the pieces at his feet. Then, turning resolutely toward the chiefs, who stood appalled, and looking on each other, he said: "I, your duly elected regent, left you only a few days ago, to repel the enemy whom the treason of Lord March would have introduced into these very walls. Many brave chiefs followed me to that field; and more, whom I see now, loaded me as I passed with benedictions. Portentous was the day of Falkirk to Scotland. Then did the mighty fall, and the heads of council perish. But treason was the parricide. The late Lord Badenoch stood his ground like a true Scot, but Athol and Buchan deserted to Edward." While speaking, he turned toward the furious son of Badenoch, who, gnashing his teeth in impotent rage, stood listening to the inflaming whispers of Macdougal of Lorn. "Young chief," cried he, "from their treachery date the fate of your brave father, and the whole of our grievous loss of that day; but the wide destruction has been avenged. More than chief for chief have perished in the Southron ranks, and thousands of the lowlier sort now swell the banks of Carron. Edward himself fell, wounded by my arm, and was borne by his flying squadrons over the wastes of Northumberland. Thus I have returned to you with my duties achieved in a manner worthy of your regent. What, then, means the arrest of my ambassador? What this silence when the representative of your power is insulted to your face?" "They mean," cried Badenoch, "that my words are the utterance of their sentiments." "They mean," cried Lorn, "that the prowess of the haughty boaster, whom their intoxicated gratitude raised from the dust, shall not avail him against the indignation of a nation over which he dares to arrogate a right." "Mean they what they will," returned Wallace, "they cannot dispossess me of the rights with which assembled Scotland invested me on the plains of Stirling. And again I demand, by what authority do you and they presume to imprison my officer, and withhold from me the papers sent by the King of France to the Regent of Scotland?" "By the authority that we maintain," replied Badenoch; "by the right of my royal blood, and by the sword of every brave Scot, who spurns at the name of Wallace." "And as a proof that we speak not more than we act," cried Lorn, making a sign to the chiefs, "you are our prisoner." Many weapons were instantly unsheathed; and their bearers, hurrying to the side of Badenoch and Lorn, attempted to lay hands on Wallace. But he, drawing the sword of Edward, with a sweep of his valiant arm that made the glittering blade seem a brand of fire, set his back against the wall, and exclaimed: "He that first makes a stroke at me shall find his death on this Southron steel. This sword I made the puissant arm of the usurper yield to me, and this sword shall defend the Regent of Scotland against his ungrateful countrymen." The chieftains who pressed on him recoiled at these words; but their leaders, Badenoch and Lorn, waved them forward, with vehement exhortations. "Desist, young men!" continued he; "provoke me not by my bearing. With a single blast of my bugle I could surround this building with a band of warriors, who, at sight of their chief being thus assaulted, would lay this tumult in blood. Let me pass, or abide the consequence." "Through my breast, then!" exclaimed Badenoch; "for, with my consent, you pass not here but on your bier. What is in the arm of a single man," cried he to the lords, "that you cannot fall on him at once, and cut him down?" "I would not hurt a son of the virtuous Badenoch," returned Wallace; "but his life be on your hands," said he, turning to the chiefs, "if one of you point a sword to impede my passage." "And wilt thou dare it, usurper of my powers and honors?" cried Badenoch. "Lorn, stand by your friend. All here who are true to the Cummin and the Macdougal, hem in the tyrant." Many a traitor hand now drew forth its dagger; and the intemperate Badenoch, drunk with choler and mad ambition, snatching a sword from one of his accomplices, made another violent plunge at Wallace; but its metal flew in splinters on the guard stroke of the regent, and left Badenoch at his mercy. "Defend me, chieftains, or I am slain!" cried he. But Wallace did not let his hand follow its advantage; with the dignity of conscious desert, he turned from the vanquished, and casting the enraged Lorn from him, who had thrown himself in his way, he exclaimed: "Scots, that arm will wither which dares to point its steel on me." The pressing crowd, struck in astonishment, parted before him as they could have done in the path of a thunderbolt; and unimpeded he passed to the door. That their regent had entered the keep was soon rumored through the city; and when he appeared from the gate he was hailed by the acclamations of the people. He found his empire again in the hearts of the lowly; they whom he had restored to their cottages, knelt to him in the streets, and called for blessing on his name; while they oh! blasting touch of envy whom he had restored to castles, and elevated from a state of vassalage to the power of princes, they raised against him that very power to lay him in the dust. Now it was, that when surrounded by the grateful citizens of Stirling, whom it would have been as easy for him to have inflamed to the massacre of Badenoch and his council, as to have lifted his bugle to his lips, that he blew the summons for his captains. Every man in the keep flew to arms, expecting Wallace was returning upon them with the host he had threatened. In a few minutes the Lord Ruthven, with his brave followers, entered the inner ballium gate. Wallace smiled proudly as they drew near. "My lord," said he, "you come to witness the last act of my delegated power. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, enter into that hall, which was once the seat of council, and tell the violent men who fill it, that for the peace of Scotland, which I value more than my life, I allow them to stand unpunished of their offense against me. But the outrage they have committed on the freedom of one of her bravest sons I will not pardon, unless he be immediately set at liberty. Let them deliver to you Sir Alexander Ramsay, and then I permit them to hear my final decision. If they refuse obedience, they are all my prisoners; and, but for my pity on their blindness, should perish by the laws." Eager to open the prison door for his friend Ramsay, and little suspecting to what he was calling the insurgents, Scrymgeour hastened to obey. Lorn and Badenoch gave him a very rough reception, uttering such rebellious defiance of the regent that the brave standard bearer lost all patience, and denounced the immediate deaths of the whole refractory assembly. "The courtyard," cried he, "is armed with thousands of the regent's followers. His foot is on your necks. Obey, or this will be a more grievous day for Scotland than even that of Falkirk; for the castle of Stirling will run with Scottish blood." At this menace Badenoch became more enraged; and Scrymgeour, seeing no chance of prevailing by argument, sent a messenger to privately tell Wallace the result. The regent immediately placed himself at the head of 20 men, and, re entering the keep, went directly to the warder, whom he ordered, on his allegiance to the laws, to deliver Sir Alexander Ramsay into his hands. He was obeyed, and returned with his recovered chieftain to the platform. When Scrymgeour was apprised of the knight's release, he returned to Badenoch, with whom he was still contending in furious debate, and demanded, "Will you, or will you not attend me to the regent? He, of you all," added he, addressing the chieftains, "who in this simple duty disobeys, shall receive from him the severer doom." Badenoch and Lorn, affecting to deride this menace, replied, they would not for an empire do the usurper the homage of a moment's voluntary attention; but if any of their followers chose to view the mockery, they were at liberty. A very few, and those of the least turbulent spirits, went forth. They began to fear having embarked in a desperate cause, and by their present acquiescence were willing to deprecate the wrath of Wallace, while thus assured of not exciting the resentment of Badenoch. When Wallace looked around him and saw the space before the keep filled with armed men and citizens, he ascended an elevated piece of ground, which rose a little to the left, and waving his hand in token that he intended to speak, a profound silence took the place of the buzz of admiration, gratitude, and discontent. He then addressed the people: "Brother soldiers, friends, and am I so to distinguish Scots? Enemies." At this word, a loud cry of "Perish all who are the enemies of our glorious regent!" penetrated to the inmost chambers of the citadel. Believing that the few of his partisans who had ventured out, were falling under the vengeance of Wallace, Badenoch, with a brandished weapon, followed by the rest, sallied toward the door; but there he stopped, for he saw his friends standing unmolested. Wallace proceeded, and with calm dignity announced the hatred that was now poured upon him by a large part of that nobility who had been so eager to invest him with the high office he then held. "Though they have broken their oaths," cried he, "I have fulfilled mine. They vowed to me all lawful obedience; I swore to free Scotland or die. Every castle in this realm is restored to its ancient lord; every fortress is filled with a native garrison; the sea is covered with our ships; and the kingdom, one in itself, sits secure behind her well defended bulwarks. Such have I, through the strength of the Almighty arm, made Scotland. Beloved by a grateful people, I could wield half her power to the destruction of the rest; but I would not pluck one stone out of the building I have raised. To day I deliver up my commission; since its design is accomplished, I resign the regency." As he spoke, he took off his helmet, and stood uncovered before the people. "No, no!" seemed the voice from every lip; "we will acknowledge no other power, we will obey no other leader." Wallace expressed his sense of their attachment; but repeating to them that he had fulfilled the end of his office, by setting them free, he explained that his retiring it was no longer necessary. "Should I remain your regent," continued he, "the country would be involved in ruinous dissensions. The majority of your nobles now find a vice in the virtue they once extolled; and seeing its power no longer needful, seek to destroy my upholders with myself. I therefore remove the cause of contention; I quit the regency, and I bequeath your liberty to the care of your chiefs. But should it be again in danger, remember, that while life breathes in this heart, the spirit of William Wallace will be with you still." With these words he descended the mound, and mounted his horse, amidst the cries and tears of the populace. They clung to his garments as he rode along; and the women, with their children, throwing themselves on their knees in his path, implored him not to leave them to the inroads of a ravager, not to abandon them to the tyranny of their own lords, who, unrestrained by a king, or a regent like himself, would soon subvert his good laws, and reign despots over every district in the country. Wallace answered their entreaties with the language of encouragement; adding, that he was not their prince, to lawfully maintain a disputed power over the legitimate chiefs of the land. "But," he said, "a rightful sovereignty may yet be yielded to your prayers; and to procure that blessing, daughters of Scotland, night and day invoke the Giver of every good gift." When Wallace and his weeping train separated, at the foot of Falkirk Hill, he was met by his veterans of Lanark, who, having heard of what had passed in the citadel, advanced to him with one voice, to declare that they would never fight under any other commander. "Wherever you are, my faithful friends," returned he, "you shall still obey my word." When he entered the monastery, the opposition that was made to his resignation of the regency, by the Bishop of Dunkeld, Lord Loch awe, and others, was so vehement, so persuasive, that had not Wallace been steadily principled not to involve his country in domestic war, he must have yielded to the affectionate eloquence of their pleading. But showing to them the public danger attendant on his provoking the wild ambition of the Cummins, and their multitudinous adherents, his arguments, which the sober judgment of his friends saw conclusive, at last ended the debate. He then rose, saying, "I have yet to perform my vow to our lamented Mar. I shall seek his daughter; and then, my brave companions, you shall hear of me, and, I trust, see me again." Chapter 56. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 56. The Monastery. It being Lady Ruthven's wish that the remains of her brother should be entombed with his ancestors, preparations were made for the mournful cavalcade to set forth toward Braemar Castle. The countess, hoping that Wallace might be induced to accompany them, did not long object to this proposal, which Lady Ruthven had enforced with tears. Had any one seen the tow, and been called upon to judge, by their deportment, of the relationship in which each lady stood to the deceased, he must have decided that the sister was the widow. At the moment of her husband's death, Lady Mar had felt a shock; she had long looked for this event, as to the seal of her happiness. It was the sight of mortality that appalled her. The man she doted on, nay, even herself, must one day lie as the object now before her, dead, insensible to all earthly joys or pains, but awake, perhaps, fearfully awake, to the judgments of another world. This conviction caused her shrieks, when she saw Lord Mar expire. Every obstacle between her and Wallace she now believed removed. Her husband was dead; Helen was carried away by a man devotedly enamored of her, and most probably was at that time his wife. The specters of conscience passed from her eyes; she no longer thought of death and judgment; and under a pretense that her feelings could not bear the sight of her husband's bier, she determined to seclude herself in her own chamber, till the freshness of Wallace's grief for his friend should have passed away. But when she heard, from the indignant Edwin, of the rebellious conduct of the young Lord Badenoch, and that the regent had abdicated, her consternation superseded all caution. "I will soon humble that proud boy," exclaimed she, "and let him know, that in opposing the elevation of Sir William Wallace, he treads down his own interest. You are beloved by the regent, Edwin," cried she, interrupting herself, and clasping his hand with earnestness; "teach his enthusiastic heart the true interest of his country. I am the first woman of the house of Cummin, and is not that family the most powerful in the kingdom? By the adherence of one branch to Edward, the battle of Falkirk was lost; by the rebellion of another, the regent of Scotland is obliged to relinquish that dignity. It is in my power to move the whole race at my will; and if Wallace would mingle his blood with theirs, would espouse me, an overture which the love I bear my country impels me to make, every nerve would then be strained to promote the elevation of their nearest kinswoman. Wallace would reign in Scotland, and the whole land lie at peace." The family of Cummin was so powerful and numerous, that an incredible number of chieftains of that name attended the first parliament which Robert I. held at Dunstaffnage Castle. The relationship between the heiress of Strathearn and that family was very near, her paternal grandmother having been the daughter of a Lord Badenoch. Edwin eyed her with astonishment while she spoke. All her late conduct to his cousin Helen, to his uncle, and to Wallace, was now explained; and he saw in her flushed cheek, that it was not the patriot who desired this match, but the enamored woman. "You do not answer," said she. "Have you any apprehension that Sir William Wallace would reject the hand which would give him a crown, which would dispense happiness to many thousand people?" "No," replied he; "I believe that, much as he is devoted to the memory of her, whom alone he can ever love, could he purchase true happiness to Scotland by the sacrifice, he would espouse any virtuous woman who could bring him so blessed a dowry. But in your case, my honored aunt, I can see no probability of such a consequence. In the first place, I know that now the virtuous Earl of Badenoch is no more, he neither respects nor fears the Cummins; and he would scorn to purchase a crown or even the people's happiness by baseness in himself. To rise by their means, who, you have seen, will at any time immolate all that is sacred to man to their own caprice or fancied interests, would be unworthy of him; therefore, I am sure, if you wish to marry Sir William Wallace, you must not urge the use he may make of the Cummins as an argument. He need not stoop to cajole the men he may command. Did he not drive the one half of their clan, with the English host to boot, to seek any shelter from his vengeance? And for them in the citadel, had he chosen to give the word, they would now be all numbered with the dust. Aunt! He has a divine Master, whose example he follows, though in deep humility. He lays down his power; it is not taken from him. Earthly crowns are dross to him who looks for a heavenly one. Therefore, honored lady, believe it no longer necessary to wound your delicacy, by offering him a hand which cannot produce the good you meditate." The complexion of the countess varied 1,000 times during this answer. Her reason assented to many parts of it, but the passion she could not acknowledge to her nephew urged her to persist. "You may be right, Edwin," she replied; "but still, as there is nothing very repugnant in me, the prospect is surely worth trying. At any rate, even setting the Cummins aside, marriage with the daughter of Strathearn, by allying your noble friend to every illustrious house in the kingdom, would make his interest theirs, and all must unite in retaining to him the regency. Scotland would be wrecked should he leave the helm; and, sweet Edwin, though your young heart is yet unacquainted with the strange inconsistencies of the tenderest passion, I must whisper to you that your friend will never be happy till he again live in the bosom of domestic affection." "Ah! but where is he to find it?" cried Edwin. "What will ever restore his Marion to his arms?" "Oh!" cried she, "I will be more than ever Marion was to him. She knew not oh! she could not the boundless love that fills my heart for him." Edwin's blushes at this wild declaration told her how far she had betrayed herself. She attempted to palliate what she could no longer conceal, and covering her face with her hand, exclaimed: "You, who love Sir William Wallace, cannot be surprised that all who adore human excellence should participate in that sentiment. How could I see him, the benefactor of my family, the blessing to all Scotland, and not love him?" "True," replied Edwin; "but not as a wife would love her husband. You were married; and was it possible you could feel thus while my uncle lived? So strong a passion cannot have grown in your breast since he died, for surely love should not enter a widow's heart at the side of an unburied husband." "Edwin," replied she, "you, who never felt the throbs of this tyrant, judge with a severity you will one day regret. When you love, and struggle with a passion that drinks your very life, you will pity Joanna of Mar, and forgive her." "I pity you now, aunt," replied he; "but you bewilder me. I cannot understand the possibility of a virtuous married woman suffering any passion of this kind to get such domination over her as to cause her one guilty sigh; for guilty must every wish be that militates against the duty of her marriage vow. Surely, love comes not in a whirlwind, to seize the soul at once, but grows by degrees, according to the development of the virtues of the object, and the freedom we give ourselves in their contemplation. And if it be virtue that you love in Sir William Wallace, had you not virtue in your noble husband?" The countess perceived by the remarks of Edwin that he was deeper read in the human heart than she had suspected; that he was neither ignorant of the feelings of the passion, nor of what ought to be its source; and therefore, with a deep blush, she replied: "Think for a moment before you condemn me. I acknowledge every good quality that your uncle possessed; but oh! Edwin, he had frailties that you know not of, frailties that reduced me to be, what the world never saw, the most unhappy of women." Edwin turned pale at this charge against his uncle; and while he forbore to draw aside the veil which covered the sacred dead, little did he think that the artful woman meant a frailty to which she had equally shared, and the consequences of which dangerous vanity had constrained her to become his wife. She proceeded: "I married your uncle when I was a girl, and knew not that I had a heart. I saw Wallace; his virtue stole me from myself, and I found in short, Edwin, your uncle became of too advanced an age to sympathize with my younger heart. How could I, then, defend myself against the more congenial soul of your friend? He was reserved during Mar's life, but he did not repulse me with unkindness. I therefore hope and do you, my Edwin, gently influence him in my favor, and I will forever bless you." "Aunt," answered he, looking at her attentively, "can you, without displeasure, hear me speak a few, perhaps ungrateful truths?" "Say what you will," said she, trembling; "only be my advocate with the noblest of human beings, and I can take naught amiss." "Lady Mar," resumed he, "I answer you with unqualified sincerity, because I love you, and venerate the memory of my uncle, whose frailties, whatever they might be, were visible to you alone. I answer you with sincerity, because I would spare you much future pain, and Sir William Wallace a task which would pierce him to the soul. You confess that he already knows you love him, that he has received such demonstrations with coldness. Recollect what it is you love him for, and then judge if he could do otherwise. Could he approve affections which a wife transferred to him from her husband, and that husband his friend?" "Ah! but he is now dead," interrupted she; "that obstacle is removed." "But the other, which you raised yourself," replied Edwin. "While a wife, you showed to Sir William Wallace that you could not only indulge yourself in wishes hostile to your nuptial faith, but divulge them to him. Ah! my aunt, what could you look for as the consequence of this? My uncle yet lived when you did this. And that act, were you as youthful as Hebe, and more tender than ever was fabled the Queen of Love, I am sure, the virtue of Wallace would never pardon. He could never pledge his faith to one whose passions had so far silenced her sense of duty; and did he even love you, he would not, for the empire of the world, repose his honor in such keeping." "Edwin!" cried she, at last summoning her power to speak, for during the latter part of this address she had sat gasping from unutterable disappointment and rage, "are you not afraid to breathe all this to me? I have given you my confidence, and do you abuse it? Do you stab me when I ask you to heal?" "No, my dear aunt," replied he; "I speak the truth to you, ungrateful as it is, to prevent you hearing it in perhaps a more painful form, from Wallace himself." "Oh, no!" cried she, with contemptuous haughtiness; "he is a man, and he knows how to pardon the excesses of love. Look around you, foolish boy, and see how many of our proudest lords have united their fates with women who not only loved them while their husbands lived, but left their homes and children to join their lovers. And what is there in me, a princess of the crowns of Scotland and of Norway, a woman who has the nobles of both kingdoms at her feet, and frowned upon them all, that I should now be contemned? Is the ingrate for whom I alone ever felt a wish of love, is he to despise me for my passion? You mistake, Edwin; you know not the heart of man." "Not of the common race of men, perhaps," replied he; "but certainly that of Sir William Wallace. Purity and he are too sincerely one for personal vanity to blind his eyes to the deformity of the passion you describe. And mean as I am when compared with him, I must aver that, were a married woman to love me, and seek to excuse her frailty, I should see alone her contempt of the principles which are the only impregnable bulwarks of innocence, and shrink from her as I would from pollution." "Then you declare yourself my enemy, Edwin?" "No," replied he; "I speak to you as a son; but if you are determined to avow to Sir William Wallace what you have revealed to me, I shall not even observe on what is past, but leave you, unhappy lady, to the pangs I would have spared you." He rose. Lady Mar wrung her hands in a paroxysm of conviction that what he said was true. "Then, Edwin, I must despair?" He looked at her with pity. "Could you abhor the dereliction that your soul has thus made from duty, and leave him, whom your unwidowed wishes now pursue, to seek you, then I should say that you might be happy; for penitence appeases God, and shall it not find grace with man?" "Blessed Edwin!" cried she, falling on his neck and kissing him, "whisper but my penitence to Wallace; teach him to think I hate myself. Oh, make me that in his eyes which you would wish, and I will adore you on my knees." The door opened at this moment, and Lord Ruthven entered. The tears she was profusely shedding on the bosom of his son, he attributed to some conversation she might be holding respecting her deceased lord; and taking her hand, he told her he came to propose her immediate removal from the scene of so many horrors. "My dear sister," said he, "I will attend you as far as Perth. After that, Edwin shall be your guard to Braemar, and my Janet will stay with you there till time has softened your griefs." Lady Mar looked at him. "And where will be Sir William Wallace?" "Here," answered Ruthven. "Some considerations, consequent to his receiving the French dispatches, will hold him some time longer south of the Forth." Lady Mar shook her head doubtfully, and reminded him that the chiefs in the citadel had withheld the dispatches. Lord Ruthven then informed her, that, unknown to Wallace, Lord Loch awe had summoned the most powerful of his friends, then near Stirling, and, attended by them, was carried on a litter into the citadel. It entered the council hall, and from that bed of honorable wounds, he threatened the assembly with instant vengeance from his troops without, unless they would immediately swear fealty to Wallace, and compel Badenoch to give up the French dispatches. Violent tumults were the consequence; but Loch awe's litter being guarded by a double rank of armed chieftains, and the keep being hemmed round by his men prepared to put to the sword every Scot hostile to the proposition of their lord, the insurgents at last complied, and forced Badenoch to relinquish the royal packet. This effected, Loch awe and his train returned to the monastery. Wallace refused to resume the dignity he had resigned, the reinvestment of which had been extorted from the lords in the citadel. "No," said he to Loch awe, "it is indeed time that I should sink into shades where I cannot be found, since I am become a word of contention amongst my countrymen." "He was not to be shaken," continued Ruthven; "but seeing matter in the French dispatches that ought to be answered without delay, he yet remains a few days at Falkirk." "Then we will await him here," cried the countess. "That cannot be," answered Ruthven; "it would be against ecclesiastical law to detain the sacred dead so long from the grave. Wallace will doubtless visit Braemar; therefore I advise that to morrow you leave Falkirk." Edwin seconded this counsel, and fearing to make further opposition, she silently acquiesced. But her spirit was not so quiescent. At night, when she went to her cell, her ever wakeful fancy aroused a thousand images of alarm. She remembered the vow that Wallace had made to seek Helen. He had already given up the regency, an office which might have detained him from such a pursuit; and might not a passion softer than indignation against the ungrateful chieftains have dictated this act? "Should he love Helen, what is there not to fear?" cried she; "and should he meet her, I am undone!" Racked by jealousy, and goaded by contradicting expectations, she rose from her bed and paced the room in wild disorder. One moment she strained her mind to recollect every gracious look or word from him, and then her imagination glowed with anticipated delight. Again she thought of his address to Helen, of his vow in her favor, and she was driven to despair. All Edwin's kind admonitions were forgotten; passion alone was awake; and forgetful of her rank and sex, and of her situation, she determined to see Wallace, and appeal to his heart for the last time. She knew that he slept in an apartment at the other end of the monastery; and that she might pass thither unobserved, she glided into an opposite cell belonging to a sick monk, and stealing away his cloak, threw it over her, and hurried along the cloisters. The chapel doors were open. In passing, she saw the bier of her lord awaiting the hour of its removal, surrounded by priests, singing anthems for the repose of his soul. No tender recollections, no remorse, knocked at the heart of Lady Mar as she sped along. Abandoned all to thoughts of Wallace, she felt not that she had a soul; she acknowledged that she had a hope, but what centered in the smiles of man she was hastening to seek. His door was fastened with a latch; she gently opened it, and found herself in his chamber. She trembled, she scarcely breathed; she looked around, she approached his bed, but he was not there. Disappointment palsied her heart, and she sunk upon a chair. "Am I betrayed?" she said to herself. "Has that youthful hypocrite warned him hence?" And then again she thought, "But how should Edwin guess that I should venture here? Oh, no, my cruel stars alone are against me." She now determined to await his return; and nearly 3 hours she had passed there, enduring all the torments of guilt and misery, but he appeared not. At last, hearing the matin bell, she started up, fearful that her maids might discover her absence. Compelled by some regard to reputation, with an unwilling mind she left the shrine of her idolatry, and once more crossed the cloisters. While again drawing toward the chapel, she saw Wallace himself issue from the door, supporting on his bosom the fainting head of Lady Ruthven. Edwin followed them. Lady Mar pulled the monk's cowl over her face and withdrew behind a pillar. "Ah!" thought she, "absenting myself from my duty, I fled from thee." She listened with breathless attention to what might be said. Lord Ruthven met them at that instant. "This night's watching by the bier of her brother," said Wallace, "has worn out your gentle lady. We strove to support her through these sad vigils, but at last she sunk." What Ruthven said in reply, when he took his wife in his arms, the countess could not hear; but Wallace answered, "I have not seen her." "I left her late in the evening, drowned in tears," replied Ruthven, in a more elevated tone. "I therefore suppose that in secret she offers those prayers for her deceased husband, which my tender Janet pours over his grave." "Such tears," replied Wallace, "are Heaven's own balm. I know they purify the heart whence they flow. Yes, and the prayers we breathe for those we love, unite our souls the closer to theirs. Look up, dear Lady Ruthven," said he, as she began to revive; "look up, and hear how you may, while still on earth, retain the society of your beloved brother. Seek his spirit at the footstool of God. 'Tis thus I live, sister of my most venerated friend. My soul is ever on the wing of heaven, whether in the solitary hour, in joy, or in sorrow, for there my treasure lives." "Wallace! Wallace!" cried Lady Ruthven, looking on his animated countenance with wondering rapture, "and art thou a man of earth and of the sword? Oh, rather say, an angel, lent us here a little while to teach us to live and to die." A glowing blush passed over the pale but benign cheek of Wallace. "I am a soldier of him who was indeed brought into the world to show us, by his life and death, how to be virtuous and happy. Know me by my life to be his follower, and David himself wore not a more glorious title." Lady Mar, while she contemplated the matchless form before her, exclaimed to herself, "Why is it animated by as faultless a soul? O Wallace, wert thou less excellent, I might hope; but hell is in my heart, and heaven in thine." She tore her eyes from a view which blasted while it charmed her, and rushed from the cloisters. Chapter 57. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 57. Durham. The sun rose as the funeral procession of the Earl of Mar moved from before the gates of the monastery at Falkirk. Lord Ruthven and Edwin mounted their horses. The maids of the two ladies led them forth toward the litters which were to convey them so long a journey. Lady Ruthven came first, and Wallace placed her tenderly in her carriage. The countess next appeared, clad in the deep weeds of widowhood. Her child followed in the arms of its nurse. At the sight of the innocent babe, whom he had so often seen pressed to the fond bosom of the father it was now following to his grace, tears rushed into the eyes of Wallace. Lady Mar hid the tumult of her feelings on the shoulder of her maid. He advanced to her respectfully, and handing her to her vehicle, urged her to cherish life for the sake of her child. She threw herself with increased agitation on her pillow; and Wallace, deeming the presence of her babe the surest comforter, laid it tenderly by her side. At that moment, before he had relinquished it, she bent her face upon his hands, and bathing them with tears, faintly murmured, "Oh, Wallace, remember me!" Lord Ruthven rode up to bid adieu to his friend, and the litters moved on. Wallace promised that both he and Edwin should hear of him in the course of a few days; and affectionately grasping the hand of the latter, bade him farewell. Hear of him they should, but not see him; for it was his determination to set off that night for Durham, where, he was informed, Edward now lay; and, joined by his young queen, meant to sojourn till his wounds were healed. Believing that his presence in Scotland could no longer be serviceable, and would engender continual intestine divisions, Wallace did not hesitate in fixing his course. His first object was now to fulfill his vow to Lord Mar. He thought it probable that Helen might have been carried to the English court, and that in seeking her he might also attempt an interview with young Bruce, hoping to learn how far he had succeeded in persuading his father to leave the vassalage of Edward, and once more dare resuming the specter of his ancestors. To effect his plan without hindrance, on the disappearance of the funeral cavalcade, Wallace retired to his apartment to address a letter to Lord Ruthven. In this epistle he told the chief that he was going on an expedition, which he hoped would prove beneficial to his country; but it was an enterprise of rashness; he would not make any one his companion; he therefore begged Lord Ruthven to teach his friends to consider with candor a flight they might otherwise deem unkind. All the brother was in his letter to Edwin, conjuring him to prove his affection for his friend by quietly abiding at home till they should meet again in Scotland. He wrote to Andrew Murray, now Lord Bothwell, addressing him as the first of his compatriots who had struck a blow for Scotland; and as his dear friend and brother soldier, he confided to his care the valiant troop which had followed him from Lanark. "Tell them," said he, "that in obeying you they still serve with me; they perform their duty to Scotland at home, I abroad. Our aim is the same, and we shall meet again at the consummation of our labors. These letters he enclosed in one to Scrymgeour, with orders to dispatch two of them according to their directions, but that to Murray, Scrymgeour was himself to deliver at the head of the Lanark veterans. At the approach of twilight Wallace quitted the monastery, leaving his packet with the porter, to present to Scrymgeour when he should arrive at his usual hour. As the chief meant to assume a border minstrel's garb, that he might travel the country unrecognized as its once adored regent, he took his way toward a large hollow oak in Tor Wood, where he had deposited his means of disguise. When arrived there he disarmed himself of all but his sword, dirk, and breastplate; he covered his tartan gambeson with a minstrel's cassock, and staining his bright complexion with the juice of a nut, concealed his brighter locks beneath a close bonnet. Being thus equipped, he threw his harp over his shoulder, and having first, in that solitude where no eye beheld, no ear heard but that of God, invoked a blessing on his enterprise, with a buoyant spirit, rejoicing in the power in whose light he moved, he went forth, and under the sweet serenity of a summer night pursued his way along the broom clad hills of Muravanside. All lay in profound rest. Not a human creature crossed his path till the carol of the lark summoned the husbandman to his toil, and spread the thymy hills and daisied pastures with herds and flocks. As the lowing of cattle descended to the water, and the bleating of sheep, hailing the morning beam, came on the breeze, mingled with the joyous voices of their herdsmen, calling to each other from afar, as all met the ear of Wallace, his conscious heart could not but whisper, "I have been the happy instrument to effect this. I have restored every man to his paternal fields. I have filled all these honest breasts with gladness." He stopped at a little moss covered cabin on the burn side, beneath Craig Castle in Mid Lothian, and was hospitably entertained by its simple inhabitants. Wallace repaid their kindness with a few ballads, which he sung accompanied by his harp. As he gave the last notes of King Arthur's death and glory, the worthy cotter raised his head from the spade on which he leaned, and asked whether he could not sing the glory of Scotland. "Our renowned Wallace," said he, "is worth King Arthur and all the stranger knights of his Round Table; for he not only conquers for us in war, but establishes us in happy peace. Who, like him, of all our great captains, ever took such care of the poor as to give them, not only the bread which sustains temporal, but that which supports eternal life? Sing us then his praises, minstrel, and tarry with us days instead of hours." The wife and the children who clung around their melodious visitant, joined in this request. Wallace rose with a saddened smile, and replied, "I cannot do what you require, but I can yield you an opportunity to oblige Sir William Wallace. Will you take a letter from him, of which I am the bearer, to Lord Dundaff at Berwick? I have been seeking, what I have now found, a faithful Scot, with whom I could confide this trust. It is to reveal to a father's heart the death of a son, for whom Scotland must mourn to her latest generations." The honest shepherd respectfully accepted this mission; and his wife, loading her guest's scrip with her choicest fruits and cakes, accompanied him, followed by the children, to the bottom of the hill. In this manner, sitting at the board of the Lowly, and sleeping beneath the thatched roof, did Wallace pursue his way through Tweedale and Ettrick Forest, till he reached the Cheviots. From every lip he heard his own praises, heard them with redoubled satisfaction, for he could have no suspicion of their sincerity, as they were uttered without expectation of their ever reaching the regent's ear. It was the Sabbath day when he mounted the Cheviots. He stood on one of their summits, and leaning on his harp, contemplated the fertile dales he left behind. The gay villagers, in their best attires, were thronging to their churches, while the aged, too infirm for the walk, were sitting in the sun at their cottage doors, adoring the Almighty Benefactor in his sublimer temple of the universe. All spoke of security and happiness. "Thus I leave thee, beloved Scotland; and on revisiting these hills, may I still behold thy sons and daughters rejoicing in the heaven bestowed peace of their land." Having descended into Northumberland, his well replenished script was his provider; and when it was exhausted, he purchased food from the peasantry. He would not accept the hospitality of a country he had so lately trodden on as an enemy. Here he heard his name mentioned with terror as well as admiration. While many related circumstances of misery to which the ravaging of their lands had reduced them, all concurred in praising the moderation with which the Scottish leader treated his conquests. Late in the evening, he arrived on the banks of the river that surrounds the episcopal city of Durham. He crossed Framlinggate Bridge. His minstrel garb prevented his being stopped by the guard at the gate; but as he entered its porch, a horse that was going through started at his abrupt appearance. Its rider suddenly exclaimed, "Fool, thou dost not see Sir William Wallace!" Then, turning to the disguised knight, "Harper," cried he, "you frighten my steed; draw back till I pass." Not displeased to find the terror of him so great amongst the enemies of Scotland, that they even addressed their animals as sharers in the dread, Wallace stood out of the way, and saw the speaker to be a young Southron knight, who with difficulty kept his seat on the restive horse. Rearing and plunging, it would have thrown its rider, had not Wallace put forth his hand and seized the bridle. By his assistance, the animal was soothed; and the young lord thanking him for his service, told him that, as a reward, he would introduce him to play before the queen, who that day held a feast at the bishop's palace. Wallace thought it probable he might see or hear of Lady Helen in this assembly, or find access to Bruce, and he gladly accepted the offer. The knight, who was Sir Piers Gaveston, ordering him to follow, turned his horse toward the city, and conducted Wallace through the gates of the citadel, to the palace within its walls. On entering the banqueting hall, he was placed by the knight in the musicians' gallery, there to await his summons to her majesty. This entertainment being spread, and the room full of guests, the queen was led in by the haughty bishop of the see, the king being too ill of his wounds to allow his joining so large a company. The beauty of the lovely sister of Philip le Bel seemed to fill the gaze and hearts of all bystanders, and none appeared to remember that Edward was absent. Wallace hardly glanced on her youthful charms. His eyes roamed from side to side in quest of a fairer, a dearer object, the captive daughter of his dead friend. She was not there; neither was De Valence; but Buchan, Athol, and Soulis were near the royal Margaret, in all the pomp of feudal grandeur. In vain waved the trophied banners over their heads; they sat sullen and revengeful; for the defeat on the Carron had obscured the treacherous victory of Falkirk; and instead of having presented Edward to his young queen as the conqueror of Scotland, she had found him and them fugitives in the castle of Durham. Immediately on the royal band ceasing to play, Gaveston pressed toward the queen, and told her he had presumed to introduce a traveling minstrel into the gallery, hoping that she would order him to perform for her amusement, as he could sing legends from the descent of the Romans to the victories of her royal Edward. With all her age's eagerness in quest of novelties, she commanded him to be brought to her. Gaveston having presented him, Wallace bowed with the respect due to her sex and dignity, and to the esteem in which he held the character of her royal brother. Margaret desired him to place his harp before her, and began to sing. As he knelt on one knee, and struck its sounding chords, she stopped him by the inquiry of whence he came. "From the north country," was his reply. "Were you ever in Scotland?" asked she. "Many times." The young lords crowded round to hear this dialogue between majesty and lowliness. She smiled, and turned toward them. "Do not accuse me of disloyalty, but I have a curiosity to ask another question." "Nothing your majesty wishes to know," said Bishop Beck, "can be amiss." "Then tell me," cried she, "for you wandering minstrels see all great people, good or bad, else how could you make songs about them, did you ever see Sir William Wallace in your travels?" "Often, madam." "Pray tell me what he is like. You probably will be unprejudiced, and that is what I can hardly expect in this case from any of these brave lords." Wishing to avoid further questioning on this subject, Wallace replied, "I have never seen him so distinctly as to be enabled to prove any right to your majesty's opinion of my judgment." "Cannot you sing me some ballad about him?" inquired she, laughing; "and if you are a little poetical in your praise, I can excuse you, for my royal brother thinks this bold Scot would have shone brightly in a fairer cause." "My songs are dedicated to glory set in the grave," returned Wallace; "therefore Sir William Wallace's faults or virtues will not be sung by me." "Then he is a very young man, I suppose? For you are not old, and yet you speak of not surviving him. I was in hopes," cried she, addressing Beck, "that my lord the king would have brought this Wallace to have supped with me here; but for once rebellion overcame its master." Beck made some reply which Wallace did not hear, and the queen again turning to him, resumed: "Minstrel, we French ladies are very fond of a good mien, and I shall be a little reconciled to your northern realms if you tell me that Sir William Wallace is anything like as handsome as some of the gay knights by whom you see me surrounded." Wallace smiled, and replied: "The comeliness of Sir William Wallace lies in the strong arm and a feeling of heart; and if these be charms in the eyes of female goodness, he may hope to be not quite an object of abhorrence to the sister of Philip le Bel." The minstrel bowed as he spoke, and the young queen, laughing again, said, "I wish not to come within the influence of either, but sing me some Scottish legend, and I will promise, wherever I see the knight, to treat him with all courtesy due to valor." Wallace again struck the chords of his harp, and with a voice whose full and melodious tones rolled round the vast dome of the hall, he sung the triumphs of Buther. The queen fixed her eyes upon him, and when he ended, she turned and whispered to Gaveston, "If the voice of this man had been Wallace's trumpet, I should not now wonder at the discomfiture of England. He almost tempted me from my allegiance, as the warlike animation of his notes seemed to charge the flying Southrons." Speaking, she rose, and presenting a jeweled ring to the minstrel, left the apartment. The lords crowded out after her, and the musicians, coming down from the gallery, seated themselves with much rude jollity to regale on the remnants of the feast. Wallace, who had discovered the senachie of Brue by the escutcheon of Annandale suspended at his neck, gladly saw him approach. He came to invite the stranger minstrel to partake of their fare. Wallace did not appear to decline it, and as the court bard seemed rather devoted to the pleasures of wine, he found it not difficult to draw from him what he wanted to know. He learned that young Bruce was still in the castle under arrest. "And," added the senachie, "I shall feel no little mortification in being obliged, in the course of half an hour, to relinquish these festivities for the gloomy duties of his apartment." This was precisely the point to which Wallace had wished to lead him; and pleading disrelish of wine, he offered to supply his place in the earl's chamber. The half intoxicated bard accepted the proposition with eagerness; and as the shades of night had long closed in, he conducted his illustrious substitute to the large round tower of the castle, informing him, as they went along, that he must continue playing in a recess adjoining Bruce's room till the last vesper bell from the abbey in the neighborhood should give the signal for his laying aside the harp. At that time the earl would be fallen asleep, and he might lie down on a pallet he would find in the recess. All this Wallace promised punctually to obey; and being conducted by the senachie up a spiral staircase, he was left in a little anteroom. The chief drew the cowl of his minstrel cloak over his face and set his harp before him in order to play. He could see through its strings that a group of knights were in earnest conversation at the farther end of the apartment; but they spoke so low he could not distinguish what was said. One of the party turned round, and the light of a suspended lamp discovered him to be the brave Earl Gloucester, whom Wallace had taken, and released at Berwick. The same ray showed another to be Percy, Earl of Northumberland. Wallace found the strangeness of his situation. He, the conqueror of Edward, to have been singing as a mendicant in his halls; and having given laws to the two great men before him, he now sat in their view unobserved and unfeared. Their figures concealed that of Bruce; but at last, when all rose together, he heard Gloucester say, in rather an elevated voice, "Keep up your spirits. This envy of your base countrymen must recoil upon themselves. It cannot be long before King Edward discovers the motives of their accusations, and his noble nature will acquit you accordingly." "My acquittal," replied Bruce, in a firm tone, "cannot restore what Edward's injustice has rifled from me. I abide by the test of my own actions, and by it will open the door of my freedom. Your king may depend on it," added he, with a sarcastic smile, "that I am not a man to be influenced against the right. Where I owe duty I will pay it to the uttermost farthing." Not apprehending the true meaning of this speech, Percy immediately answered, "I believe you, and so must all the world; for did you not give brave proofs of it that fearful night on the Carron, in bearing arms against the triumphant Wallace?" "I did indeed give proofs of it," returned Bruce, "which I hope the world will one day know, by bearing arms against the usurper of my country's rights. And in defiance of injustice and of treason, before men and angels, I swear," cried he, "to perform my duty to the end, to retrieve, to honor the insulted, the degraded name of Bruce." The two earls fell back before the vehement action which accompanied this burst from the soul of Bruce; and Wallace caught a glimpse of his youthful form, which stood pre eminent in patriotic virtue between the Southron lords. His fine countenance glowed, and his brave spirit seemed to emanate in light from every part of his body. "My prince and brother!" exclaimed Wallace to himself, ready to rush forward and throw himself at his feet, or into his arms. Gloucester, as little as Northumberland comprehending Bruce's ambiguous declaration, replied, "Let not your heart, my brave friend, burn too hotly against the king for this arrest. He will be the more urgent to obliterate by kindness this injustice when he understands the aims of the Cummins. I have myself felt his misplaced wrath; and who now is more favored by Edward than Ralph de Monthermer? My case will be yours. Good night, Bruce. May propitious dreams repeat the augury of your true friends." Percy shook hands with the young earl, and the two English lords left the room. Wallace could now take a more leisurely survey of Bruce. He no longer wore gay embroidered hacqueton; his tunic was black velvet, and all the rest of his garments accorded with the same mourning hue. Soon after the lords had quitted him, the buoyant elasticity of his figure, which before seemed ready to rise from the earth, so was so elevated by his sublime resolves, gave way to melancholy retrospections, and he threw himself into a chair with his hands clasped upon his knee, and his eyes fixed in musing gaze upon the floor. It was now that Wallace touched the strings of his harp. The death of Cuchulain wailed from the sounding notes, but Bruce heard as though he heard them not. They soothed his mood without his perceiving what it was that calmed, yet deepened, the saddening thoughts which possessed him. His posture remained the same, and sigh after sigh gave the only response to the strains of the bard. Wallace grew impatient for the chimes of that vesper bell which, by assuring Bruce's attendants that he was going to rest, would secure from interruption the conference he meditated. Two servants entered. Bruce, scarcely looking up, bade them withdraw; he should not need their attendance; he did not know when he should go to bed, and he desired to be no further disturbed. The men obeyed; and Wallace, changing the melancholy strain of his harp, struck the chords to the proud triumph he had played in the hall. Not one note of either ballad had he yet sung to Bruce; but when he came to the passage in the latter appropriated to these lines: "Arise, glory of Alban, from thy cloud, and shine upon thine own," he could not forbear giving the words voice. Bruce started from his seat. He looked toward the minstrel; he walked the room in great disorder. The pealing sounds of the harp, and his own mental confusion, prevented his distinguishing that it was not the voice of his senachie. The words alone he heard, and they seemed a call which his heart panted to obey. The hand of Wallace paused upon the instrument. He looked around to see that observation was indeed at a distance. Not that he dreaded harm to himself, for his magnanimous mind, courageous from infancy, by a natural instinct had never known personal fear; but anxious not to precipitate Bruce into useless danger, he first satisfied himself that all was safe; and then, as the young earl sat in a paroxysm of racking reflections, for they brought self blame, or rather a blame on his father, which pierced him to the heart, Wallace slowly advanced from the recess. The agitated Bruce, accidentally raising his head, beheld a man in a minstrel's garb, much too tall to be his senachie, approaching him with a caution which he thought portended treachery. He sprung to his feet, and caught his sword from the table; but in that moment Wallace threw off his cowl. Bruce stood gazing on him, stiffened with astonishment. Wallace, in a low voice, exclaimed, "My prince, do you not know me?" Bruce, without speaking, threw his arms about his neck. He was silent as he hung on him, but his tears flowed; he had much to say, but excess of emotion rendered it unutterable. As Wallace returned the fond embrace of friendship, he gently said, "How is it that I not only see you a close prisoner, but in these weeds?" Bruce at last forced himself to articulate: "I have known misery in all its forms since we parted; but I have not power to name even my grief of griefs, while trembling at the peril to which you have exposed yourself by seeking me. The vanquisher of Edward, the man who snatched Scotland from his grasp, were he known to be within these walls, would be a prize for which the boiling revenge of the tyrant would give half his kingdom. Think, then, my friend, how I shudder at this daring. I am surrounded by spies; and should you be discovered, Robert Bruce will then have the curses of his country added to the judgments which have already fallen on his head." As he spoke, they sat down together, and he continued: "Before I answer your questions, tell me what immediate cause should bring you to seek the alien Bruce in prison, and by what stratagem you came in this disguise into my apartment? Tell me the last, that I may judge, by the means, of your present safety." Wallace briefly related the events which had sent him from Scotland; his reencounter with Piers Gaveston, and his arrangement with the senachie. To the first part of the narrative Bruce listened with indignation. "I knew," exclaimed he, "from the boastings of Athol and Buchan, that they had left in Scotland some dregs of their own refractory spirits; but I could not have guessed that envy had so obliterated gratitude in the hearts of my countrymen. The wolves have now driven the shepherd from the fold," cried he, "and the flock will soon be devoured! Fatal was the hour for Scotland, and your friend, when you yielded to the voice of faction, and relinquished the power which would have finally given peace to the nation." Wallace recapitulated his reasons for having refrained from forcing the obedience of the young Lord Badenoch and his adherents; for abdicating a dignity he could no longer maintain without shedding the blood of the misguided men who opposed him. Bruce acknowledged the wisdom of this conduct, but could not restrain his animadversions on the characters of the Cummins. He told Wallace that he had met the two sons of the late Lord Badenoch in Guienne; that James, who now pretended such resentment of his father's death, had ever been a rebellious son. John, who yet remained in France, appeared of a less violent temper; but, added the prince, I have been taught by one who will never counsel me more, that all the Cummins, male and female, would be ready at any time to sacrifice earth and heaven to their ambition. It is to Buchan and Athol that I owe my prolonged confinement, and to them I may date the premature death of my father." The start of Wallace declared his shock at this information. "How!" exclaimed he, "the Earl of Carrick dead? Fell, fell assassins of their country!" The swelling emotions of his soul would not allow him to proceed, and Bruce resumed: "It is for him that I wear these sable garments, poor emblems of the mournings of my soul; mournings, not so much for his loss, and that is grievous as ever son bore, but because he lived not to let the world know what he really was; he lived not to bring into light his long obscured honor. There, there, Wallace, is the bitterness of this cup to me." "But can you not sweeten it, dear prince," cried Wallace, "by retrieving all that he was cut off from redeeming? To open the way to you I come." "And I will enter where you point," returned Bruce; "but heavy is my woe that, knowing the same spirit was in my father's bosom, he should be torn from the opportunity to make it manifest. Oh! Wallace, that he should be made to lie down in a dishonored grave! Had he lived, my friend, he would have brightened that name which rumor has sullied, and I should have doubly gloried in wearing the name which he had rendered so worthy of being coupled with the kingly title. Noble was he in soul, but he fell amidst a race of men whose art was equal to their venality, and he became their dupe. Betrayed by friendship, he sunk into the snare, for he had no dishonor in his own breast to warn him of what might be the villainy of others. He believed the cajoling speeches of Edward, who, on the first defense of Baliol, had promised to place my father on the throne. Month after month passed away, and the engagement was unperformed. The disturbance on the Continent seemed to his confiding nature a sufficient excuse for these various delays, and he waited in quiet expectation till your name, my friend, rose glorious in Scotland. My father and myself were then in Guienne; Edward persuaded him that you affected the crown, and he returned with that deceiver to draw his sword against his people, and their ambitious idol; for so he believed you to be, and grievous has been the expiation of that fatal hour. Your conference with him on the banks of the Carron opened his eyes; he saw what his credulity had made Scotland suffer, what a wreck he had made of his own fame, and from that moment he resolved to follow another course. But the habit of trusting the affection of Edward inclined him rather to remonstrate on his rights than immediately to take up arms against him. Yet, resolved not to strike a second blow on his people, when you assailed the Southron camp he withdrew his few remaining followers, who had survived the hard fought day of Falkirk, into a remote defile. On quitting you, I came up with him in Midlothian; and having never missed me from the camp, he concluded that I had appeared thus late from having kept in the rear of the division." Bruce now proceeded to narrate to Wallace the particulars of his father's meeting with the king at Durham. Instead of that monarch receiving the Earl of Carrick with his wonted familiar welcome, he turned coldly from him when he approached, and suffered him to take his usual seat at the royal table without deigning him the slightest notice. Young Bruce was absent from the banquet, having determined never to mingle again in social communion with the man whom he now regarded as the usurper of his father's rights. The absence of the filial eye which had once looked the insolent Buchan into his inherent insignificance, now emboldened the audacity of this enemy of the house of Carrick; and supported by Athol on the one side, and Soulis on the other, the base voluptuary seized a pause in the conversation, that he might draw the attention of all present to the disgrace of the chief, and said, with affected carelessness, "My Lord of Carrick, to day you dine with clean hands; the last time I saw you at meat, they were garnished with your own blood." The earl turned on him with a look which asked him to explain. Lord Buchan laughed, and continued: "When we last met at table, was it not in his majesty's tent after the victory at Falkirk? You were then red from the slaughter of those bastardized people, to whom, I understand, you now give the fond appellation of sons. Having recognized the relationship, it was not probable we should again see your hands in their former brave livery; and their present pallid hue convinces more than myself of the truth of our information." "And me," cried Edward, rising on the couch to which his wounds confined him, "that I have discovered a traitor! You fled, Lord Carrick, at the first attack which the Scots made on my camp, and you drew thousands after you. I know you too well to believe that cowardice impelled the motion. It was treachery, accursed treachery to your friend and king, and you shall feel the weight of his resentment." "To this hour, King Edward," replied the earl, starting from his chair, "I have been more faithful to you than to my country or my God. I heard, saw, and believed, only what you determined, and I became your slave, your vile, oppressed slave, the victim of your artifice. How often have you pledged yourself that you fought in Scotland only for my advantage? I gave my faith and my power to you; and how often have you promised, after the next successful battle, to restore me to the crown of my ancestors? I still believed you, and I still engaged all who yet acknowledged the influence of Bruce, to support your name in Scotland. Was not such the reiterated promise with which you allured me to the field of Falkirk? And when I covered myself, as Lord Buchan too truly says, with the blood of my children, when I asked my friend for the crown I had served for, what was his answer? Have I naught to do but to win kingdoms to make gifts of? Thus, then, did a king, a friend, break his oft repeated word. What wonder, then, that I should feel the indignation of a prince and a friend, and leave the false, alas! the perjured, to defenders whom he seemed more highly to approve? But of treachery what have I shown? Rather confidence, King Edward, and the confidence that was awakened in the fields of Palestine brought me hither to day, to remonstrate with you on my rights, when, by throwing myself into the arms of my people, I might have demanded them at the head of a victorious army." Edward, who had prepared by the Cummins to discredit all that Carrick might say in his defense, turned with a look of contempt toward him, and said, "You have persuaded to act like a madman; and as maniacs both yourself and your son shall be guarded till I have leisure to consider any rational evidence you may in future offer in your vindication." "And is this the manner, King Edward, that you treat your friend, once your preserver?" "The vassal," replied Edward, "who presumes upon the condescension of his prince, and acts as if he were really his equal, ought to meet the punishment due to such arrogance. You saved my life on the walls of Acre, but you owed that duty to the son of your liege lord. In the fervor of youth I inconsiderately rewarded you with my friendship, and the return is treason." As he concluded, he turned from Lord Carrick; and the marshals immediately seizing the earl, took him to the keep of the castle. These speeches are historically true, as is also Edward's after treatment of the Earl of Carrick. His son, who had been sought in the Carrick quarters, and laid under an arrest, met his father in the guard chamber. Carrick could not speak; but motioning to be conducted to the place appointed for his prison, the men with equal silence led him through a range of apartments which occupied the middle story, and stopping in the furthest, left him there with his son. Bruce was not surprised at his own arrest, but at that of his father, he stood in speechless astonishment until the guards withdrew; then, seeing Lord Carrick with a changing countenance throw himself on the bed, for it was in his sleeping room they had left him, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this, my father? Has any charge against me brought suspicion on you?" "No, Robert, no," replied the earl; "it is I who have brought you into this prison, and into disgrace, disgrace with all the world, for having tacitly surrendered my inheritance to the invader of my country. Honest men abhor, villains treat me with contumely; and he for whom I incurred all this, because I would not, when my eyes were open to my sin, again imbrue my hands in the blood of my country, he now thrusts from me. You are implicated in my crime; and for not joining the Southrons to repel the Scots from the royal camp, we are both prisoners." "Then," replied Bruce, "he shall feel that you have a son who has virtue to be what he suspects; and from this hour I proclaim eternal enmity to the betrayer of my father, to the ingrate who embraced you to destroy." The indignation of the youthful prince wrought him to so vehement a declaration of resolute and immediate hostility, that Lord Carrick was obliged to give his transports way; but when he saw that his denunciations were exhausted, though not the determined purpose of his soul (for he trod the room with a step which seemed to shake its foundations, with the power of his mighty mind), Carrick gazed on him with pride, yet grief, and sighing heavily called him to approach him. "Come to me, my Robert," he said; "hear and abide by the last injunctions of your father; for from this bed I may never rise more. A too late sense of the injuries my sanction has doubled on the people I was born to protect, and the ingratitude of him for whom I have offended my God and wronged my country, have broken my heart. I shall die, Robert, but you will avenge me." "May God so prosper me!" cried Bruce, raising his arms to heaven. Carrick resumed: "Attend to me, my dear and brave son, and do not mistake the nature of my last wish. Do not allow the perhaps too forcible word I have used, to hurry you into any personal revenge on Edward. Let him live to feel and to regret the outrages he has committed on the peace and honor of his too faithful friend. Pierce him on the side of his ambition; there he is vulnerable, and there you will heal while you wound. This would be my revenge, dear Robert, that you should one day have his life in your power, and in memory of what I now say, spare it. When I am gone, think not of private resentment. Let your aim be the recovery of the kingdom, which Edward rifled from your fathers. Join the virtuous and triumphant Wallace. Tell him of my remorse, of my fate, and be guided wholly by his counsels. To ensure the success of this enterprise, my son, a success to which I look as the only means of redeeming the name I have lost, and of inspiring my separated spirit with courage to meet the free-born souls of my ancestors, urge not your own destruction by any premature disclosure of your resolutions. For my sake, and for your country's, suppress your resentment; threaten not the King of England; provoke not the unworthy Scottish lords who have gained his ear; but bury all in your own bosom till you can join Wallace. Then, by his arm, and your own, seat yourself firmly on the throne of your fathers. That moment will sufficiently avenge me on Edward; and in that moment, Robert, or at least as soon as circumstances can allow, let the English ground which will then hold my body give up its dead. Remove me to a Scottish grave, and standing over my ashes, proclaim to them who might have been my people, that for every evil I suffered to fall on Scotland, I have since felt answering pangs; and that dying, I beg their forgiveness, and bequeath them my best blessing, my virtuous son, to reign in my stead." These injunctions to assert his own honor and that of his father, were readily sworn to by Bruce; but he could not so easily be made to quell the imperious indignation which was precipitating him to an immediate and loud revenge. The dying earl trembled before the overwhelming passion of his son's wrath and grief. Treated with outrage and contumely, he saw his father stricken to the earth before him, and he could not bear any temporizing with his murderers. But all this tempest of the soul the wisdom inspired arguments of the earl at last becalmed, but could not subdue. He convinced his son's reason by showing him that caution would insure the blow; that his aim could only be effected by remaining silent till he could publish his father's honor, evinced by his own heroism. "Do this," added Carrick, "and I shall live fair in the memories of men. But be violent; threaten Edward from these walls; menace the wretches who have trodden on the gray hairs of their prince, and your voice will be heard no more; this ground will drink your blood, and blindly judging infamy will forever point to our obscure graves." Such persuasives at last prevailed with Bruce; and next day, writing the hasty lines which Wallace received at Falkirk, he intrusted them to his senachie, who conveyed them to Scotland by means of the shepherd youth. Shortly after the dispatch of this letter, the presage of Lord Carrick was verified; he was seized in the night with spasms, and died in the arms of his son. When Bruce related these particulars, his grief and indignation became so violent, that Wallace was obliged to enforce the dying injunctions of the father he thus vehemently deplored, to moderate the delirium of his soul. "Ah!" exclaimed the young earl, "I have indeed needed some friend to save me from myself; some one to reconcile me to Robert Bruce, who had so long slept in the fatal delusions which poisoned his father and laid him low. Oh, Wallace! at times I am mad! I know not whether this forbearance be not cowardice. I doubt whether my father meant what he spoke, that he did not yet seek to preserve the life of his son at the expense of his honor; and I have been ready to precipitate myself on the steel of Edward, so that he should but meet the point of mine." Bruce then added, that in his more rational meditations, he had resolved to attempt an escape in the course of a few days. He understood that a deputation of English barons, seeking a ratification of their charter, were soon to arrive in Durham; the bustle attendant on their business would, he hoped, draw attention from him, and afford him the opportunity he sought. "In that case," continued he, "I should have made directly to Stirling, had not Providence conducted you to me; I might have unconsciously thrown myself into the midst of enemies. James Cummin is too ambitious to have allowed my life to pass unattended." Whilst he was yet speaking, the door of the chamber burst open, and Bruce's two attendants rushed into the room with looks aghast. Bruce and Wallace started on their feet and laid their hands on their swords. But instead of anything hostile appearing behind the servants, the inebriated figure of the senachie staggered forward. The men, hardly awake, stood staring and trembling; and looking from the senachie to Wallace, at last one, extricating his terror struck tongue, falling on his knees, exclaimed, "Blessed St. Andrew! here is a senachie and his wraith!" Bruce perceived the mistake of his servants, and explaining to them that a travelling minstrel had obliged the senachie by performing his duty, he bade them retire to rest, and think no more of their alarm. The intoxicated bard threw himself without ceremony on his pallet in the recess; and the servants, though convinced, still shaking with superstitious fright, entreated permission to bring their heather beds into their lord's chamber. To deny them was impossible; and all further converse with Wallace that night being put an end to, a couch was laid for him in an interior apartment, and with a grateful pressure of the hands, in which their hearts silently embraced, the chiefs separated to repose. Chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 58. The Bishop's Palace. The second matin bell sounded from the Abbey before the eyes of Wallace opened from the deep sleep which had sealed them. A bath refreshed him from every toil; then renewing the stain on his face and hands with the juice of a nut which he carried about him, and once more covering his martial figure and golden hair with the minstrel's cassock and cowl, he rejoined his friend. Bruce had previously affected to consider the Senachie as still disordered by his last night's excess, and ordering him from his presence for at least a day, commanded that the traveling minstrel should be summoned to supply his place. The table was spread when Wallace entered, and several servants were in attendance. Bruce hastily rose and would have embraced him, so did his comforted heart spring to meet his friend; but before these people it would have been more than imprudent, and hailing him with only one of his love-beaming looks, he made a sign to him to take his place at a board near his own. To prevent suspicion in the attendants, some of whom might be spies of Edward's, during the repast he discoursed with Wallace on subjects relative to northern literature, repeating many passages apposite to his own heroic sentiments, from Ossian and other Scottish bards. The meal finished, Wallace, to maintain his assumed character while the servants were removing the table, was tuning his harp when the Earl of Gloucester entered the room. The earl told Bruce the king had required the attendance of the border minstrel, and that after searching over the castle, the royal seneschal had at last discovered he was in the keep with him. On this being intimated to Gloucester, he chose rather to come himself to demand the harper from his friend, than to subject him to the insolence of the royal servants. The king desired to hear the triumph with which the minstrel had so much pleased the queen. Bruce turned pale at this message, and was opening his mouth to utter a denial, when Wallace, who read in his countenance what he was going to say, and aware of the consequences, immediately spoke. "If my Lord Bruce will grant permission, I should wish to comply with the King of England's request." "Minstrel," cried Bruce, casting on him a powerful expression of what was passing in his mind, "you know not, perhaps, that the King of England is at enmity with me, and cannot mean well to any one who has been my guest or servant. The Earl of Gloucester will excuse your attendance in the presence." "Not for my life or the minstrel's," replied the earl. "The king would suspect some mystery, and this innocent man might fall into peril. But as it is, his majesty merely wishes to hear him play and sing, and I pledge myself he shall return in safety." Further opposition would only have courted danger, and with as good a grace as he could assume, Bruce gave his consent. A page who followed Gloucester took up the harp, and with a glance at his friend, which spoke the fearless mind with which he ventured into the power of his enemy, Wallace accompanied Gloucester out of the room. The earl moved swiftly forward, and leading him through a double line of guards, the folding doors of the royal apartment were thrown open by two knights in waiting, and Wallace found himself in the royal presence. Perforated with wounds which the chief's own hand had given him, the king lay upon a couch overhung with a crimson velvet canopy, with long golden fringes which swept the floor. His crown stood on a cushion at his head, and his queen, the blooming Margaret of France, sat full of smiles at his feet. The young Countess of Gloucester occupied a seat by her side. The countess, who from indisposition had not been at court the preceding day, fixed her eyes on the minstrel as he advanced into the middle of the room, where the page, by Gloucester's orders, planted the harp. She observed the manner of his obeisance to the king and queen, and to herself; and the queen, whispering her with a smile, said, while he was taking his station at the harp, "Have your British troubadours usually such an air as that? Am I right, or am I wrong?" "Quite right," replied the countess, in as low a voice. "I suppose he has sung of kings and heroes till he cannot help assuming their step and demeanor." "But how did he come by those eyes?" answered the queen. "If singing of Reuther's beamy gaze have so richly endowed his own, by getting him to teach me his art I may warble myself into a complexion as fair as any northern beauty." "But then his must not be the subject of your song," whispered the countess with a laugh, "for methinks it is rather of the Ethiop hue." During this short dialogue, which was heard by none but the two ladies, Edward was speaking with Gloucester, and Wallace leaned upon his harp. "That is enough," said the king to his son in law. "Now let me hear him play." The earl gave the word, and Wallace, striking the chords with the master hand of genius, called forth such strains and uttered such tones from his full and richly modulated voice, that the king listened with wonder, and the queen and countess scarcely allowed themselves to breathe. He sung of the parting of Reuther and his bride, and their souls seemed to pant upon his notes. He changed his measure, and their bosoms heaved with the enthusiasm which spoke from his lips and hand, for he urged the hero to battle, he described the conflict, he mourned the slain, he sung the glorious triumph. As the last sweep of the harp rolled its lofty diapason on the ear of the king, the monarch deigned to pronounce him unequaled in his art. Excess of delight so agitated the more delicate frames of the ladies, that while they poured their encomiums on the minstrel, they wiped the glistening tears from their cheeks. The queen approached him, laid her hand upon the harp, and touching the strings with a light finger, said with a sweet smile, "You must remain with the king's musicians, and teach me how to charm as you do." Wallace replied to this innocent speech with a smile as sweet as her own, and bowed. The countess drew near. Though not much older than the youthful queen, she had been married twice, and being therefore more acquainted with the proprieties of life, her compliments were uttered in a form more befitting her rank, and the supposed quality of the man to whom the queen continued to pour forth her less considerate praises. Edward desired Gloucester to bring the minstrel closer to him. Wallace approached the royal couch. Edward looked at him from head to foot before he spoke. Wallace bore his eagle gaze with an undisturbed countenance; he neither withdrew his eye from the king, nor did he allow a conqueror's fire to emit from its glance. "Who are you?" at length demanded Edward, who, surprised at the noble mien and unabashed carriage of the minstrel, conceived some suspicions of his quality. Wallace saw what was passing in the king's mind, and determining by a frank reply to uproot his doubts, mildly but fearlessly answered, "A Scot." "Indeed," said the king, satisfied that no incendiary would dare thus to proclaim himself. "And how durst you, being of that outlawed nation, venture into my court? Feared you not to fall a sacrifice to my indignation against the mad leader of your rebellious countrymen?" "I fear nothing on earth," replied Wallace. "This garb is privileged. None who respect that sacred law dare commit violence on a minstrel, and against them who regard no law but that of their own wills, I have this weapon to defend me." As Wallace spoke, he pointed to a dirk stuck in his girdle. "You are a bold man, and an honest man, I believe," replied the king; "and as my queen desires it, I order your enrollment in my traveling train of musicians. You may leave the presence." "Then follow me to my apartment," cried the queen. "Countess, you will accompany me, to see me take my first lesson." A page took up the harp, and Wallace, bowing his head to the king, was conducted by Gloucester to the ante-room of the queen's apartments. The earl there told him that when dismissed by the queen, a page he would leave would show him the way back to Lord Carrick. The royal Margaret herself opened the door, so eager was she to admit her teacher, and placing herself at the harp, she attempted a passage of the Triumph which had particularly struck her, but she played wrong. Wallace was asked to set her right. He obeyed. She was quick, he clear in his explanations, and in less than half an hour he made her execute the whole movement in a manner that delighted her. "Why, minstrel," cried she, looking up in his face, "either your harp is enchanted, or you are a magician. I have studied 3 long years to play the lute, and could never bring forth any tone that did not make me ready to stop my own ears. And now, countess," cried she, again touching a few chords, "did you ever hear anything so enchanting?" "I suppose," returned the countess, "all your former instructors have been novices, and this Scot alone knows the art to which they pretended." "Do you hear what the countess says?" exclaimed the queen, affecting to whisper to him. "She will not allow of any spiritual agency in my wonderfully awakened talent. If you can contradict her, do, for I want very much to believe in fairies, magicians, and all the enchanting world." Wallace, with a respectful smile, answered, "I know of no spirit that has interposed in your majesty's favor but that of your own genius, and it is more efficient than the agency of all fairyland." The queen looked at him very gravely, and said, "If you really think there is no such thing as fairies and enchantments, for so your words would imply, then everybody in your country must have genius, for they seem to be excellent in everything. Your warriors are so peerlessly brave, all excepting these Scottish lords who are such favorites with the king. I wonder what he can see in their uncouth faces, or find in their rough indelicate conversation, to admire. If it had not been for their besetting my gracious Edward, I am sure he never would have suspected ill of the noble Bruce." "Queen Margaret!" cried the Countess of Gloucester, giving her a look of respectful reprehension, "had not the minstrel better retire?" The queen blushed, and recollected that she was giving too free a vent to her sentiments, but she could not suffer Wallace to withdraw. "I have yet to ask you," resumed she, "the warriors of Scotland being so resistless, and their minstrels so perfect in their art, whether all the ladies can be so beautiful as the Lady Helen Mar?" The eagerness with which Wallace grasped at any tidings of her who was so prime an object of his enterprise at once disturbed the composure of his air, and had the penetrating eyes of the countess been then directed toward him, she might have drawn some dangerous conclusions from the start he gave at the mention of her name, and from the heightened color which, in spite of his exertions to suppress all evident emotion, maintained its station on his cheek. "But perhaps you have never seen her?" added the queen. Wallace replied, neither denying nor affirming her question. "I have heard many praise her beauty, but more her virtues." "Well, I am sorry," continued her majesty, "since you sing so sweetly of female charms, that you have not seen this wonder of Scottish ladies. You have now little chance of that good fortune, for the Earl de Valence has taken her abroad, intending to marry her amidst all the state with which my lord has invested him." "Is it to Guienne he has taken her?" inquired Wallace. "Yes," replied the queen, rather pleased than offended at the minstrel's ignorance of court ceremony, in thus familiarly presuming to put a question to her. She continued to answer, "While so near Scotland, he could not win her to forget her native country and her father's danger, who, it seems, was dying when De Valence carried her away. And to prevent bloodshed between the earl and Soulis, who is also madly in love with her, my ever gracious Edward gave the English lord a high post in Guienne, and thither they are gone." Before Wallace could reply to some remark which the queen laughingly added to her information, the countess thought it proper to give her gay mother in law a more decisive reminder of decorum, and rising, she whispered something which covered the youthful Margaret in blushes. Her Majesty rose directly, and pushing away the harp, hurriedly said, "You may leave the room," and turning her back to Wallace, walked away through an opposite door. Chapter 59
of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 59. The Round Tower. Wallace was yet recounting the particulars of his royal visit to Bruce, who had anxiously watched his return, when one of the Queen's attendants appeared, and presenting him with a silk handkerchief curiously coiled up, said that he brought it from her Majesty, who supposed it must be his, as she found it in the room where he had been playing the harp. Wallace was going to say that it did not belong to him, when Bruce gave him a look which directed him to take the handkerchief. He obeyed without a word, and the boy withdrew. Bruce smiled. "There is more in that handkerchief than silk, my friend. Queens send not these embassies on trifling errands." While Bruce spoke, Wallace unwrapped it. "I told you so!" cried the prince, with a frank archness playing over his before pensive features, and pointing to a slip of emblazoned vellum, which became unfolded. "Shall I look aside while you peruse it?" "Look on it, my dear prince," replied Wallace, "for in trifles, as well as in things of moment, I would hold no reserves with you." The vellum was then opened, and these words presented themselves: "Presume not on condescension. This injunction may be necessary, for the noble lady who was present at our interview tells me the men of this island are very presuming. Redeem the character of your countrymen, and transgress not on a courtesy that only means to say, 'I did not leave you this morning so abruptly out of unkindness.' I write this, because having the countess ever with me, I shall not even dare to whisper it in her presence. Be always faithful and respectful, minstrel, and you shall ever find an indulgent mistress. A page will call you when your attendance is desired." Wallace and Bruce looked on each other. Bruce first spoke: "Had you vanity, my friend, this letter, from so lovely and innocent a creature, might be a gratification; but in your case, the sentiment it breathes is full of danger. She knows not the secret power that impelled her to write this, but we do, and I fear it will point an attention to you which may produce effects ruinous to our projects." "Then," answered Wallace, "our alternative is to escape it by getting away this very night; and, as you persevere in your resolution not to enter Scotland unaccompanied by me, and will share my attempt to rescue Lady Helen Mar, we must direct our course immediately to the Continent. Yes, instantly and securely, too, under the disguise of priests," returned Bruce. "I have in my possession the wardrobe of the confessor who followed my father's fortunes, and who, on his death, retired into an abbey which contains his remains." It was then settled between the friends that when it became dark they should dress themselves in the confessor's robes, and by means of the queen's signet, which she had given to Wallace at the banquet, pass the guard as priests who had entered by some other gate, and were returned from shriving her Majesty. Once without the city, they could make with a swift progress southward to the nearest seaport, and there safely embark for France, for they were well aware that the moment they were missed, suspicion would direct pursuit toward the Scottish border. In these arrangements, and planning their future movements relative to the rescue of Lady Helen, they passed several hours, and were only interrupted by the arrival of a lute from the queen for her minstrel to tune. Wallace obeyed, and returning it by the page who brought it, congratulated himself that it was not accompanied by any new summons. Then, continuing his discourse with Bruce on the past, present, and to come, their souls grew more closely entwined as they more intimately recognized their kindred natures, and time moved on, unmarked, till the shadows of evening deepened into night. "Now is our hour!" cried Bruce, starting on his feet. "Go you into that room, and array yourself in the confessor's robes, while I call my servants to dispense with their usual nightly attendance." With determination and hope, Wallace gladly obeyed. In that very same instant the Earl of Gloucester suddenly entered, and looking round the room with a disturbed countenance, abruptly said, "Where is the minstrel?" "Why," answered Bruce, with an alarm which he vainly tried to prevent appearing on his face. Gloucester advanced close to him. "Is any one within hearing?" "No one." "Then," replied the earl, "his life is in danger. He is suspected to be not what he seems, and I am sorry to add, to stand in favor with the queen, of a nature to incur his mortal punishment." Bruce was so confounded with this stoppage of all their plans, and at the imminent peril of Wallace, that he could not speak. Gloucester proceeded: "My dear Bruce, from the circumstance of his being with you, I cannot but suppose that you know more than you think proper to disclose. Whoever he may be, whether he come from France or really from Scotland, as he says, his life is now forfeited; and that, by attempting to screen him, you may not seem to share his imputed guilt, I come to warn you of this discovery. A double guard is set around the keep, so no visible means are left for his escape." "Then what will become of him?" exclaimed Bruce, forgetting all caution in dismay for his friend. "Am I to see the bravest of men, the savior of my country, butchered before my eyes by a tyrant? I may die, Gloucester, in his defense, but I will never surrender him to his enemy." Gloucester stood aghast at this disclosure. He came to accuse the friend of Bruce, that Bruce might be prepared to clear himself of connivance with so treasonable a crime; but now that he found this friend to be Wallace, the preserver of his own life, the restorer of his honor at Berwick, he immediately resolved to give him freedom. "Bruce," cried he, "when I recollect the figure and the deportment of this minstrel, I am surprised that, in despite of his disguise, I did not recognize the invincible regent of Scotland; but now I know him, he shall find that generosity is not confined to his own breast. Give me your word that you will not stimulate suspicion by remonstrating with Edward against your own arrest till the court leaves Durham, and I will instantly find a way to conduct your friend in safety from the castle." "I pledge you my word of honor," cried Bruce. "Release but him, and if you demand it of me, I would die in chains." "He saved me at Berwick," replied Gloucester, "and I am anxious to repay the debt. If he be near, explain what has happened in as few words as possible, for we must not delay a moment. I left a council with the enraged king, settling what horrible death was to be his punishment." "When he is safe," answered Bruce, "I will attest his innocence to you. Meanwhile, rely on my faith, and you are giving liberty to a guiltless man." Bruce hastened to Wallace, who had just completed his disguise. He briefly related what had passed, and received for answer, that he would not leave his prince to the revenge of the tyrant. But Bruce, urging that the escape of the one could alone secure that of the other, implored him not to persist in refusing his offered safety, but to make direct for Normandy. "I will join you at Rouen, and thence we shall proceed to Guienne," added he. "The hour the court leaves Durham is that of my escape; and when free, what shall divide me from you and our enterprise?" Wallace had hardly assented, when a tumultuous noise broke the silence of the courtyard. The great iron doors of the keep were thrown back on their hinges, and the clangor of arms, with many voices, resounded in the hall. Thinking all was lost, with a cry of despair, Bruce drew his sword, and threw himself before his friend. At that instant Gloucester entered the room. "They are quicker than I thought," cried he; "but follow me. Bruce, remain where you are. Sheathe your sword, be bold. Deny you know anything of the minstrel, and all will be well." As he spoke, the feet of them who were come to seize Wallace already sounded in the adjoining apartment. Gloucester grasped the Scottish hero by the hand, turned into a short gallery, and plucking the broad shaft of a cedar pilaster from under its capital, let himself and his companion into a passage within the wall of the building. The ponderous beam closed after them into its former situation, and the silent pair descended, by a long flight of stone steps, to a square dungeon, without any visible outlet. But the earl found one, by raising a flat stone marked by an elevated cross; and again they penetrated lower into the bosom of the earth, by a gradually declining path, till they stopped on a subterranean level ground. "This vaulted passage," said Gloucester, "reaches, in a direct line, to Fincklay Abbey. A particular circumstance constrained my uncle, the then abbot of that monastery, to discover it to me 10 years ago. He told me, that to none but the bishops of Durham and the abbots of Fincklay was the secret of its existence revealed. Since my coming hither this time, which was to escort the young queen, not to bear arms against Scotland, I one day took it into my head to revisit this recess, and happily for the gratitude I owe to you, I found all as I had left it in my uncle's lifetime. But, for the sake of my honor with Edward, whose wrath would fall upon me in most fearful shapes, should he ever know that I delivered his vanquisher out of his hands, I must enjoin you to secrecy. Though the enemy of my king's ambition, you are the friend of mankind. You were my benefactor, noble Wallace, and I should deserve the rack could I suffer one hair of your head to fall with violence to the ground." [Footnote: The remains of this curious subterranean passage are yet to be seen, but parts of them are now broken in upon by water, and therefore the communication between Durham and Fincklay is now cut off.] With answering frankness, Wallace declared his sense of the earl's generosity, and earnestly commended the young Bruce to his watchful friendship. "The brave impetuosity of his mind," continued he, "at times may overthrow his prudence, and leave him exposed to dangers which a little virtuous caution might avoid. Dissimulation is a baseness I should shudder at seeing him practice; but when the flood of indignation swells his bosom, then tell him that I conjure him, on the life of his dearest wishes, to be silent. The storm which threatens must blow over, and the Power which guides through perils those who trust in it, will ordain that we shall meet again." Gloucester replied, "What you say I will repeat to Bruce. I am too sensible that my royal father in law has trampled on his rights; and should I ever see him restored to the throne of his ancestors, I could not but acknowledge the hand of Heaven in the event. Far would it have been from me to have bound him to remain a prisoner during Edward's sojourn at Durham, had I not been certain that your escape and his together would now give birth to a plausible argument in the minds of my enemies; and grounding their suspicions on my acknowledged attachment to Bruce, the king might have been persuaded to believe me unfaithful to his interests. The result would be my disgrace, and a broken heart to her who has raised me by her generous love from the humbler ranks of nobility to that of a prince, and her husband." Gloucester then informed Wallace that about 2 hours before he came to alarm Bruce for his safety on this occasion, he was summoned by Edward to attend him immediately. When he obeyed, he found Soulis standing by the royal couch, and his majesty talking with vehemence. At sight of Gloucester he beckoned him to advance, and striking his hand fiercely on a letter he held, he exclaimed: "Here, my son, behold the record of your father's shame, of a king of England, dishonoured by a slave. As he spoke he dashed it from him. Soulis answered, smiling, "Not a slave, my lord and king. Can you not see, through the ill-adapted disguise, the figure and mien of nobility? He is some foreign lover of your bride. Come—" "Enough!" interrupted the king. "I know I am dishonoured, but the villain shall die. Read the letter, Gloucester, and say what tortures shall stamp my vengeance." Gloucester opened the vellum, and read in the queen's hand: "Gentle minstrel, my lady countess tells me I must not see you again. Were you old or ugly, as most bards are, I might, she says; but being young, it is not for a queen to smile upon one of your calling. She bade me remember that when I smiled you smiled too, and that you asked me questions unbecoming your degree. Pray do not do this any more, though I see no harm in it, alas! I used to smile as I liked when I was in France. Oh, if it were not for those I love best, who are now in England, I wish I were there again. And you would go with me, gentle minstrel, would you not? And you would teach me to sing so sweetly. I would then never talk with you, but would always speak in song. How pretty that would be! And then we should be from under the eyes of this harsh countess. My ladies in France would let you come in and stay as long with me as I pleased. But as I cannot go back again, I will make myself happy here in spite of the countess, who rules me more as if she were my stepmother than I hers. But then, to be sure, she is a few years older. I will see you this evening, and your sweet harp shall sing all my heartaches to sleep. My French lady of honour will conduct you secretly to my apartments. I am sure you are too honest even to guess at what the countess thinks you might fancy when I smile on you. But, gentle minstrel, presume not, and you shall ever find an indulgent mistress in M. P.S. At the last vespers tonight my page shall come for you." Gloucester knew the queen's handwriting, and not being able to contradict that this letter was hers, he inquired how it came into his majesty's hands. "I found it," replied Soulis, "in crossing the courtyard. It lay on the ground where, doubtless, had it been accidentally dropped by the queen's messenger." Gloucester, wishing to extenuate for the queen's sake, whose youth and inexperience he pitied, affirmed that, from the simplicity with which the note was written, from her innocent references to the minstrel's profession, he could not suppose that she addressed him in any other character. "If he be only a base, itinerant harper," replied the king, "the deeper is my disgrace. For if a passion of another king than music be not portrayed in every word of this artful letter, I never read a woman's heart." The king continued to comment on the fatal scroll with a lynx eye of jealousy, loading her name with every opprobrium. Gloucester inwardly thanked Heaven that none other than Soulis and himself were present to hear Edward fasten such foul dishonour on his queen. The generous earl could not find other arguments to assuage the mountain ire of her husband. She might be innocent of actual guilt, or, indeed, of being aware of more than a queen's usual interest in a poor wandering minstrel was, as the king said, in every line. Gloucester remaining silent, Edward believed him convinced of the queen's crime, and being too wrathful to think of caution, he sent for the bishop and others of his lords, and when they entered, vented to them also his injury and indignation. Many were not inclined to be of the same opinion with their sovereign. Some thought with Gloucester, others deemed the letter altogether a forgery, and a few adopted the severer inferences of her husband, but all united, even those determined to spare the queen, in recommending an immediate apprehension and private execution of the minstrel. "It is not fit," cried Soulis, "that a man who has ever been suspected of invading our monarch's honour should live another hour." This sanguinary sentence was acceded to, and with as little remorse by the whole assembly as if they had merely condemned the tree to the axe. Such is the carelessness with which the generality of arbitrary assemblies decide on the fate of a fellow mortal. Earl Percy, who gave his vote for the death of the minstrel more from his culpable inconsideration than that thirst of blood which stimulated the voices of Soulis and the Cummings, proposed, as he believed the queen innocent, that honour should be examined relative to the circumstances mentioned in the letter. The king immediately ordered their attendance. The royal Jane of Acre appeared at the first summons, and spoke with an air of truth and freedom from alarm, which convinced every candid ear of the innocence of the queen. Her testimony was, that she believed the minstrel to be other than he seemed, but she was certain, from the conversations which the queen had held with her after the bishop's feast, that it was at this very feast she had first seen him, and that she was ignorant of his real rank. On being questioned by the bishop, the countess acknowledged that her majesty had praised his figure as well as his singing, yet not more, added she, than she afterward did to the king, when she awakened his curiosity to send for him. Her highness continued to reply to the interrogatories put to her, by saying that it was in the king's presence she herself first saw the minstrel, and then she thought his demeanour much above his situation; but, when he accompanied the queen and herself into her majesty's apartments, she had then an opportunity to observe him narrowly, as the queen engaged him in conversation, and by his answers, questions, and easy, yet respectful deportment, she became convinced that he was not what he appeared. "And why, Jane," asked the king, "did you not impart these suspicions to your husband or to me?" "Because," replied she, "remembering that my interference on a certain public occasion brought my late husband, Clare, under your majesty's displeasure, on my marriage with Monthermer, I made a solemn vow before my confessor never to offend in the like manner; and besides, the countenance of this stranger was so ingenious, and his sentiments so natural and honourable, I could not suspect he came on any disloyal errand." "Lady," observed one of the elder lords, "if you thought so well of the queen and of this man, why did you caution her against his smiles, and deem it necessary to persuade her not to see him again?" The countess blushed at this question, but replied, "Because I saw the minstrel was a gentleman. He possessed a noble figure and a handsome face in spite of his Egyptian skin. Like most young gentlemen, he might be conscious of these advantages, and attribute the artless approbation, the innocent smiles of my gracious queen, to a source more flattering to his vanity. I have known many lords, not far from your majesty, make similar mistakes on as little grounds," added she, looking disdainfully towards some of the younger nobles; "and therefore, to prevent such insolence, I desired his final dismissal." "Thank you, my dear Jane," replied the king; "you almost persuade me of Margaret's innocence." "Believe it, sire!" cried she with animation, "whatever romantic thoughtlessness her youth and inexperience may have led her into, I pledge my life on her purity." "First let us hear what that Frenchwoman has to say to the assignation," exclaimed Soulis, whose polluted heart could not suppose the existence of true purity, and whose cruel disposition exulted in torturing and death. "Question her, and then her majesty may have full acquittal." Again the brow of Edward was overcast. The fiends of jealousy once more tugged at his heart, and ordering the Countess of Gloucester to withdraw, he commanded the Baroness de Pontoise to be brought into his presence. When she saw the king's threatening looks, and beheld the fearful expression which shot from every surrounding countenance, she shrunk with terror. Long hackneyed in secret gallantries, the same inward whisper which had proclaimed to Soulis that the queen was guilty, induced her to believe that she had been the confidant of an illicit passion, and therefore, though she knew nothing really bad of her unhappy mistress, yet, fancying that she did, she stood before the royal tribunal with an air and aspect of a culprit. "Repeat to me," demanded the king, "or answer it with your head, all that you know of Queen Margaret's intimacy with the man who calls himself a minstrel." At these words, which were delivered in a tone that seemed the sentence of death, the Frenchwoman fell on her knees, and in a burst of terror exclaimed, "Sire, I will reveal all if your majesty will grant me pardon for having too faithfully served my mistress." "Speak, speak!" cried the king with desperate impatience. "I swear to pardon you, even if you have joined in a conspiracy against my life. But speak the truth and all the truth, that judgment without mercy may fall on the guilty heads." "Then I obey," answered the baroness. "Foul betrayer!" half exclaimed Gloucester, turning disappointed away. "Oh, what it is to be vile, and to trust the vile! But virtue will not be auxiliary to vice, and so wickedness falls by its own agents." The baroness, raised from her kneeling position by Soulis, began: "The only time I ever heard of or saw this man, to my knowledge, was when he was brought to play before my lady at the bishop's banquet. I did not much observe him, being engaged in conversation at the other end of the room, so I cannot say whether I might not have seen him in France, for many noble lords adorned the Princess Margaret, though she appeared to frown upon them all. But I must confess, when I attended her majesty's disrobing after the feast, she put to me so many questions about what I thought of the minstrel, who had sung so divinely, that I began to think her admiration too great to have been awakened by a mere song. And then she asked me if a king could have a nobler air than he had, and she laughed, and said she would send your majesty to school to learn of him." "Damnable traitress!" exclaimed the king. The baroness paused, and retreated before the sudden fury which flashed from his eyes. "Go on!" cried he. "Hide neither word nor circumstance, that my vengeance may lose nothing of its aim." She proceeded: "Her majesty then talked of his beautiful eyes, so blue, she said, so tender, yet proud in their looks, and only a minstrel. De Pontoise, added she, can you explain that? I being rather, perhaps, too well learned in the idle tales of our troubadours, heedlessly answered, perhaps he is some king in disguise, just come to look at your majesty's charms, and go away again." She laughed much at this conceit; said he must be one of Pharaoh's race then, and that had he not such white teeth, his complexion would be intolerable. Being pleased to see her majesty in such spirits, and thinking no ill, I sportively answered, "I read once of a certain Spanish lover who went to the court of Tunis to carry off the king's daughter, and he had so black a face that none suspected him to be other than the Moorish prince of Granada, when lo! one day, in a pleasure party on the sea, he fell overboard, and came up with the fairest face in the world, and presently acknowledged himself to be the Christian king of Castile." The queen laughed at this story, but not answering me, went to bed. Next morning, when I entered her chamber, she received me with even more gaiety, and putting aside my coiffure, said, "Let me see if I can find the devil's mark here." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Does your majesty take me for a witch?" "Exactly so," she replied, "for a little sprite told me last night that all you told me was true." And then she began to tell me with many smiles, that she had dreamed the minstrel was the very Prince of Portugal, whom, unseen, she had refused for the King of England, and that he gave her a harp set with jewels. She then went to your majesty, and I saw no more of her till she sent for me late in the evening. She seemed very angry. 'You are faithful,' said she to me, 'and you know me, De Pontoise, You know me too proud to degrade myself, and too high-minded to submit to tyranny. The Countess of Gloucester, with persuasions too like commands, will not allow me to see the minstrel any more." She then declared her determination that she would see him, that she would feign herself sick, and he should come and sing to her when she was alone, and that she was sure he was too modest to presume on her condescension. I said something to dissuade her, but she overruled me, and, shame to myself, I consented to assist her. She embraced me, and gave me a letter to convey to him, which I did, by slipping it beneath the ornaments of the handle of her lute, which I sent as an excuse for the minstrel to tune. It was to acquaint him with her intentions, and this night he was to have visited her apartment. During this recital the king sat with compressed lips listening, but with a countenance proclaiming the collecting tempest within, changing to livid paleness or portentous fire at almost every sentence. On mentioning the letter he clinched his hand, as if then he grasped the thunderbolt. The lords immediately apprehended that this was the letter which Soulis found. "And is this all you know of the affair?" inquired Percy, seeing that she made a pause. "And enough too," cried Soulis, "to blast the most vaunted chastity in Christendom." "Take the woman hence!" cried the king, in a burst of wrath, that gave his voice a preternatural force, which yet resounded from the vaulted roof, while he added, "Never let me see her traitor face again." The baroness withdrew in terror, and Edward, calling Sir Piers Gaveston, commanded him to place himself at the head of a double guard, and go in person to bring the object of his officious introduction to meet the punishment due to his crime. "For," cried the king, "be he prince or peasant, I will see him hanged before my eyes, and then return his wanton paramour, branded with infamy, to her disgraced family." Soulis now suggested that, as the delinquent was to be found with Bruce, most likely that young nobleman was privy to his designs. "We shall see to him hereafter," replied the king. "Meanwhile, look that I am obeyed." The moment this order passed the king's lips, Gloucester, now not doubting the queen's guilt, hastened to warn Bruce of what had occurred, that he might separate himself from the crime of a man who appeared to have been under his protection. But when he found that the accused was no other than the universally feared, universally beloved, and generous Wallace, all other considerations were lost in the desire of delivering him from the impending danger. He knew the means, and he did not hesitate to employ them. During the recital of this narrative, Gloucester narrowly observed the auditor, and the ingenuous bursts of his indignation, and the horror he evinced at the crime he was suspected of having committed. The earl, while more fully convinced of his innocence, easily conceived how the queen's sentiments for him might have gone no further than a childish admiration, very pardonable in a guileless creature hardly more than 16. "See," cried Wallace, "the power which lies with the describer of actions. The chaste mind of your countess saw nothing in the conduct of the queen but thoughtless simplicity. The contaminated heart of the Baroness de Pontoise descried passion in every word, wantonness in every movement, and, judging of her mistress by herself, she has wrought this mighty ruin. How, then, does it behove virtue to admit the virtuous only to her intimacy? Association with the vicious makes her to be seen in their colors. Impress your king with this self-evident conclusion, and were it not for endangering the safety of Bruce, the hope of my country, I myself would return and stake my life on proving the innocence of the Queen of England. But if a letter, with my word of honor, could convince the king—" "I accept the offer," interrupted Gloucester. "I am too warmly the friend of Bruce, too truly grateful to you, to betray either into danger. But from Sunderland, whither I recommend you to go, and there embark for France, write the declaration you mention, and enclose it to me. I can contrive that the king shall have your letter without suspecting by what channel, and then, I trust, all will be well." During this discourse they passed on through the vaulted passage till, arriving at a wooden crucifix which marked the boundary of the domain of Durham, Gloucester stopped. "I must go no further. Should I prolong my stay from the castle during the search for you, suspicion might be awakened. You must therefore proceed alone. Go straight forward, and at the extremity of the vault you will find a flagstone, surmounted like the one by which we descended. Raise it, and it will let you into the cemetery of the Abbey of Fincklay. One end of that burying place is always open to the east. Thence you will emerge to the open world. And may it in future, noble Wallace, ever treat you according to your unequalled merits. Farewell." The earl turned to retrace his steps, and Wallace pursued his way through the rayless darkness towards the Fincklay extremity of the vault. Chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 60. Gallic Seas. Wallace, having issued from his subterranean journey, made direct to Sunderland, where he arrived about sunrise. A vessel belonging to France, which since the marriage of Margaret with Edward had been in amity with England as well as Scotland, rode there, waiting a favourable wind. Wallace secured a passage in her, and going on board, wrote his promised letter to Edward. It ran thus: "This testament is to assure Edward, King of England, upon the word of a knight, that Queen Margaret, his wife, is in every respect guiltless of the crimes alleged against her by the Lord Soulis, and sworn to by the Baroness de Pontoise. I came to the court of Durham on an errand connected with my country, and that I might be unknown, I assumed the disguise of a minstrel. By accident I encountered Sir Piers Gaveston, and ignorant that I was other than I seemed, he introduced me at the royal banquet. It was there I first saw her Majesty, and I never had that honour but 3 times, and the third and last in her apartments, to which your Majesty's self saw me withdraw. The Countess of Gloucester was present the whole time, and to her Highness I appeal. The Queen saw in me only a minstrel. On my art alone as a musician was her favour bestowed, and by expressing it with an ingenuous warmth, which none other than an innocent heart would have dared to display, she has thus exposed herself to the animadversions of libertinism, and to the false representations of a terror-struck, because worthless, friend. I have escaped the snare which the Queen's enemies laid for me, and for her sake, for the sake of truth, and your own peace, King Edward, I declare before the Searcher of all hearts, and before the world, in whose esteem I hope to live and die, that your wife is innocent. And should I ever meet the man who after this declaration dares to unite her name with mine in a tale of infamy, by the power of truth I swear that I will make him write a recantation with his blood. Pure as a virgin's chastity is, and shall ever be, the honour of William Wallace." This letter was enclosed in one to the Earl of Gloucester, and having dispatched his packet to Durham, the Scottish chief gladly saw a brisk wind blow up from the north-west. The ship weighed anchor, cleared the harbour, and under a fair sky swiftly cut the waves toward the Gallic shores. But ere she reached them, The warlike star of Wallace directed to his little bark the terrific sails of the Red Reaver, a formidable pirate who then infested the Gallic seas, swept their commerce, and insulted their navy. He attacked the French vessel, but it carried a greater than Caesar and his fortunes. Wallace and his destiny were there, and the enemy struck to the Scottish chief. The Red Reaver, so surnamed because of his red sails and sanguinary deeds, was killed in the action, but his younger brother, Thomas de Longueville, was found alive within the captive ship, and a yet greater prize. Prince Louis of France, who, having been out the day before on a sailing party, had been descried and seized as an invaluable booty by the Red Reaver. Adverse winds for some time prevented Wallace from reaching port with his capture, but on the 4th day after the victory he cast anchor in the harbour of Havre. The indisposition of the prince from a wound he had received in his own conflict with the Reaver made it necessary to apprise King Philip of the accident. In answer to Wallace's dispatches on this subject, the grateful monarch added to the proffers of personal friendship, which had been the substance of his Majesty's embassy to Scotland, a pressing invitation that the Scottish chief would accompany the prince to Paris, and there receive a public mark of royal gratitude, which, with due honour, should record this service done to France to future ages. Meanwhile, Philip sent the chief a suit of armour, with a request that he would wear it in remembrance of France and his own heroism. But nothing could tempt Wallace to turn aside from his duty. Impatient to pursue his journey toward the spot where he hoped to meet Bruce, he wrote a respectful excuse to the king. But arraying himself in the monarch's martial present, to assure his majesty by the evidence of his son that his royal wish had been so far obeyed, he went to the prince to bid him farewell. Louis was preparing for their departure, all three together, with young de Longueville, whose pardon Wallace had obtained from the king on account of the youth's abhorrence of the service which his brother had compelled him to adopt; and the two young men, from different feelings, expressed their disappointment when they found that their benefactor was going to leave them. Wallace gave his Highness a packet for the king, containing a brief statement of his vow to Lord Mar, and a promise that when he had fulfilled it, Philip should see him at Paris. The royal cavalcade then separated from the deliverer of its prince, and Wallace, mounting a richly barbed Arabian which had accompanied his splendid armour, took the road to Rouen. Meanwhile, events not less momentous took place at Durham. The instant Wallace had followed the Earl of Gloucester from the apartment in the castle, it was entered by Sir Piers Gaveston. He demanded the minstrel. Bruce replied he knew not where he was. Gaveston, eager to convince the king that he was no accomplice with the suspected person, put the question a second time, and in a tone which he meant should intimidate the Scottish prince, "Where is the minstrel?" "I know not," replied Bruce. "And will you dare to tell me, Earl," asked his interrogator, "that within this quarter of an hour he has not been in this tower, nay, in this very room? The guards in your antechamber have told me that he was, and can Lord Carrick stoop to utter a falsehood to screen a wandering beggar?" While he was speaking, Bruce stood eyeing him with increasing scorn. Gaveston paused. "You expect me to answer you," said the prince. "Out of respect to myself I will, for such is the unsullied honour of Robert Bruce, that even the air shall not be tainted with slander against his truth, without being repurified by its confutation. Gaveston, you have known me 5 years. 2 of them we passed together in the jousts of Flanders, and yet you believe me capable of falsehood. Know then, unworthy of the esteem I have bestowed on you, that neither to save mean or great would I deviate from the strict line of truth. The man you seek may have been in this tower, in this room, as you present are, and as little am I bound to know where he now is, as whither you go when you relieve me from an inquisition which I hold myself accountable to no man to answer. "'Tis well," cried Gaveston. "And am I to carry this haughty message to the king?" "If you deliver it as a message," answered Bruce, "you will prove that they who are ready to suspect falsehood find its utterance easy. My reply is to you. When King Edward speaks to me, I shall find the answer that is due to him." "These attempts to provoke me into a private quarrel," cried Gaveston, "will not succeed. I am not to be so foiled in my duty. I must seek the man through your apartments." "By whose authority?" demanded Bruce. "By my own, as the loyal subject of my outraged monarch. He bade me bring the traitor before him, and thus I obey." While speaking, Gaveston beckoned to his attendants to follow him to the door whence Wallace had disappeared. Bruce threw himself before it. "I must forget the duty I owe to myself before I allow you or any other man to invade my privacy. I have already given you the answer that becomes Robert Bruce, and in respect to your knighthood, instead of compelling, I request you to withdraw." Gaveston hesitated, but he knew the determined character of his opponent, and therefore, with no very good grace, muttering that he should hear of it from a more powerful quarter, he left the room. And certainly his threats were not in this instance vain, for prompt was the arrival of a marshal and his officers to force Bruce before the king. "Robert Bruce, Earl of Cleveland, Carrick, and Annandale, I come to summon you into the presence of your liege lord, Edward of England." "The Earl of Cleveland obeys," replied Bruce, and with a fearless step he walked out before the marshal. When he entered the presence chamber, Sir Piers Gaveston stood beside the royal couch, as if prepared to be his accuser. The king sat supported by pillows, paler with the mortifications of jealousy and baffled authority than with the effects of his wounds. "Robert Bruce!" cried he, the moment his eyes fell on him. But the sight of his mourning habit made a stroke upon his heart that sent out evidence of remorse in large globules on his forehead. He paused, wiped his face with his handkerchief, and resumed, "Are you not afraid, presumptuous young man, thus to provoke your sovereign? Are you not afraid that I shall make that audacious head answer for the man whom you thus dare to screen from my just revenge?" Bruce felt all the injuries he had suffered from this proud king rush at once upon his memory, and without changing his position or lowering the lofty expression of his looks, he firmly answered, "The judgment of a just king I cannot fear. The sentence of an unjust one I despise." "This to his majesty's face!" exclaimed Soulis. "Insolence, rebellion, chastisement, even death," were the words which murmured round the room at the honest reply. Edward had too much good sense to echo any one of them, but turning to Bruce with a sensation of shame he would gladly have repressed, he said that in consideration of his youth he would pardon him what had passed, and reinstate him in all the late Earl of Carrick's honours, if he would immediately declare where he had hidden the offending minstrel. "I have not hidden him," cried Bruce, "nor do I know where he is. But had that been confided to me, as I know him to be an innocent man, No power on earth should have wrenched him from me." "Self-sufficient boy!" exclaimed Earl Buchan, with a laugh of contempt. "Do you flatter yourself that he would trust such a novice as you are with secrets of this nature?" Bruce turned on him an eye of fire. "Buchan," replied he, "I will answer you on other ground. Meanwhile, remember that the secrets of good men are open to every virtuous heart. Those of the wicked they would be glad to conceal from themselves." "Robert Bruce," cried the king, "before I came this northern journey, I ever found you one of the most devoted of my servants, the gentlest youth in my court. And how do I see you at this moment? Braving my nobles to my face. How is it that until now this spirit never broke forth?" "Because," answered the prince, "until now I have never seen the virtuous friend whom you call upon me to betray." "Then you confess," cried the king, "that he was an instigator to rebellion." "I avow," answered Bruce, "that I never knew what true loyalty was till he taught it me. I never knew the nature of real chastity till he explained it to me, nor comprehended what virtue might be till he allowed me to see in himself incorruptible fidelity, bravery undaunted, and a purity of heart not to be contaminated. And this is the man on whom these lords would fasten a charge of treason and adultery. But out of the filthy depths of their own breast arise the streams from which they would blacken his fairness." "Your vindication," cried the king, "confirms his guilt. You admit that he is not a minstrel in reality. Wherefore then did he steal in ambuscade into my palace, but to betray either my honor or my life, perhaps both?" "His errand here was to see me." "Rash boy!" cried Edward. "Then you acknowledge yourself a premeditated conspirator against me." Soulis now whispered in the king's ear, but so low that Bruce did not hear him. "Penetrate further, my liege. This may be only a false confession to shield the queen's character. She who has once betrayed her duty finds it easy to reward such handsome advocates." The scarlet of inextinguishable wrath now burned on the face of Edward. "I will confront them," returned he, "surprise them into betraying each other." By his immediate orders the queen was brought in. She leaned on the Countess of Gloucester. "Jane," cried the king, "leave that woman. Let her impudence sustain her." "Rather her innocence, my lord," said the countess, bowing and hesitating to go. "Leave her to that," returned the incensed husband, "and she would grovel on the earth like her own base passions. But stand before me she shall, and without other support than the devils within her." "For pity!" cried the queen, extending her clasped hands toward Edward, and bursting into tears. "Have mercy on me, for I am innocent." "Prove it, then," cried the king, "by agreeing with this confidant of your minstrel, and at once tell me by what name you addressed him when you allured him to my court. Is he French, Spanish, or English?" "By the Virgin's holy purity, I swear," cried the queen, sinking on her knees, "that I never allured him to this court. I never beheld him till I saw him at the bishop's banquet, and for his name I know it not." "O vilest of the vile!" cried the king, fiercely grasping his couch, "and didst thou become a wanton at a glance? From my sight this moment, or I shall blast thee." The queen dropped senseless into the arms of the Earl of Gloucester, who at that moment entered from seeing Wallace through the cavern. At sight of him, Bruce knew that his friend was safe, and fearless for himself when the cause of outraged innocence was at stake, he suddenly exclaimed, "By one word, King Edward, I will confirm the blamelessness of this injured queen. Listen to me, not as a monarch and an enemy, but with the unbiased judgment of man with man, and then ask your own brave heart if it would be possible for Sir William Wallace to be a seducer." Every mouth was dumb at the enunciation of that name. None dared open a lip in accusation, and the king himself, thunderstruck alike with the boldness of the conqueror venturing within the grasp of his revenge, and at the daringness of Bruce in thus declaring his connection with him, for a few minutes he knew not what to answer. Only he had received conviction of his wife's innocence. He was too well acquainted with the history and uniform conduct of Wallace to doubt his honour in this transaction, and though a transient fancy of the Queen's might have had existence, yet he had now no suspicion of her actions. "Bruce," said he, "your honesty has saved the Queen of England. Though Wallace is my enemy, I know him to be of an integrity which neither man nor woman can shake. And therefore," added he, turning to the lords, "I declare before all who have heard me so fiercely arraign my injured wife, that I believe her innocent of every offence against me. And whoever after this mentions one word of what has passed in these investigations, or even whispers that they have been held, shall be punished as guilty of high treason." Bruce was then ordered to be reconducted to the Round Tower, and the rest of the lords withdrawing by command, the king was left with Gloucester, his daughter Jane, and the now reviving queen, to make his peace with her, even on his knees. Bruce was more closely immured than ever. Not even his senachie was allowed to approach him, and double guards were kept constantly around his prison. On the 4th day of his seclusion, an extra row of iron bars was put across his windows. He asked the captain of the party the reason for this new rivet on his captivity, but he received no answer. His own recollection, however, solved the doubt, for he could not but see that his own declaration respecting his friendship with Wallace had increased the alarm of Edward respecting their political views. One of the warders, on having the same inquiry put to him which Bruce had addressed to his superior, in a rough tone replied, "He had best not ask questions, lest he should hear that his Majesty had determined to keep him under Bishop Beck's padlock for life." Bruce was not to be deprived of hope by a single evidence, and smiling said, "There are more ways of getting out of a tyrant's prison than by the doors and windows." "Why, you would not eat through the walls?" cried the man. "Certainly," replied Bruce, "if I have no other way, and through the guards too." "We'll see to that," answered the man. "And feel it too, my sturdy jailer," returned the prince. "So look to yourself." Bruce threw himself recklessly into a chair as he spoke, while the man, eyeing him askance, and remembering how strangely the minstrel had disappeared, began to think that some people born in Scotland inherited from nature a necromantic power of executing whatever they determined. Though careless in his manner of treating the warder's information, Bruce thought of it with anxiety, and lost in reflections, checkered with hope and doubt of his ever effecting an escape, he remained immovable on the spot where the man had left him, till another sentinel brought in a lamp. He set it down in silence, and withdrew. Bruce then heard the bolts on the outside of his chamber pushed into their guards. "There they go," said he to himself, "and those are to be the morning and evening sounds to which I am to listen all my days. At least Edward would have it so. Such is the gratitude he shows to the man who restored to him his wife, who restored to him the consciousness of possessing that honour unsullied which is so dear to every married man. Well, Edward, kindness might bind generous minds even to forget their rights, but thanks to you, neither in my own person nor for any of my name do I owe you aught, but to behold me King of Scotland, and please God that you shall, if the prayers of faith may burst these double-steeled gates and set me free. While invocations to the power in which he confided, and resolutions respecting the consequences of his hoped-for liberty, by turns occupied his mind, he heard the tread of a foot in the adjoining passage. He listened breathless, for no living creature, he thought, could be in that quarter of the building, as he had suffered none to enter it since Wallace had disappeared by that way. He half rose from his couch, as the door at which he had seen him last gently opened. He started up, and Gloucester, with a lantern in his hand, stood before him. The earl put his finger on his lip, and taking Bruce by the hand, led him, as he had done Wallace, down into the vault which leads to Fincklay Abbey. When safe in that subterraneous cloister, the earl replied to the impatient gratitude of Bruce, who saw that the generous Gloucester meant he should follow the steps of his friend, by giving him a succinct account of his motives for changing his first determination, and now giving him liberty. He had not visited Bruce since the escape of Wallace, that he might not excite any new suspicion in Edward, and the tower being fast locked at every usual avenue, he had now entered it from the Fincklay side. He then proceeded to inform Bruce that after his magnanimous forgetfulness of his own safety to ensure that of the queen had produced a reconciliation between her and her husband, Buchan, Soulis, and Athol, with one or two English lords, joined the next day to persuade the king that Bruce's avowal respecting Wallace had been merely an invention of his own to screen some baser friend and royal mistress. They succeeded in reawakening doubts in Edward, who, sending for Gloucester, said to him, "Unless I could hear from Wallace's own lips, and in my case the thing is impossible, that he has been here, and that my wife is guiltless of this foul stain, I must ever remain in horrible suspense. These base Scots, ever fertile in maddening suggestions, have made me even more suspect that Bruce had other reasons for his apparently generous risk of himself than a love of justice." While these ideas floated in the mind of Edward, Bruce had been more closely immured, and Gloucester, having received the promised letter from Wallace, determined to lay it before the king. Accordingly, one morning the earl, gliding unobserved into the presence chamber before Edward was brought in, laid the letter under his majesty's cushion. As Gloucester expected, the moment the king saw the superscription, he knew the hand, and hastily breaking the seal, read the letter twice over to himself without speaking a word. But the clouds which had hung on his countenance all passed away, and with a smile, reaching the packet to Gloucester, he commanded him to read aloud that silencer of all doubts respecting the honour of Margaret of France and England. Gloucester obeyed, and the astonished nobles, looking on each other, one and all assented to the credit that ought to be given to Wallace's word, and deeply regretted having ever joined in a suspicion against her majesty. Thus, then, all appeared amicably settled, but the embers of discord still glowed. The three Scottish lords, afraid lest Bruce might again be taken into favour, laboured to show that his friendship with Wallace pointed to his throwing off the English yoke and independently assuming the Scottish crown. Edward required no arguments to convince him of the probability of this, and he readily complied with Bishop Beck's request to allow him to hold the royal youth his prisoner. But when the Cummins won this victory over Bruce, they gained nothing for themselves. During the king's vain inquiries respecting the manner in which Wallace's letter had been conveyed to the apartment, they had ventured to throw hints of Bruce having been the agent by some secret means, and that however innocent the queen might be, he certainly evinced, by such solicitude for her exculpation, a more than usual interest in her person. These latter innuendoes the king crushed in the first whisper. "I have done enough with Robert Bruce," said he. "He is condemned a prisoner for life, and a mere suspicion shall never provoke me to give sentence for his death." Irritated by this reply, and the contemptuous glance with which it was accompanied, the vindictive triumvirate turned from the king to the court, and having failed in accomplishing the destruction of Bruce and his more renowned friend, they determined at least to make a wreck of their moral fame. The guilt of Wallace and the queen, and the participation of Bruce, was now whispered through every circle, and credited in proportion to the evil disposition of the hearers. One of his pages at last brought to the ears of the king the stories which these lords so basely circulated, and sending for them, he gave them so severe a reprimand that, retiring from his presence with stifled wrath, they agreed to accept the invitation of young Lord Badenoch, return to their country, and support him in the regency. Next morning Edward was informed they had secretly left Durham, and fearing that Bruce might also make his escape, a consultation was held between the king and Beck of so threatening a complexion that Gloucester no longer hesitated to run all risks, but immediately to give the Scottish prince his liberty. Having led him to safety through the vaulted passage, they parted in the cemetery of Fincklay. Gloucester to walk back to Durham by the banks of the Wear, and Bruce to mount the horse the good earl had left tied to a tree to convey him to Hartlepool. There he embarked for Normandy. When he arrived at Caen, he made no delay, but taking a rapid course across the country toward Rouen, on the second evening of his travelling, having pursued his route without sleep, he felt himself so overcome with fatigue that, in the midst of a vast and dreary plain, he found it necessary to stop for rest at the first habitation he might find. It happened to be the abode of one of those poor but pious matrons who, attaching themselves to some neighboring order of charity, live alone in desert places for the purpose of succoring distressed travelers. Here Bruce found the widow's cruse, and a pallet to repose his weary limbs. End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 61. Normandy. Wallace, having separated from the Prince Royal of France, pursued his solitary way toward the capital of Normandy, till night overcame him ere he was aware. Clouds so obscured the sky that not a star was visible, and his horse, terrified at the impenetrable darkness and the difficulties of the path, which lay over a barren and stony moor, suddenly stopped. This aroused Wallace from a long fit of musing to look around him, but on which side lay the road to Rouen he could form no guess. To pass the night in so exposed a spot must be dangerous, and spurring the animal, he determined to push onward. He had ridden nearly another hour, when the dead silence of the scene was broken by the roll of distant thunder. Then forked lightning shooting from the horizon showed a line of country unmarked by any vestige of human habitation. Still he proceeded. The storm approached, till, breaking in peals over his head, it discharged such sheets of livid fire at his feet that the horse reared, and, plunging amidst the blaze, flashed the light of his rider's armor on the eyes of a troop of horsemen, who also stood under the tempest, gazing with affright at the scene. Wallace, by the same transitory illumination, saw the travelers, as they seemed to start back at his appearance, and, mistaking their apprehension, he called to them, that his well managed though terrified steed would do theirs no harm. One of them advanced and respectfully inquired of him the way to Rouen. Wallace replied that he was a stranger in this part of the country, and was also seeking that city. While he was yet speaking the thunder became more tremendous, and the lightning rolled in volumes along the ground; the horses of the troop became restive, and one of them threw its rider. Cries of lamentation, mingling with the groans of the fallen person, excited the compassion of Wallace. He rode toward the spot from whence the latter proceeded, and asked the nearest bystander, for several had alighted, whether the unfortunate man was much hurt. The answer returned was full of alarm for the sufferer, and anxiety to obtain some place of shelter, for rain began to fall. In a few minutes it increased to torrents, and the lightning ceasing, deepened the horrors of the scene by preventing the likelihood of discovering any human abode. The men gathered round their fallen companion, bewailing the prospect of his perishing under these inclemencies; but Wallace cheered them by saying he would seek a shelter for their friend, and blow his bugle when he had found one. With the word he turned his horse, and, as he galloped along, called aloud on any Christian man who might live near, to open his doors to a dying traveler. After riding about in all directions, he saw a glimmering light for a moment, and then all was darkness; but again he called aloud for charity, and a shrill female voice answered, "I am a lone woman, with already one poor traveler in my house; but, for the Virgin's sake, I will open my door to you, whatever you may be." The good woman relighted her lamp, which the rain had extinguished; and, on her unlatching the door, Wallace briefly related what had happened, entreating her permission to bring the unfortunate person into the cottage. She readily consented, and, giving him a lantern to guide his way, he blew his bugle, which was instantly answered by so glad and loud a shout that it assured him his companions could not be far distant, and that he must have made many a useless circuit before he had stopped at this charitable door. The men directed him through the darkness by their voices, for the lantern threw its beams but a very little way; and, arriving at their side, by his assistance the bruised traveler was brought to the cottage. It was a poor hovel, but the good woman had spread a clean wooden coverlet over her own bed, in the inner chamber, and thither Wallace carried the invalid. He seemed in great pain, but his kind conductor answered their hostess's inquiries respecting him, with a belief that no bones were broken. "But yet," cried she, "sad may be the effects of internal bruises on so emaciated a frame. I will venture to disturb my other guest, who sleeps in the loft, and bring down a decoction that I keep there. It is made from simple herbs, and I am sure will be of service." The old woman, having shown to the attendants where they might put their horses under a shelter of a shed which projected from the cottage, ascended a few steps to the chamber above. Meanwhile, the Scottish chief, assisted by one of the men, disengaged the sufferer from his wet garments, and covered him with the blankets of the bed. Recovered to recollection by the comparative comfort of his bodily feelings, the stranger opened his eyes. He fixed them on Wallace, then looked around, and turned to Wallace again. "Generous knight," cried he, "I have nothing but thanks to offer for this kindness. You seem to be of the highest rank, and yet have succored one whom the world abjures." The knight returned a courteous answer; and the invalid, in a paroxysm of emotion, added, "Can it be possible that a prince of France has dared to act so contrary to his peers?" Wallace, not apprehending what had given rise to this question, supposed the stranger's wits were disordered, and looked with that inquiry toward the attendant. Just at that moment a step, more active than that of their aged hostess, sounded above, and an exclamation of surprise followed it, in a voice that startled Wallace. He turned hastily around, and a young man sprung from the cottage stairs into the apartment. Joy danced in every feature, and the ejaculation, "Wallace! Bruce!" burst at once from the hearts of the two friends as they rushed into each other's arms. All else present was lost to them in the delight of meeting after so perilous a separation; a delight not confined for its object to their individual selves; each saw in the other the hope of Scotland; and when they embraced, it was not merely with the ardor of friendship, but with that of patriotism, rejoicing in the preservation of its chief dependence. While the chiefs spoke freely in their native tongue, before a people who could not be supposed to understand them, the aged stranger on the bed reiterated his moans. Wallace, in a few words, telling Bruce the manner of his rencounter with the sick man, and his belief that he was disordered in his mind, drew toward the bed, and offered him some of the decoction which the woman now brought. The invalid drank it, and gazed earnestly, first on Wallace and then on Bruce. "Pierre, withdraw!" cried he to his personal attendant. The man obeyed. "Sit down by me, noble friends," said he to the Scottish chiefs, "and read a lesson, which I pray ye lay to your hearts." Bruce glanced a look at Wallace that declared he was of his opinion. Wallace drew a stool, while his friend seated himself on the bed. The old woman, perceiving something extraordinary in the countenance of the bruised stranger, thought he was going to reveal some secret heavy on his mind, and also withdrew. "You think my intellects are injured," returned he, turning to Wallace, "because I addressed you as one of the house of Philip. Those jeweled lilies round your helmet led me into the error; I never before saw them granted to other than a prince of the blood. But think not, brave man, I respect you less, since I have discovered that you are not of the race of Philip, that you are other than a prince. Look on me, at this emaciated form, and behold the reverses of all earthly grandeur. This palsied hand once held a scepter; these hollow temples were once bound with a crown. He that used to be followed as the source of honor, as the fountain of prosperity, with suppliants at his feet, and flatterers at his side, would now be left to solitude were it not for these few faithful servants, who, in spite of all changes, have preserved their allegiance to the end. Look on me, chiefs, and behold him who was the King of Scots." At this declaration, both Wallace and Bruce, struck with surprise and compassion at meeting their ancient enemy reduced to such abject misery, with one impulse bowed their heads to him with an air of reverence. The action penetrated the heart of Baliol. For when at the meeting and mutual exclamation of the two friends, he recognized in whose presence he lay, he fearfully remembered that, by his base submissions, turning the scale of judgment in his favor, he had defrauded the grandsire of the very Bruce now before him of a fair decision on his rights to the crown. And when he looked on Wallace, who had preserved him from the effects of his accident, and brought him to a shelter from the raging terrors of the night, his conscience doubly smote him; for from the hour of his elevation to that of his downfall, he had ever persecuted the family of Wallace, and at the hour which was the crisis of her fate, had denied them the right of drawing their swords in defense of Scotland. He, her king, had resigned her into the hands of a usurper; but Wallace, the injured Wallace, had arisen, like a star of light on the deep darkness of her captivity, and Scotland was once more free. In the tempest, the exiled monarch had started at the blaze of the unknown knight's jeweled panoply; at the declaration of his name he shrunk before the brightness of his glory, and falling back on the bed, he groaned aloud. To these young men, so strangely brought before him, and both of whom he had wronged, he determined immediately to reveal himself, and see whether they were equally resentful of injuries as those he had served had proved ungrateful for benefits received. He spoke; and when, instead of seeing the pair rise in indignation, on his pronouncing his name, they bowed their heads and sat in respectful silence, his desolate heart expanded at once to admit the long estranged emotion, and he burst into tears. He caught the hand of Bruce, who sat nearest to him, and stretching out the other to Wallace, exclaimed, "I have not deserved this goodness from either of you. Perhaps you two are the only men now living whom I ever greatly injured; and you, excepting my four poor attendants, are perhaps the only men living who would compassionate my misfortunes." "These are lessons, king," returned Wallace, with reverence, "to fit you for a better crown; and never, in my eyes, did the descendant of Alexander seem so worthy of his blood." The grateful monarch pressed his hand. Bruce continued to gaze on him with a thousand awful thoughts occupying his mind. Baliol read in his expressive countenance the reflections which chained his tongue. "Behold, how low is laid the proud rival of your grandfather!" exclaimed he, turning to Bruce. "I compassed a throne I could not fill. I mistook the robes, the homage, for the kingly dignity. I bartered the liberties of my country for a crown I knew not how to wear; and the insidious trafficker not only reclaimed it, but repaid me with a prison. There I expiated my crime against the upright Bruce. Not one of all the Scottish lords who crowded Edward's court came to beguile a moment of sorrow from their captive monarch. Lonely I lived, for the tyrant ever deprived me of the comfort of seeing my fellow prisoner, Lord Douglas, he whom attachment to my true interests had betrayed to an English prison. I never saw him after the day of his being put into the Tower until that of his death." Wallace interrupted the afflicted Baliol with an exclamation of surprise. "Yes," added he, "I myself closed his eyes. At that awful hour he petitioned to see me, and the boon was granted. I went to him, and then, with his dying breath, he spoke truths to me, which were indeed messengers from heaven. They taught me what I was, and what I might be. He died. Edward was then in Flanders, and you, brave Wallace, being triumphant in Scotland, and laying such a stress in your negotiations for the return of Douglas, the Southron cabinet agreed to conceal his death, and by making his name an instrument to excite your hopes and fears, turn your anxiety for him to their own advantage." A deep scarlet kindled over the face of Bruce. "With what a race have I been so long connected! What mean subterfuges, what dastardly deceits, for the leaders of a great nation to adopt! Oh, king!" exclaimed he, turning to Baliol, "if you have errors to atone for, what then must be the penalty of my sin, for holding so long with an enemy as vile as he is ambitious! Scotland, Scotland, I must weep tears of blood for this!" He rose in agitation. Baliol followed him with his eyes. "Amiable Bruce! You too severely arraign a fault that was venial in you. Your father gave himself to Edward, and his son accompanied the tribute." Bruce vehemently answered, "If King Edward ever said that, he uttered a falsehood. My father loved him, confided in him, and the ingrate betrayed him. His fidelity was no gift of himself, in acknowledgment of inferiority; it was the pledge of a friendship exchanged on equal terms on the fields of Palestine. And well did King Edward know that he had no right over either my father or me; for in the moment he doubted our attachment, he was aware of having forfeited it. He knew he had no legal claim on us; and forgetting every law, human and divine, he made us prisoners. But my father found liberty in the grave, and I am ready to take a sure revenge in" he would have added Scotland, but he forbore to give the last blow to the unhappy Baliol, by showing him that his kingdom had indeed passed from him, and that the man was before him who might be destined to wield his scepter. Bruce paused, and sat down in generous confusion. "Hesitate not," said Baliol, "to say where you will take your revenge. I know that the brave Wallace has laid open the way. Had I possessed such a leader of my troops, I should not now be a mendicant in this hovel; I should not be a creature to be pitied and despised. Wear him, Bruce, wear him in your heart's core. He gives the throne he might have filled." "Make not that a subject of praise," cried Wallace, "which, if I had left undone, would have stamped me a traitor. I have only performed my duty; and may the holy anointer of the hearts of kings guide Bruce to his kingdom, and keep him there in peace and honor." Baliol rose in his bed at these words. "Bruce," said he, "approach me near." He obeyed. The feeble monarch turned to Wallace. "You have supported what was my kingdom through its last struggles for liberty; put forth your hand, and support its exiled sovereign in his last legal act." Wallace raised the king, so as to enable him to assume a kneeling posture. Dizzy with the exertion, for a moment he rested on the shoulder of the chief; and then, looking up, he met the eyes of Bruce gazing on him with a compassionate interest. The unhappy monarch stretched out his arms to heaven. "May God pardon the injuries which my fatal ambition did to you and yours, the miseries I brought upon my country, and let your reign redeem my errors. May the spirit of wisdom bless you, my son." His hands were now laid, with pious fervor, on the head of Bruce, who sunk on his knees before him. "Whatever rights I had to the crown of Scotland, by the worthlessness of my reign they are forfeited; and I resign all unto you, even to the participation of the mere title of king. It has been as the ghost of my former self, as an accusing spirit to me; but I trust an angel of light to you; it will conduct your people into all happiness." Exhausted by his feelings, he sunk back into the arms of Wallace. Bruce, rising from his knees, poured a little of the herb balm into the king's mouth, and he revived. As Wallace laid him back on his pillows, he gazed wistfully at him, and grasping his hand, said in a low voice, "How did I throw a blessing from me! But in those days, when I rejected your services at Dunbar, I knew not the Almighty arm which brought the boy of Ellerslie to save his country. I scorned the patriot flame that spoke your mission, and the mercy of Heaven departed from me." This renunciation of Baliol's in favor of Bruce is an historical fact, and it was made in France. Memory was now busy with the thoughts of Bruce. He remembered his father's weak, if not criminal devotion at that time to the interests of Edward; he remembered his heart wrung death; and looking at the desolate old age of another of Edward's victims, his brave soul melted to pity and regret, and he retired into a distant part of the room, to shed, unobserved, the tears he could not restrain. Wallace soon after saw the eyes of the exhausted king close in sleep, and cautious of awakening him, he did not stir, but leaning against the thick oaken frame of the bed, was soon lost in as deep a repose. After some time of complete stillness, for the old dame and the attendants were at rest in the outer chamber, Bruce, whose low sighs were echoed by the wind alone, which swept in gusts by the little casement, looked toward the abdicated monarch's couch. He slept profoundly, yet frequently started, as if disturbed by troubled dreams. Wallace moved not on his hard pillow, and the serenity of perfect peace rested upon all his features. "How tranquil is the sleep of the virtuous!" thought Bruce, as he contemplated the difference between his state and that of Baliol. "There lies an accusing conscience; here rests one of the most faultless of created beings. It is the sleep of innocence. Come, ye slanderers," continued he, mentally calling on those he had left at Edward's court, "and tell me if an adulterer could look thus when he sleeps? Is there one trace of irregular passion about that placid mouth? Does one of those heavenly composed features bear testimony to emotions which leave marks even when subdued? No, virtue has set up her throne in that breast, and well may kings come to bow to it." Chapter 62 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 62 The Widow's Cell. The entrance of the old woman, about an hour after sunrise, awakened Wallace, but Baliol continued to sleep. On the chief's opening his eyes, Bruce, with a smile, stretched out his hand to him. Wallace rose, and whispering the widow to abide by her guest till they should return, the twain went forth to enjoy the mutual confidence of friendship. A wood opened its umbrageous arms at a little distance, and thither, over the dew bespangled grass, they bent their way. The birds sung from tree to tree, and Wallace, seating himself under an overhanging beech, which canopied a narrow winding of the river Seine, listened with mingled pain and satisfaction to the communications which Bruce had to impart relative to the recent scenes at Durham. "So rapid had been the events," observed the Scottish prince, when he concluded his narrative, "that all appears to me a troubled vision; and blessed indeed was the awakening of last night, when your voice, sounding from the room below that in which I slept, called me to embrace my best friend, as became the son of my ancestors, free, and ready to renew the brightness of their name." The discourse next turned to their future plans. Wallace, narrating his adventure with the Red Reaver, proposed that the favor he should ask in return, the King of France being earnest to bestow on him some especial mark of gratitude, should be his interference with Edward to grant the Scots a peaceable retention of their rights. "In that case, my prince," said he, "you will take possession of your kingdom with the olive branch in your hand." Bruce smiled, but shook his head. "And what, then, will Robert Bruce be? A king, to be sure, but a king without a name. Who won me my kingdom? Who accomplished this peace? Was it not William Wallace? Can I then consent to mount the throne of my ancestors, so poor, so inconsiderable a creature? I am not jealous of your fame, Wallace; I glory in it, for you are more to me than the light to my eyes; but I would prove my right to the crown by deeds worthy of a sovereign. Till I have shown myself in the field against Scotland's enemies, I cannot consent to be restored to my inheritance, even by you." "And is it in war alone," returned Wallace, "that you can show deeds worthy of a sovereign? Think a moment, my honored prince, and then scorn your objection. Look on the annals of history, nay, on the daily occurrences of the world, and see how many are brave and complete generals, how few wise legislators, how few such efficient rulers as to procure obedience to the laws, and so give happiness to their people. This is the commission of a king, to be the representative on earth of the Father who is in heaven. Here is exercise for courage, for enterprise, for fortitude, for every virtue which elevates the character of a man; this is the godlike jurisdiction of a sovereign. To go to the field, to lead his people to scenes of carnage, is often a duty in kings; but it is one of those necessities, which, more than the trifling circumstances of sustaining nature by sleep and food, reminds the conqueror of the degraded state of mortality. The one shows the weakness of the body, the other the corruption of the soul. For how far must man have fallen beneath his former heavenly nature before he can delight in the destruction of his fellow men? Lament not, then, brave and virtuous prince, that I have kept your hands from the stains of blood. Show yourself beyond the vulgar apprehension of what is fame, and, conscious of the powers with which the Creator has endowed you, assume your throne with the dignity that is their due. Whether it be to the cabinet or to the field that he calls you to act, obey, and rely on it, a name greater than that of the hero of Macedon will await Robert, King of Scots." Alexander the Great one day said to his friend Hephaestion, that the business of eating and drinking compelled him to remember, and, with a sense of abasement, his mortal nature, although he was the son of Ammon. "You almost persuade me," returned Bruce; "but let us see Philip, and then I will decide." As morning was now advanced, the friends turned toward the cottage, intending to see Baliol safe, and then proceed together to Gien to the rescue of Lady Helen. That accomplished, they would visit Paris and hear its monarch's determination. On entering the humble mansion they found Baliol awake, and inquiring anxiously of the widow what was become of the two knights. At sight of them he stretched out his hands to both, and said he should be able to travel in a few hours. Wallace proposed sending to Rouen for a litter to carry him the more easily thither. "No," cried Baliol, with a frown; "Rouen shall never see me again within its walls. It was coming from thence that I lost my way last night; and though my poor servants would gladly have returned with me sooner than see me perish in the storm, yet rather would I have been found dead on the road, a reproach to the kings who have betrayed me, than have taken an hour's shelter in that inhospitable city." While the friends took the simple breakfast prepared for them by the widow, Baliol related, that in consequence of the interference of Philip the Bel with Edward, he had been released from the Tower of London and sent to France, but under an oath never to leave that country. Philip gave the exiled king the castle of Galliard for a residence, where for some time he enjoyed the shadow of royalty, having still a sort of court composed of his own noble followers, some of whom were now with him, and the barons of the neighborhood. Philip allowed him guards and a splendid table. But on the peace being signed between France and England, in order that Edward might give up his ally the Earl of Flanders to his offended liege lord, the French monarch consented to relinquish the cause of Baliol; and though he should continue to grant him a shelter in his dominions, he removed from him all the appendages of a king. "Accordingly," continued Baliol, "the guard was taken from my gates, my establishment reduced to that of a private nobleman; and no longer having it in my power to gratify the avidity or to flatter the ambition of those who came about me, I was soon left nearly alone. All but the poor old lieges whom you see, and who had been faithful to me through every change of my life, instantly deserted the forlorn Baliol. In vain I remonstrated with Philip. Either my letters never reached him, or he disdained to answer the man whose claims he had abandoned. Things were in this state when, the other day, an English lord found it convenient to bring his suit to my castle. I received him with hospitality, but soon found that what I gave in courtesy he seized as a right. In the true spirit of his master Edward, he treated me more like the keeper of an hostel than a generous host; and on my attempting to plead with him for a Scottish lady whom his turbulent passions have forced from her country and reduced to a pitiable state of illness, he derided my arguments, sarcastically telling me that had I taken care of my kingdom, the door would not have been left open for him to steal its fairest prize." Wallace interrupted him: "Heaven grant you may be speaking of Lord de Valence and Lady Helen Mar!" "I am," replied Baliol. "They are now at Galliard; and as her illness seems a lingering one, De Valence declared to me his intentions of continuing there. He seized upon the best apartments, and carried himself with so much haughtiness that, provoked beyond endurance, I ordered my horse, and, accompanied by my honest courtiers, rode to Rouen to obtain redress from the governor. But the unworthy Frenchman advised me to go back, and by flattering De Valence to try to regain the favor of Edward. I retired in indignation, determined to assert my rights in my own castle; but the storm overtook me, and being forsaken by false friends, I am saved by generous enemies." Wallace explained his errand respecting Lady Helen, and anxiously inquired of Baliol whether he meant to return to Galliard. "Immediately," replied he; "go with me, and if the lady consents, which I do not doubt, for she scorns his prayers for her hand, and passes night and day in tears, I engage to assist in her escape." Baliol then advised they should not all return to the castle together; the sight of two knights of their appearance accompanying his host being likely to alarm De Valence. "The quietest way," continued the deposed king, "is the surest. Follow me at a short distance, and toward the shadows of evening, knock at the gates and request a night's entertainment. I will grant it, and then your happy destiny, ever fortunate Wallace, must do the rest." This scheme being approved, a litter of hurdles was formed for the invalid monarch, and the old woman's pallet spread upon it. "I will return it to you, my good widow," said Baliol, "and with proofs of my gratitude." The two friends assisted the king to rise. When he set his foot on the floor, he felt so surprisingly better that he thought he could ride the journey. Wallace overruled this wish, and with Bruce supported his emaciated figure toward the door. The widow stood to see her guest depart. As Baliol mounted the litter, he slid a piece of gold into her hand. Wallace saw not what the king had given, and gave a purse as his reward. Bruce had naught to bestow. He had left Durham with little, and that little was expended. "My good widow," said he, "I am poor in everything but gratitude. In lieu of gold, you must accept my prayers." "May they, sweet youth," replied she, "return on your own head, giving you bread from the barren land and water out of sterile rock." "And have you no blessing for me, mother?" asked Wallace, turning round and regarding her with an impressive look. "Some spirit you wist not of, speaks in your words." "Then it must be a good spirit," answered she, "for all around me betokens gladness. The Scripture saith, 'Be kind to the wayfaring man, for many have so entertained angels unawares.' Yesterday at this time I was the poorest of all the daughters of charity. Last night I opened my doors in the storm; you enter, and give me riches; he follows and endows me with his prayers. Am I not then greatly favored by him who dispenseth to all who trust in him? His mercy and your goodness shall not be hidden; for from this day forth I will light a fire each night in a part of my house whence it may be seen on every side from a great distance. Like you, princely knight, whose gold will make it burn, it shall shine afar, and give light and comfort to all who approach it. And when you look on it," said Wallace, "tell your beads for me. I am a son of war, and it may blaze when my vital spark is expiring." The widow paused, gazed on him steadily, and then burst into tears. "It is possible," cried she, "that beautiful face may be laid in dust, that youthful form lay cold in clay, and these aged limbs survive to light a beacon to your memory; and it shall arise! It shall burn like a holy flame, an incense to Heaven, for the soul of him who has succored the feeble, and made the widow's heart to sing for joy." Wallace pressed the old woman's withered hand. Bruce did the same. She saw them mount their horses, and when they disappeared from her eyes, she returned into her cottage and wept. Chapter 62. Chapter 63 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 63. Chateau Galliard. When Baliol arrived within a few miles of Chateau Galliard, he pointed to a wooded part of the forest, and told the friends that under its groves they had best shelter themselves till the sun set, soon after which he should expect them at the castle. Long indeed seemed the interval. It usually happens that in contemplating a project, while the period of its execution appears distant, we think on it with composure; but when the time of action is near, when we only wait the approach of an auxiliary, or the lapse of an hour, every passing moment seems an age, and the impatient soul is ready to break every bound, to grasp the completion of its enterprise. So Wallace now felt as he had never done before; for in all his warlike exploits each achievement had immediately followed the moment of resolve. But here he was delayed, to grow in ardor as he contemplated an essay in which every generous principle of man was summoned into action. He was going to rescue a helpless woman from the hands of a man of violence. She was also the daughter of his first ally in the great struggle for Scotland, and who had fallen in the cause. Glad was he then to see the sun sink behind the distant hills. At that moment he and his friend closed their visors, mounted their horses, and set off at full speed toward the chateau. When they came in view of the antique towers of Galliard, they slackened their pace, and leisurely advanced to the gates. The bugle of Wallace demanded admittance; a courteous assent was brought by the warder; the gates unfolded, the friends entered, and in the next instant they were conducted into a room where Baliol sat. De Valence was walking to and fro in a great chafe. He had started at sight of the princely armor of Wallace; for he, as Baliol had done, now conceived from the lilied diadem that the stranger must be of the royal house of France, and, composing his turbulent spirit, he bowed respectfully to the supposed prince. Wallace returned the salutation, and Baliol rising, accosted him with a dignified welcome. He saw the mistake of De Valence, and perceived how greatly it might facilitate the execution of their project. On his host's return to the chateau, De Valence had received him with more than his former insolence; for the governor of Rouen had sent him information of the despised monarch's discontent; and when the despotic lord heard a bugle at the gate, and learned that it was answered by the admission of two traveling knights, he flew to Baliol in displeasure, commanding him to recall his granted leave. At the moment of his wrath, Wallace entered, and covered him with confusion. Struck at seeing a French prince in one of the persons he was going to treat with such indignity, he shrunk into himself, and bowed before him with all the cowering meanness of a base and haughty soul. Wallace, feeling his real preeminence, bent his head in acknowledgment, with a majesty which convinced the earl that he was not mistaken. Baliol welcomed his guest in a manner not to dispel the illusion. "Happy am I," cried he, "that the hospitality which John Baliol intended to show a mere traveler, confers on him the distinction of serving one of a race whose favor confers protection, and its friendship honor." Wallace returned a gracious reply to this speech, and turning to Bruce, said, "This knight is my friend; and though from peculiar circumstances neither of us chooses to disclose his name during our journey, yet, whatever they may be, I trust you will confide in the word of one whom you have honored by the address you have now made, and believe that his friend is not unworthy the hospitalities of him who was once King of Scots." De Valence now approached, and, announcing who he was, assured the knights in the name of the King of England, whom he was going to represent in Guienne, of every respect from himself, assistance from his retinue, to bring them properly on their way. "I return you the thanks due to your courtesy," replied Wallace, "and shall certainly remain to night a burden on King Baliol; but in the morning we must depart as we came, having a vow to perform which excludes the service of attendants." A splendid supper was served, at the board of which De Valence sat, as well as Baliol. From the moment that the strangers entered, the English earl never withdrew, so cautious was he to prevent Baliol informing his illustrious guests of the captivity of Lady Helen Mar. Wallace ate nothing; he sat with his visor still closed, and almost in profound silence, never speaking but when spoken to, and then only answering in as few words as possible. De Valence supposed that this taciturnity was connected with his vow, and did not further remark it; but Bruce, who at Caen had furnished himself with a complete suit of black armor, appeared, though equally invisible, under his visor, infinitely more accessible. The humbler fashion of his martial accoutrement did not announce the prince; his conversation bespoke so accomplished a mind, and brave a spirit, that De Valence did not doubt that both men before him were of the royal family. He had never seen Charles de Valois; and believing that he now saw him in Wallace, he directed all that discourse to Bruce, which he meant should reach the ear of De Valois, and from him pass to that of the King of France. Bruce guessed what was passing in his mind, and, with as much amusement as design, led forward the earl's mistake, but rather by allowing him to deceive himself, than by any actual means on his side to increase the deception. De Valence threw out hints respecting a frontier town in Guienne, which, he said, he thought his royal master could be persuaded to yield to the French monarch, as naturally belonging to Gascony. But then the affair must be properly represented, he added; and had he motive enough to investigate some parchments in his possession, he believed he could place the affair in a true light, and convince Edward of the superior claims of the French king. Then, casting out hints of the claim he had, by right of his ancestors, to the seigneury of Valence and Dauphiny, he gave them to understand, that if Philip would invest him with the revenues of Valence on the Rhone, he would engage that the other town in question should be delivered to France. Notwithstanding Baliol's resolution to keep awake and assist his friends in their enterprise, he was so overcome by fatigue that he fell asleep soon after supper, and so gave De Valence full opportunity to unveil his widely grasping mind to the Scottish chiefs. Wallace now saw that the execution of his project must depend wholly upon himself; and how to inform Helen that he was in the castle, and of his plan to get her out of it, hardly occupied him more than what to devise to detain De Valence in the banqueting room, while he went forth to prosecute his design. As these thoughts absorbed him, By an unconscious movement he turned toward the English earl. De Valence paused, and looked at him, supposing he was going to speak; but finding him still silent, the earl addressed him, though with some hesitation, feeling an inexplicable awe of directly saying to him what he had so easily uttered to his more approachable companion. "I seek not, illustrious stranger," said he, "to inquire the name you have already intimated must be concealed; but I have sufficient faith in that brilliant circlet around your brows, to be convinced, as none other than the royal hand of Philip could bestow it, that it distinguishes a man of the first honor. You now know my sentiments, prince, and for the advantage of both kings, I confide them to your services." Wallace rose. "Whether I am prince or vassal," replied he, "my services shall ever be given in the cause of justice; and of that, Earl de Valence, you will be convinced when you next hear of me. My friend," cried he, turning to Baliol, "you will remain with our host; I go to perform the vigils of my vow." Bruce understood him. It was not merely with their host he was to remain, but to detain De Valence; and opening at once the versatile powers of his abundant mind, his vivacity charmed the earl, while the magnificence of his views and policy corroborated to De Valence the idea that he was conversing with one whose birth had placed him beyond even the temptations of those ambitions which were at that moment subjecting his auditor's soul to every species of flattery, meanness, and in fact disloyalty. Bruce, in his turn, listened with much apparent interest to all De Valence's dreams of aggrandizement; and recollecting his reputation for a love of wine, he replenished the earl's goblet so often, that the fumes made him forget all reserve; and after pouring forth the whole history of his attachments to Helen, and his resolution to subdue her abhorrence by love and grandeur, he gradually lowered his key, and at last fell asleep. Meanwhile Wallace wrapped himself in Baliol's blue cloak, which lay in the anteroom, and enveloping even his helmet in the friendly mantle, he moved swiftly along the gallery toward the chamber of Helen. To be prepared for obstacles, he had obtained from Baliol a particular description of the situation of every apartment leading to it. It was now within an hour of midnight. He passed through several large, vacant rooms, and at last arrived at the important door. It opened into a small chamber, in which two female attendants lay asleep. He gently raised the latch, and with caution taking the lamp which burned on the table, glided softly through the curtains which filled the cedar arch that led into the apartment of Helen. He approached the bed, covering the light with his hand, while he observed her. She was in a profound sleep, but pale as the sheet which enveloped her; her countenance seemed troubled, her brows frequently knit themselves, and she started as she dreamed, as if in apprehension. Once he heard her lips faintly murmur, "Save me, my father! On you alone " There she stopped. His heart bled at this appeal. "Thy father's friend comes to save thee!" he would have cried; but he checked the exclamation; his hand dropped at the same instant from before the lamp, and the blaze striking full on her eyes, waked her. She looked up, and she believed her dream realized; De Valence leaning over the bed, and herself wholly in his power! A shriek of horror was bursting from her lips, when Wallace hastily raised his visor. At the moment when despair was in her orphan heart, and her whole soul turned with abhorrence from the supposed De Valence, she met the eyes of the dearest friend to her on earth, those of indeed her father's friend! Stretching forth her arms, for an instant she seemed flying to the protection of him to whose honor she had been bequeathed; but falling back again on her bed, the glad surprise of seeing him, who in her estimation was her only earthly security now that her father was no more, shook her with such emotion, that Wallace feared to see her delicate frame sink into some deadly swoon. Alarmed for her life, or the accomplishment of her deliverance, he threw himself on his knees beside her, and softly whispered, "Be composed, for the love of Heaven and your own safety. Be collected and firm, and you shall fly this place with me to night." Hardly conscious of the action, Helen grasped the hand that held hers, and would have replied; but her voice failing, she fainted on his arm. Wallace now saw no alternative but to remove her hence, even in this insensible state; and raising her gently in his arms, enveloped in the silk coverlet, with cautious steps he bore her through the curtained entrance, and past the sleeping damsels into the anterooms. To meet any of De Valence's men while in this situation would betray all. To avoid this, he hastened through the illuminated passages, and turning into the apartment appointed for himself, laid the now reviving Helen upon a couch. "Water," said she, "and I shall soon be myself again." He gave her some, and at the same time laying a page's suit of clothes, which Baliol had provided, beside her, "Dress yourself in these, Lady Helen," said he. "I shall withdraw meanwhile into the passage, but your safety depends on expedition." Before she could answer he had disappeared. Helen instantly threw herself on her knees to thank a higher power for this commencement of her deliverance, and to beseech his blessing on its consummation. She rose strengthened, and obeying Wallace, the moment she was equipped, she laid her hand upon the latch; but the watchful ear of her friend heard her, and he immediately opened the door. The lamps of the gallery shone full upon the light grace of her figure, as shrinking with blushing modesty, and yet eager to be with her preserver, she stood hesitating before him. He threw his cloak over her, and putting her arm through his, in the unobscured blaze of his princely armor, he descended to the lower hall of the castle. One man only was there. Wallace ordered him to open the great door. "It is a fine night," said he, "and I shall ride some miles before I sleep." The man asked if he were to saddle the horses. He was answered in the affirmative, and the gate being immediately unbarred, Wallace led his precious charge into the freedom of the open air. As soon as she saw the outside of those towers, which she had entered as the worst of all prisoners, her heart so overflowed with gratitude to her deliverer, that sinking by his side upon her knees, she could only grasp his hand, and bathe it with the pure tears of rescued innocence. Her manner penetrated his soul, and he raised her in his arms; but she, dreading that she had perhaps done too much, convulsively articulated, "My father his blessing " "Was a rich endowment, Lady Helen," returned Wallace, "and you shall ever find me deserving of it." Her head leaned on his breast. But how different was the lambent flame which seemed to emanate from either heart, as they now beat against each other, from the destructive fire which shot from the burning veins of Lady Mar, when she would have polluted with her unchaste lips this shrine of a beloved wife, this bosom consecrated to her sacred image! Wallace had shrunk from her, as from the touch of some hideous contagion; but with Lady Helen it was soul meeting soul, it was innocence resting on the bosom of virtue. No thought that saints would not have approved was there; no emotion which angels might not have shared glowed in their grateful bosoms; she grateful to him, both grateful to God. The man brought the horses from the stable. He knew that two strangers had arrived at the castle, and not noticing Helen's stature, supposed they were both before him. He had been informed by the servants that the taller of the two was the Count de Valois, and he now held the stirrup for him to mount. But Wallace placed Helen on Bruce's horse, and then vaulting on his own, put a piece of gold into the attendant's hand. "You will return, noble prince?" inquired the man. "Why should you doubt it?" answered Wallace. "Because," replied the servant, "I wish the brother of the King of France to know the foul deeds which are doing in his dominions." "By whom?" asked Wallace, surprised at this address. "By the Earl de Valence, prince," answered he. "He has now in this castle a beautiful lady, whom he brought from a foreign land, and treats in a manner unbecoming a knight or a man." "And what would you have me do?" said Wallace, willing to judge whether this applicant were honest in his appeal. "Come in the power of your royal brother," answered he, "and demand the Lady Helen Mar of Lord de Valence." Helen, who had listened with trepidation to this dialogue, drew nearer Wallace, and whispered in an agitated voice, "Ah! let us hasten away." The man was close enough to hear her. "Ha!" cried he, in a burst of doubtful joy, "is it so? Is she here? Say, noble knight, and Joppa Grimsby will serve ye both forever." "Grimsby!" cried Helen, recalling his voice the moment he had declared his name. "What! the honest English soldier? I and my preserver will indeed value so trusty a follower." The name of Grimsby was too familiar to the memory of Wallace, too closely associated with his most cherished meditations, for him not to recognize it with melancholy pleasure. He had never seen Grimsby, but he knew him well worthy of his confidence; and ordered him, if he really desired to follow Lady Helen, to bring two more horses from the stables. When they were brought, Wallace made the joyful signal concerted with Bruce and Baliol, to sound the Scottish priests as soon as he and his fair charge were out of the castle. The happy tidings met the ear of the prince while anxiously watching the sleeping of De Valence, for fear he should awake, and leaving his room, interrupt Wallace in his enterprise. What, then, was his transport when the first note of the horn burst upon the silence around him! He sprung on his feet. The impetuosity of the action roused Baliol, who had been lying all the while sound asleep in his chair. Bruce made a sign to him to be silent, and pressing his hand with energy, forgot the former Baliol in the present, and for a moment bending his knee, kissed the hand he held; then, rising, disappeared in an instant. He flew through the open gates. Wallace, perceiving him, rode out from under the shadow of the trees. The bright light of the moon shone on his sparkling crest, That was sufficient for Bruce; and Wallace, falling back again into the shade, was joined the next moment by his friend. Who this friend was for whom her deliverer had told Helen he waited, she did not ask, for she dreaded, while so near danger, to breathe a word; but she guessed that it must be Murray or Edwin. De Valence had barbarously told her, that not only her father was no more, but that her uncles, the Lords Bothwell and Ruthven, had both been killed in the last battle. Hence, with a saddened joy, one of her two bereaved cousins she now prepared to see; and every filial recollection pressing on her heart, her tears flowed silently and in abundance. As Bruce approached, his black mantle so wrapped him she could not distinguish his figure. Wallace stretched forth his hand to him in silence; he grasped it with the warm but mute congratulation of friendship, and throwing himself on his horse, triumphantly exclaimed, "Now for Paris!" Helen recognized none she knew in that voice; and drawing close to the white courser of Wallace, with something like disappointment mingling with her happier thoughts, she made her horse keep pace with the fleetness of her companions. Chapter 64 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 64. Forest of Vincennes. Avoiding the frequented track to Paris, Wallace, to whom Grimsby was now a valuable auxiliary, he being well acquainted with the country, took a sequestered path by the banks of the Marne, and entered the forest of Vincennes just as the moon set. Having ridden far, and without cessation, the old soldier proposed there alighting, to allow the lady an opportunity of reposing a while under the trees. Helen was, indeed, nearly exhausted, though the idea of her happy flight, by inspiring her with a strength which surprised even herself, for a long time had kept her insensible to fatigue. While her friends pressed on with a speed which allowed no more conversation than occasional inquiries of how she bore the journey, the swiftness of the motion and the rapidity of the events which had brought her, from the most frightful of situations, into one the dearest to her secret and hardly breathed wishes, so bewildered her faculties, that she almost feared she was only enjoying one of those dreams which since her captivity had often mocked her with the image of Wallace and her release; and every moment she dreaded to awake and find herself still a prisoner to De Valence. "I want no rest," replied she to the observation of Grimsby; "I could feel none till we are beyond the possibility of being overtaken by my enemy." "You are as safe in this wood, lady," returned the soldier, "as you can be in any place betwixt Galliard and Paris. It is many miles from the chateau, and lies in so remote a direction that were the earl to pursue us, I am sure he would never choose this path." "And did he even come up with us, dear Lady Helen," said Wallace, "could you fear, when with your father's friend?" "It is for my father's friend I fear," gently answered she; "I can have no dread for myself while under such protection." A very little more persuaded Helen; and Grimsby having spread his cloak on the grass, Wallace lifted her from her horse. As soon as she put her foot to the ground her head grew giddy, and she must have fallen but for the supporting arm of her watchful friend. He carried her to the couch prepared by the good soldier, and laid her on it. Grimsby had been more provident than they could have expected; for after saddling the second pair of horses, he had returned into the hall for his cloak, and taking an indrawn flask of wine from the seneschal's supper table, put it into his vest. This he now produced, and Wallace made Helen drink some of it. The cordial soon revived her, and sinking on her pillow of leaves, she soon found the repose her wearied frame demanded and induced. For fear of disturbing her not a word was spoken. Wallace watched at her head, and Bruce at her feet, while Grimsby remained with the horses as a kind of outpost. Sweet was her sleep, for the thoughts with which she sunk into slumber occupied her dreams. Still she was riding by the side of Wallace, listening to his voice, cheering her through the lengthening way. But some wild animal in its nightly prowl crossing before the horses, they began to snort and plunge; and though the no less terrified alarmer fled far away, it was with difficulty that the voice and management of Grimsby could quiet them. The noise suddenly awoke Helen; and her scattered faculties not immediately recollecting themselves, she felt an instant impression that all had indeed been a dream; and starting in affright, she exclaimed, "Where am I? Wallace, where art thou?" "Here," cried he, pressing her hand with fraternal tenderness. "I am here. You are safe with your friend and brother." Her heart beat with a terror which this assurance could hardly subdue. At last she said, in an agitated voice, "Forgive me, if my senses are a little strayed. I have suffered much, and this relief seems so miraculous, that at moments I hardly believe it real. I wish daylight were come that I might be convinced." When she had uttered these words, she suddenly stopped, and then added, "But I am very weak to talk thus. I believe my late terrors have disordered my head." "What you feel, lady, is only natural," observed Bruce. "I experienced the same when I first regained my liberty, and found myself on the road to join Sir William Wallace. Dear indeed is liberty, but dearer is the friend whose virtues make our recovered freedom sure." "Who speaks to me?" said Helen, in a low voice, to Wallace; and raising her head from that now supporting arm, on which she felt she did but too much delight to lean. "One," answered Wallace, in the same tone, "who is not to be publicly known until occasion demands it; one who, I trust in God, will one day seal the happiness of Scotland, Robert Bruce." That name which, when in her idea it belonged to Wallace, used to raise such emotions in her breast, she now heard with an indifference that surprised her. But who could be more to Scotland than Wallace had been? All that was in the power of patriot or of king to do for his country he had done; and what, then, was Bruce in her estimation? One who, basking in pleasures while his country suffered, allowed a brave subject to breast, to overthrow every danger, before he put himself forward; and now he had appeared to assume a throne, which, though his right by birth, he had most justly forfeited it, by neglecting the duties indispensable in the heir of so great and oppressed a kingdom. These would have been her thoughts of him, but Wallace called this Bruce his friend! And the few words she had heard him speak, being full of gratitude to her deliverer, that engaged her esteem. The answer, however, which she made to the reply of Wallace was spontaneous, and it struck upon the heart of Bruce. "How long," said she, "have you promised Scotland that it should see that day?" "Long, to my grief, Lady Helen," rejoined Bruce; "I would say to my shame, had I ever intentionally erred toward my country; but ignorance of her state, and of the depth of Edward's treachery, was my crime. I only required to be shown the right path to pursue it, and Sir William Wallace came to point the way. My soul, lady, is not unworthy the destiny to which he calls me." Had there been light, she would have seen the flush of conscious virtue that overspread his fine countenance while he spoke; but the words were sufficient to impress her with that respect he deserved, and which her answer showed. "My father taught me to consider the Bruce the rightful heirs of Scotland; and now that I see the day which he so often wished to hail, I cannot but regard it as the termination of Scotland's woes. Oh, had it been before, perhaps " Here she paused, for tears stopped her utterance. "You think," rejoined Bruce, "that much bloodshed might have been spared. But, dear lady, poison not the comfort of your life by that belief. No man exists who could have effected so much for Scotland in so short a time, and with so little loss, as our Wallace has done. Who, like him, makes mercy the compassion of war, and compels even his enemies to emulate the clemency he shows. Fewer have been slain on the Scottish side during the whole of his struggle with Edward, than were lost by Baliol on the fatal day of Dunbar. Then no quarter was given, and too many of the wounded were left to perish on the field. But with Wallace, life was granted to all who asked; the wounded enemy and the friend were alike succored by him. This conduct provoked the jealousy of the Southron generals, not to be surpassed in generosity, and thus comparatively few have been lost. But if in that number some of our noblest chiefs, we must be resigned to yield to God what is his own. Nay, we must be grateful, daughter of the gallant Mar, for the manner in which they were taken. They fell in the arms of true glory, like parents defending their offspring; while others, my grandfather and father, perished with broken hearts, in unavailing lamentations that they could not share the fate of those who died for Scotland." "But you, dear Bruce," returned Wallace, "will live for her; will teach those whose hearts have bled in her cause, to find a balm for every wound in her prosperity." Helen smiled through her tears at those words. They spoke the heavenly consolation which had descended on her mourning spirit. If Scotland be to rest under the happy reign of Robert Bruce, then envy cannot again assail Sir William Wallace, and my father has not shed his blood in vain. His beautiful spirit, with those of my uncles Bothwell and Ruthven, will rejoice in such a peace, and I shall enjoy it to felicity in so sacred a participation." Surprised at her associating the name of Lord Ruthven with those who had fallen, Wallace interrupted her with the assurance of her uncle's safety. The Scottish chiefs easily understood that De Valence had given her the opposite intelligence, to impress her with an idea that she was friendless, and so precipitate her into the determination of becoming his wife. But she did not repeat to her brave auditors all the arguments he had used to shake her impregnable heart; impregnable, because a principle kept guard there, which neither flattery nor ambition could dispossess. He had told her that the very day in which she would give him her hand, King Edward would send him viceroy into Scotland, where she would reign with all the power and magnificence of a queen. He was handsome, accomplished, and adored her; but Helen could not love him whom she could not esteem, for she knew he was a libertine, base and cruel. That he loved her affected her not; she could only be sensible to an affection placed on worthy foundations; and he who trampled on all virtues in his own actions could not desire them when seen in her; he therefore must love her for the fairness of her form alone, and to place any value on such affection was to grasp the wind. Personal flatteries having made no impression on Helen, ambitious projects were attempted with equal failure. Had De Valence been lord of the eastern and western empires, could he have made her the envy and admiration of a congregated world, all would have been in vain; she had seen and known the virtues of Sir William Wallace, and from that hour, all that was excellent in man, and all that was desirable on earth, seemed to her to be in him summed up. "On the barren heath," she said to herself, "in some desert island, with only thee and thy virtues, how happy could be Helen Mar! How great! For to share thy heart, thy noble, glorious heart, would be a bliss, a seal of honor from heaven, with which no terrestrial elevation could compare." Then would she sigh, capable of appreciating and loving above all earthly things the matchless virtues of Sir William Wallace. On the very evening of the night in question, in which he had so unexpectedly appeared to release her, her thoughts had been engaged in this train: "Yes," cried she to herself, "even in loving thy perfections there is such enjoyment, that I would rather be as I am, what others might call the hopeless Helen, than the loving and beloved of any other man on earth. In thee I love virtue, and the imperishable sentiment will bless me in the world to come." With these thoughts she had fallen asleep; she dreamed that she called on her father, on Wallace, to save her; and on opening her eyes, she found him indeed near. Every word which this almost adored friend now said to comfort her with regard to her own immediate losses, to assure her of the peace of Scotland, should Heaven bless the return of Bruce, took root in her soul, and sprung up into resignation and happiness. She listened to the plans of Wallace and of Bruce to effect their great enterprise; and the hours of the night passed to her not only in repose but in enjoyment. Wallace, though pleased with the interest she took in the minutest details of their design, became fearful of overtasking her weakened frame; he whispered Bruce to gradually drop the conversation; and as it died away, slumber again stole over her eyelids. The dawn had spread far over the sky while she yet slept. Wallace sat contemplating her, and the now sleeping Bruce, who had also imperceptibly sunk to rest. Various and anxious were his meditations. He had hardly seen 27 years, yet so had he been tried in the vicissitudes of life, that he felt as if he had lived a century; and instead of looking on the lovely Helen, as on one whose charms might claim a lover's wishes in his breast, he regarded her with sentiments more like parental tenderness. That, indeed, seemed the affection which now reigned in his bosom. He felt as a father toward Scotland. For every son and daughter of the harassed country he was ready to lay down his life. Edwin he cherished in his heart as he would have done the dearest of his own offspring. It was as a parent to whom a beloved and prodigal son had returned, that he looked on Bruce. But Helen, of all of Scotland's daughters, she was the most precious in his eyes; set love aside, and no object without touch of that all pervading passion could he regard with more endearing tenderness than he did Helen Mar. The shades of night vanished before the bright uprise of the king of day, and with them her slumbers. She stirred, she awoke. The lark was then soaring with shrill cadence over her head; its notes pierced the ear of Bruce, and he started on his feet. "You have allowed me to sleep, Wallace?" "And why not?" replied he. "Here it was safe for all to have slept. Yet, and had there been danger, I was at my post to have called you." He gently smiled as he spoke. "Whence, my friend," cried Bruce with a responding beam on his countenance, "did you draw the ethereal essence that animates your frame? You toil for us, watch for us, and yet you never seem fatigued, never discomposed. How is this? What does it mean?" "That the soul is immortal," answered Wallace; "that it has a godlike power given to it by the Giver of all good, even while on earth, to subdue the wants of this mortal frame. The circumstances in which Heaven has cast me have disciplined my body to obey my mind in all things; and therefore, when the motives for exertion are strong within me, it is long, very long, before I feel hunger, thirst, or drowsiness. Indeed, while thus occupied, I have often thought it possible for the activity of the soul so to wear the body, that some day she might find it suddenly fall away from about her spiritual substance, and leave her unencumbered, without having felt the touch of death. And yet that Elisha like change," continued Wallace, following up on his own thought, "could not be till Heaven sees the appointed time. Man does not live by bread alone, neither by sleep, nor any species of refreshment. His Spirit alone, who created all things, can give us a rest, while we keep the strictest vigils; his power can sustain the wasting frame, even in a barren wilderness." "True," replied Helen, looking timidly up; "but because Heaven is so gracious as sometimes to work miracles in our favor, surely we are not authorized to neglect the natural means of obtaining the same end." "Certainly not," returned Wallace. "It is not for man to tempt God at any time. Sufficient for us it is to abide by his all wise dispensations. When we are in circumstances that allow the usual means of life, it is demanded of us to use them. But when we are brought into situations where watching, fasting, and uncommon toils are not to be avoided, then it is an essential part of our obedience to perform our duties to the end, without any regard to the wants which may impede our way. It is in such an hour, when the soul of man, resolved to obey, looks down on human nature and looks up to God, that he receives both the manna and the ever living waters of heaven. By this faith and perseverance, the uplifted hands of Moses prevailed over Amalek in Rephidim, and by the same did the lengthened race of the sun light Joshua to a double victory in Gibeon." The morning vapors having dispersed from the opposite plain, and Helen being refreshed from her long repose, Wallace seated her on horseback, and they recommenced their journey. The helmets of both chiefs were now open. Grimsby looked at one and the other; the countenance of both assured him that he should find a protector in either. He drew toward Helen; she noticed his manner, and observing to Wallace that she believed the soldier wished to speak with her, checked her horse. At this action, Grimsby presumed to ride up, and bowing respectfully, said, that before he followed her to Paris, it would be right for the Count de Valois to know whom he had taken into his train; "one, madam, who has been degraded by King Edward. Degraded," added he, "but not debased; that last disgrace depends on myself, and I should shrink from your protection rather than court it, were I indeed vile." "You have too well proved your integrity, Grimsby," replied Helen, "to doubt it now; but what has the Count de Valois to do with your being under my protection? It is not to him we go, but to the French king." "And is not that knight with a diadem," inquired Grimsby, "the Count de Valois? The servants at Chateau Galliard told me he was so." Surprised at this, Helen said the knight should answer for himself; and quickening the step of her horse, followed by Grimsby, rejoined his side. When she informed Wallace of what had passed, he called the soldier to approach. "Grimsby," said he, "you have claims upon me which should insure you my protection were I even insensible to the honorable principles you have just declared to Lady Helen; but I repeat I am already your friend. You have only to speak, and all in my power to serve you shall be done." "Then, sir," returned he, "as mine is rather a melancholy story, and parts of it have already drawn tears from Lady Helen, if you will honor me with your attention apart from her, I would relate how I fell into disgrace with my sovereign." Wallace fell a little back with Grimsby; and while Bruce and Helen rode briskly forward, he, at a slower pace, prepared to listen to the recapitulation of scenes in which he was only too deeply interested. The soldier began by narrating the fatal events at Ellerslie, which had compelled him to leave the army in Scotland. He related that after quitting the priory of St. Fillan, he reached Guienne, and there served under the Earl of Lincoln, until the marriage of Edward with King Philip's sister gave the English monarch quiet possession of that province. Grimsby then marched with the rest of the troops to join their sovereign in Flanders. There he was recognized, and brought to judgment by one of Heselrigge's captains, one who had been a particular favorite with the tyrant from their similarity of disposition, and to whom he had told the mutiny and desertion, as he called it, of Grimsby. But on the presentation of the Earl of Lincoln, his punishment was mitigated from death to the infliction of a certain number of lashes. This sentence, which the honest officer regarded as worse than the loss of life, was executed. On stripping him at the halberts, Lady Helen's gift, the diamond clasp, was found hanging round his neck; this was seized as proof of some new crime; his general now gave him up; and so inconsistent were his judges, that while they allowed this treason (for so they stigmatized his manly resentment of Heselrigge's cruelty) to prejudice them in his second charge, they would not believe what was so probable, that this very jewel had been given him by a friend of Sir William Wallace in reward for his behavior on that occasion. He appealed to Edward, but he appealed in vain; and on the following day he was adjudged to be broken on the wheel for the supposed robbery. Every heart was callous to his sufferings, but that of the wife of his jailer, who, fancying him like a brother of hers who had been killed 10 years before in Italy, at the dead of night she opened his prison doors. He fled into Normandy, and without a home, outlawed, branded as a traitor and a thief, he was wandering half desperate one stormy night on the banks of the Marne, when a cry of distress attracted his attention. It issued from the suite of De Valence on his way to Guienne. Scared at the tempest, the female attendants of Lady Helen had abandoned themselves to shrieks of despair; but she, insensible to anything but grief, lay in perfect stillness in the litter that conveyed her. As Grimsby approached the travelers, De Valence demanded his assistance to conduct them to a place of shelter. Chateau Galliard was the nearest residence fit to receive the earl and his train. Thither the soldier led them, and heard from the servants that the lady in the vehicle was their lord's wife, and a lunatic. Grimsby remained in the chateau, because he had nowhere else to go, and by accidental speeches from the lady's attendants soon found out that she was not married to the earl, and was not only perfectly sane, but often most cruelly treated. Her name he had never learned until the last evening, when, carrying some wine into the banqueting room, he heard De Valence mention it to the other stranger knight. He then retired full of horror, resolving to essay her rescue himself; but the unexpected sight of the two knights in the hall determined him to reveal the case to them. "This," added Grimsby, "is my story; and whoever you are, noble lord, if you think me not unworthy your protection, grant it, and you shall find me faithful unto death." "I owe you that and more," replied the chief. "I am that Wallace on whose account you fled your country; and if you be willing to share the fortunes of one who may live and die in camps, I pledge you that my best destiny shall be yours." Could Grimsby, in his joyful surprise, have thrown himself at the feet of Wallace, he would have done so; but taking hold of the end of his scarf, he pressed it enthusiastically to his lips, and exclaimed, "Bravest of the brave, this is beyond my prayers! To meet here the triumphant lord of Scotland! I fell innocently into disgrace. Ah! how I am now exalted unto honor! My country would have deprived me of life; I am therefore dead to it, and live only to gratitude and you." "Then," replied Wallace, "as the first proof of the confidence I repose in you, know that the young chief who is riding forward with Lady Helen is Robert Bruce, the Prince of Scotland. Our next enterprise is to place him upon the throne of his ancestors. Meanwhile, till we license you to do otherwise, keep our names a secret, and call us by those we may hereafter think fit to assume." Grimsby, once more reinstated in the station he deserved, that of trust and respect, no longer hung his head in abject despondency, but looking erect as one born again from disgrace, he became the active, cheerful, and faithful servant of Wallace. During Wallace's conversation with the soldier, Helen was listening with delight to the encomiums which Bruce passed upon his friend and champion. As his eloquent tongue described the merits of Wallace, and expressed an ardent desire for having so gloriously supplied his place to Scotland, Helen turned her eyes upon the prince. Before, she had scarcely remarked that he was more than young and handsome; but now, while she contemplated the noble confidence which breathed in every feature, she said to herself, "This man is worthy to be the friend of Wallace. His soul is a mirror to reflect all the brightness of Wallace's; ay, like as with the sun's rays, to kindle with heaven's fire all on whom it turns." Bruce remarked the unusual animation of her eyes, as she looked at him. "You feel all I say of Wallace," said he; and it was not a charge at which she need blush. It was addressed to that perception of exalted worth which regards neither sex nor age. Helen did not misapprehend him. The amiable frankness of his manner seemed to open to him her heart. Wallace she adored almost as a god; Bruce she could love as a brother. It requires not time nor proof to make virtuous hearts coalesce; there is a language without sounds, a recognition, independent of the visual organ, which acknowledges the kindred of congenial souls almost in the moment they meet. The virtuous mind knoweth its brother in the dark. This was said by the man whose soul sympathized in every noble purpose with that of Wallace; while Helen, impelled by the same principle, and blushing with an emotion untainted by any sensation of shame, replied, "I am too grateful to Heaven for having allowed me to witness the goodness, to share the esteem of such a being, a man whose like I have never seen." "He is one of the few, Lady Helen," replied Bruce, "who is worthy of so august a title; and he brightly shows the image in which he was made; so humble, so dignified, so great, so lowly; so supereminent in all accomplishments of mind and body; wise, brave, and invincible; yet forbearing, gentle, and unassuming; formed to be beloved, yet without a touch of vanity; loving all who approach him, without the least alloy of passion. Ah! Lady Helen, he is a model after which I will fashion my life; for he has written the character of the Son of God in his heart, and it shall be my study to transcribe the blessed copy into mine." Tears of gratitude glittered in the eye and on the smile of Helen. To answer Bruce she found to be impossible; but that her smile and look were appreciated by him, his own told her; and stretching out his hand to her, as she put hers into his, he said, "We are united in his heart, my sweet friend." At this moment Wallace joined them. He saw the action, and the animation on each countenance, and looked at Bruce with a glance of inquiry; but Bruce perceived nothing of a lover's jealousy in the look; it carried the wish of a friend to share what had impressed them with such happy traits. "We have been talking of you," returned the prince; "and if to be beloved is a source of joy, you must be peculiarly blessed. The affections of Lady Helen and myself have met, and made your heart the altar on which we have pledged our fraternal love." Wallace regarded each with a look of tenderness. "It is my joy to love you both like a brother; but Lady Helen must consider me as even more than that to her. I am her father's representative; I am the voice of grateful Scotland, thanking her for the preservation her generous exertions yielded; and to you, my prince, I am your friend, your subject, all that is devoted and true." Thus enjoying the dear communication of hearts, the interchange of mind, and mingling soul with soul, did these three friends journey toward the gates of Paris. Every hour seemed an age of blessedness to Helen, so gratefully did she enjoy each passing moment of a happiness that seemed to speak of paradise. Nature never before appeared so beautiful in her eyes; the sky was more serene, the birds sung with sweeter notes, the landscape shone in brighter charms, the fragrances of the flowers bathed her senses in the softest balm, and the very air as it breathed around her seemed fraught with life and joy. But Wallace animated the scene; and while she fancied that she inhaled his breath in every respiration, she moved as if on enchanted ground. Oh! she could have lingered there forever! And hardly did she know what it was to draw any but sighs of bliss till she saw the towers of Paris embattling the horizon. They reminded her that she was now going to be occasionally divided from him; that when entered within those walls, it would no longer be decorous for her to pass days and nights in listening to his voice, in losing all of woman's love in the beautified affection of an angel. This passion of the soul, if such it may be called, which has its rise in virtue and its aim in the same, would be most unjustly degraded were it classed with what the herd generally entitle love. The love which men stigmatize, deride, and yet encourage, is a fancy, an infatuation, awakened by personal attraction, by the lover knows not what; sometimes by gratified vanity, sometimes by idleness, and often by the most debasing propensities of human nature. Earthly it is, and unto earth it shall return. But love, true heaven born love, that pure affection which unites congenial spirits here, and with which the Creator will hereafter connect in one blessed fraternity the whole kindred of mankind, has but one cause, the universal unchangeableness and immortality, a something so excellent that the simple wish to partake its essence in the union of affection, to facilitate and to share its attachment of true and lasting happiness, invigorates our virtue and inspires our souls. These are the aims and joys of real love. It has nothing selfish; in every desire it soars above the earth, and anticipates, as the ultimatum of its joy, the moment when it shall meet its partner before the throne of God. Such was the sentiment of Helen toward Wallace. So unlike what she had seen in others of the universal passion, she would hardly have acknowledged to herself that what she felt was love, had not the anticipation of even an hour's separation from him whispered the secret to her heart. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of The Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 65. Paris. When they were arrived within a short distance from Paris, Wallace wrote a few lines to King Philip, informing him who were the companions of his journey, and that he would rest near the Abbey of Sainte Geneviève until he should receive his Majesty's greetings to Bruce. Also the Queen's granted protection for the daughter of the Earl of Mar. Grimsby was the bearer of this letter. He soon returned with an escort of honor, accompanied by Prince Louis himself. At sight of Wallace he flew into his arms, and after embracing him again and again with all the unchecked ardor of youthful gratitude, he presented to him a packet from the king. It expressed the satisfaction of Philip at the near prospect of his seeing the man whom he had so long admired, and whose valor had wrought him such service as the preservation of his son. He then added that he had other matters to thank him for when they should meet, and subjects to discuss which would be much elucidated by the presence of Bruce. "According to your request," continued he, "the name of neither shall be made public at my court. My own family only know who are to be my illustrious guests. The queen is impatient to bid them welcome, and no less eager to greet the Lady Helen Mar with her friendship and protection." A beautiful palfrey, superbly caparisoned, and tossing its fair neck amid the pride of its gorgeous chamfrain, was led forward by a page. Two ladies also, bearing rich apparel for Helen, appeared in the train. When their errand was made known to Wallace, he communicated it to Helen. Her delicacy, indeed, wished to lay aside her page's apparel before she was presented to the queen, but she had been so happy while she wore it. "Days have passed with me in these garments," said she to herself, "which may never occur again." The ladies were conducted to her. They delivered a gracious message from their royal mistress, and opened the caskets. Helen sighed. She could urge nothing in opposition to their embassy, and reluctantly assented to the change they were to make in her appearance. She stood mute while they disarrayed her of her humble guise, and clothed her in the robes of France. During their attendance, in the adulatory strains of the court, they broke out in encomiums on the graces of her person. But to all this she turned an inattentive ear. Her mind was absorbed in what she had enjoyed, in the splendid penance she might now undergo. One of the women was throwing the page's clothes carelessly into a bag, when Helen, perceiving her, with ill concealed eagerness, cried, "Take care of that suit; it is more precious to me than gold or jewels." "Indeed," answered the attendant, more respectfully folding it, "it does not seem of very rich silk." "Probably not," returned Helen, "but it is valuable to me, and wherever I lodge I will thank you to put it into my apartment." A mirror was now presented that she might see herself. She started at the load of jewels with which they had adorned her, and while tears filled her eyes, she mildly said, "I am a mourner, and these ornaments must not be worn by me." The ladies obeyed her wish to have them taken off, and, with thoughts divided between her father and her father's friend, she was conducted toward the palfrey. Wallace approached her, and Bruce flew forward, with his usual haste, to assist her. But it was no longer the beautiful little page that met his view, the confidential and frank glance of a youthful brother. It was a lovely woman, arrayed in all the charms of female apparel, trembling and blushing, as she again appeared as a woman before the eyes of the man she loved. Wallace sighed as he touched her hand, for there was something in her air which seemed to say, "I am not what I was a few minutes ago." It was the aspect of the world's austerity, the decorum of rank and situation, but not of the heart, that had never been absent from the conduct of Helen. Had she been in the wilds of Africa, with no other companion than Wallace, still would those chaste reserves which lived in her soul have been there the guardian of her actions, for modesty was as much the attribute of her person as magnanimity the character of her mind. Her more distant air at this time was the effect of reflections while in the abbey where he had lodged her. She saw that the frank intercourse between them was to be interrupted by the forms of a court, and her manner insensibly assumed the demeanor she was so soon to wear. Bruce looked at her with delighted wonder. He had before admired her as beautiful; he now gazed on her as transcendently so. He checked himself in his swift step; he paused to look on her and Wallace, and contemplating them with sentiments of unmingled admiration, this exclamation unconsciously escaped him: "How lovely!" He could not but wish to see two such perfectly amiable and perfectly beautiful beings united as closely by the bonds of the altar as he believed they were in heart; and he longed for the hour when he might endow them with those proofs of his fraternal love which should class them with the first of Scottish princes. "But how," thought he, "can I ever sufficiently reward thee, Wallace, for what thou hast done for me and mine? Thy services are beyond all price. Thy soul is above even empires. Then how can I show thee all that is in my heart for thee?" While he thus apostrophized his friend, Wallace and Helen advanced toward him. Bruce held out his hand to her with a cordial smile. "Lady Helen, we are still to be the same. Robes of no kind must ever separate the affections born in our pilgrimage." She put her hand into his with a glow of delight. "While Sir William Wallace allows me to call him brother," answered she, "that will ever be a sanction to our friendship. But courts are formal places, and I now go to one." "And I will soon remove you to another," replied he, "where," he hesitated, looked at Wallace, and then resumed, "where every wish of my sister Helen's heart shall be gratified, or I be no king." Helen blushed deeply, and hastened toward the palfrey. Wallace placed her on the embroidered saddle, and Prince Louis preceding the cavalcade, it moved on. As Bruce vaulted into his seat, he said something to his friend of the perfectly feminine beauty of Helen. "But her soul is fairer," returned Wallace. The Prince of Scotland, with a gay but tender smile, softly whispered, "Fair, doubly fair to you." Wallace drew a deep sigh. "I never knew but one woman who resembled her, and she did indeed excel all of created mold. From infancy to manhood I read every thought of her angelic heart. I became the purer by the study, and I loved my model with an idolatrous adoration. There was my error. But those sympathies, those hours are past. My heart will never throb as it has throbbed, never rejoice as it has rejoiced, for she who lived but for me, who doubled all my joys, is gone. O my prince, though blessed with friendship, there are times when I feel that I am solitary." Bruce looked at him with some surprise. "Solitary, Wallace! Can you ever be solitary and near Helen of Mar?" "Perhaps more so then than at any other time, for her beauties, her excellences, remind me of what were once mine, and recall every regret. O Bruce, thou canst not comprehend my loss! To mingle thought with thought, and soul with soul, for years, and then, after blending our very beings, and feeling as if indeed made one, to be separated, and by a stroke of violence, this is a trial of the spirit which, but for Heaven's mercy, would have crushed me. I live, but still my heart will mourn her I have lost, and mourn that my rebellious nature will not be more resigned to the judgments of its God." "And is love so constant, so tenacious?" exclaimed Bruce. "Is it to consume your youth, Wallace? Is it to wed such a heart as yours to the tomb? Ah, am I not to hope that the throne of my children may be upheld by a race of thine?" Wallace shook his head, but with a placid firmness replied, "Your throne and your children's, if they follow your example, will be upheld by Heaven; but should they pervert themselves, a host of mortal supports would not be sufficient to stay their downfall." In discourse like this, the youthful Prince of Scotland caught a clearer view of the inmost thoughts of his friend than he had been able to discern before; for war, or Bruce's own interests, having particularly engaged them in all their former conversations, Wallace had never been induced to glance at the private circumstances of his history. While Bruce sighed in tender pity for the captivated heart of Helen, he the more deeply revered, more intensely loved, his suffering and heroic friend. A few hours brought the royal escort to the Louvre, and through a train of nobles Helen was led by Prince Louis into the regal saloon. The Scottish chiefs followed. The queen and the Count Devereux received Bruce and Helen, while De Valois conducted Wallace to the king, who had retired for the purpose of this conference to his closet. At sight of the armor which he had sent to the preserver of his son, Philip instantly recognized the Scottish hero, and rising from his seat, hastened forward and clasped him in his arms. "Wonder not, august chief," exclaimed he, "at the weakness exhibited in these eyes. It is the tribute of nature to a virtue which loads even kings with benefits. You have saved my son's life; you have preserved from taint the honor of my sister." Philip then proceeded to inform his auditor that he had heard from a confessor of Queen Margaret's, just arrived from England, all that had lately happened at Edward's court, and of Wallace's letter, to clear the innocence of that injured princess. "She is perfectly reinstated in the king's confidence," added Philip; "but I can never pardon the infamy with which he would have overwhelmed her. Nay, it has already dishonored her; for the blasting effects of slander no time nor labor can erase. I yield to the prayers of my too gentle sister not to openly resent this wrong, but in private he shall feel a brother's indignation. I do not declare war against him, but ask what you will, bravest of men, and were it to place the crown of Scotland on your head, demand it of me, and by my concealed agency it shall be effected." The reply of Wallace was simple. He claimed no merit in the justice he had done the Queen of England, neither in his rescue of Prince Louis; but as a proof of King Philip's friendship, he gladly embraced his offered services with regard to Scotland. "Not," added he, "to send troops into that country against England. Scotland is now free of its southern invaders. All I require is that you will use your royal influence with Edward to allow it to remain so. Pledge your faith, most gracious monarch, with my master the royally descended Bruce, who is now in your palace. He will soon assume the crown that is his right, and with such an ally as France to hold the ambition of Edward in check, we may certainly hope that the bloody feuds between Scotland and England may at last be laid to rest." Wallace explained to Philip the dispositions of the Scots, the nature of Bruce's claims, and the transcendent virtues of his youthful character. The monarch took fire at the speaker's enthusiasm, and, giving him his hand, exclaimed, "Wallace, I know not what manner of man you are. You seem born to dictate to kings, while you put aside, as things of no moment, the crowns offered to yourself. You are young, and marveling, I would say, without ambition, did I not know that your deeds and your virtues have set you above all earthly titles. But to convince me that you do not disdain the gratitude we pay, at least accept a name in my country, and know that the armor you wear, the coronet around your helmet, invest you with the rank of a prince of France, and the title of Count of Gascony." To have refused this mark of the monarch's esteem would have been an act of churlish pride foreign from the character of Wallace. he graciously accepted the offered distinction, and, bowing his head, allowed the king to throw the brilliant collar of Gascony over his neck. This act was performed by Philip with all the emotions of disinterested esteem; but when he had proposed it to his brother Devereux, as the only way he could devise of rewarding Wallace for the preservation of his son, and the honor of their sister, he was obliged to urge in support of his wish the desire he had to take the first opportunity of being revenged on Edward by the reseizure of Guienne. To have Sir William Wallace Lord of Gascony would then be of the greatest advantage, as no doubt could be entertained of his arms soon restoring the sister province to the French monarchy. In such a case, Philip promised to bestow Guienne on his brother Devereux. To attach this new count to France was now all the wish of Philip, and he closed the conference with every expression of friendship which man could deliver to man. Wallace lost not the opportunity of pleading for the abdicated King of Scots; and Philip, eager as well to evince his resentment to Edward as to oblige Wallace, promised to send immediate orders to Normandy that De Valence should leave Chateau Galliard, and Baliol be attended with his former state. The king then led his guest into the royal saloon, where they found the queen seated between Bruce and Helen. At sight of the Scottish chief, her majesty rose. Philip led her up to him, and Wallace, bending his knee, put the fair hand extended to his lips. "Welcome," said she, "bravest of knights. Receive a mother's thanks." Tears of gratitude stood in her eyes. She clasped the hand of her son and his together, and added, "Louis, wherever our Count of Gascony advises you to pledge this hand, give it." "Then it will follow mine," cried the king, putting his into that of Bruce. "You are Wallace's acknowledged sovereign, young prince, and you shall ever find brothers in me and my son. Sweet lady," added he, turning to the glowing Helen, "thanks to your charms for having drawn this friend of mankind to bless our shores." The court knew Wallace merely as Count of Gascony, and, to preserve an equal concealment, Bruce assumed the name of the young de Longueville, whom Prince Louis had, in fact, allowed to leave him on the road to Paris to retire to Chartres, there to pass a year of mourning within its penitential monastery. Only two persons ever came to the Louvre who could recognize Bruce to be other than he seemed, and they were John Cummin, the elder twin brother of the present Regent of Scotland, and James, Lord Douglas. The former had remained in France out of dislike to his brother's proceedings, and as Bruce knew him in Guienne, and believed him to be a blunt, well meaning young man, he saw no danger in trusting him. The brave son of William Douglas was altogether of a nobler metal, and both Wallace and his prince rejoiced at the prospect of receiving him to their friendship. Philip opened the affair to the two lords, and, having declared his designs in favor of Bruce, conducted them into the queen's room, and pointing where he stood, "There," cried he, "is the King of Scotland." Douglas and Cummin would have bent their knees to their young monarch, but Bruce hastily caught their hands and prevented them. "My friends," said he, "regard me as your fellow soldier only, till you see me on the throne of my fathers. Till then, that is our prince," added he, looking on Wallace. "He is my leader, my counselor, my example; and if you love me, he must be yours." Douglas and Cummin turned toward Wallace at these words. Royalty did indeed sit on his brow, but with a tempered majesty, which spoke only in love and honor. From the resplendent countenance of Bruce it smiled and threatened, for the blaze of his impassioned nature was not yet subdued. The queen looked from one to the other. The divinely composed air of Wallace seemed to her the celestial port of some heaven descended being, lent awhile to earth to guide the steps of the Prince of Scotland. She had read in Homer's song of the deity of wisdom assuming the form of Mentor to protect the son of Ulysses, and had it not been for the youth of the Scottish chief, she would have said, "Here is the realization of the tale." Helen had eyes for none but Wallace. Nobles, princes, kings, were all involved in one uninteresting mass to her when he was present; yet she smiled on Douglas when she heard him express his gratitude to the champion of Scotland for the services he had done a country for which his own father had died. Cummin, when he paid his respects to Wallace, told him that he did so with double pleasure, since he had two unquestionable evidences of his unequaled merit, the confidence of his father, the Lord Badenoch, and the hatred of his brother, the present usurper of that title. The king soon after led his guests to the council room, where a secret cabinet was to be held, to settle the future bonds between the two kingdoms; and Helen, looking long after the departing figure of Wallace, with a pensive step followed the queen to her apartment. Chapter 66 of The Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs, by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 66. The Louvre. These preliminaries of lasting friendship being arranged, and sworn to by Philip, Wallace dispatched a messenger to Scotland, to Lord Ruthven at Huntingtower, informing him of the present happy dispositions with regard to Scotland. He made particular inquiries respecting the state of the public mind, and declared his intention not to introduce Bruce amongst the cabals of his chieftains until he knew exactly how they were all disposed. Some weeks passed before a reply to this letter arrived. During the time, the health of Helen, which had been much impaired by the sufferings inflicted on her by De Valence, gradually recovered, and her beauty became as much the admiration of the French nobles as her meek dignity was of their respect. A new scene of royalty presented itself in this gay court to Wallace, for all was pageant and chivalric gallantry; but it had no other effect on him than that of exciting those benevolent affections which rejoiced in the innocent gayeties of his fellow beings. His gravity was not that of a cynic; though hilarity never awakened his mind to buoyant mirth, yet he loved to see it in others, and smiled when others laughed. With a natural superiority, which looked over these court pastimes to objects of greater moment, Bruce merely endured them, but it was with an urbanity congenial with his friends. And while the princes of France were treading the giddy mazes of the dance, or tilting at each other in the mimic war of the tournament, the Prince of Scotland, who excelled in all these exercises, left the field of gallantry undisputed, and moved an uninterested spectator in the splendid scene, talking with Wallace or with Helen on events which yet lay in fate, and whose theatre would be the field of his native land. So accustomed had the friends now been to share their thoughts with Lady Helen, that they imparted to her their plans, and listened with pleasure to her timid yet judicious remarks. Her soul was inspired with the same zeal for Scotland which animated their own breasts. Like Bruce's, it was ardent, but, like Wallace's, it was tempered with a moderation which, giving her foresight, freed her opinion from the hazard of rashness. What he possessed by the suggestions of genius, or had acquired by experience, she learned from love. It taught her to be careful for the safety of Wallace; and while she saw that his life must often be put in peril for Scotland, her watchful spirit, with an eagle's ken, perceived and gave warning where his exposure might incur danger without adequate advantage. The winds of this season of the year being violent and often adverse, Wallace's messenger did not arrive at his destined port in Scotland till the middle of November, and the January of 1299 had commenced before his returning bark entered the mouth of the Seine. Wallace was alone when Grimsby, opening the door, announced Sir Edwin Ruthven. In a moment the friends were locked in each other's arms. Edwin, straining Wallace to his heart, reproached him in affectionate terms for having left him behind; but while he spoke, joy shone through the tears which hung on his eyelids, and with the smiles of fraternal love again and again he kissed his friend's hand, and pressed it to his bosom. Wallace answered his glad emotions with similar demonstrations of affection, and when the agitations of their meeting were subdued, he learnt from Edwin that he had left the messenger at some distance on the road, so impatient was he to embrace his friend again, and to congratulate his dear cousin on her escape. Edwin answered the anxious inquiries of Wallace respecting his country by informing him that Badenoch, having arrogated to himself the supreme power in Scotland, had determined to take every advantage of the last victory gained over King Edward. In this resolution he was supported by the Lords Athol, Buchan, and Soulis, who were returned, full of indignation, from the court of Durham. Edward removed to London, and Badenoch, soon hearing that he was preparing other armies for the subjugation of Scotland, sent ambassadors to the Vatican to solicit the Pope's interference. Flattered by this appeal, Boniface wrote a letter to Edward, exhorting him to refrain from further oppressing a country over which he had no lawful power. Edward's answer was full of artifice and falsehood, every good principle, and declaring his determination to consolidate Great Britain into one kingdom, or to make the northern part one universal grave. Note: both these curious letters are extant in Hollingshead. Wallace sighed as he listened. "Ah, my dear Edwin," said he, "how just is the observation that the almost total neglect of truth and justice, which the generality of statesmen discover in their transactions with each other, is as unaccountable to reason as it is dishonorable and ruinous. It is one source of the misery of the human race, a misery in which millions are involved without any compensation, for it seldom happens that this dishonesty contributes ultimately even to the interests of the princes who thus basely sacrifice their integrity to their ambition. But proceed, my friend." "The speedy consequence of this correspondence," Edwin continued, "was a renewal of hostilities against Scotland. Badenoch took Sir Simon Fraser as his colleague in military duty, and a stout resistance for a little while was made on the borders; but Berwick soon became the prey of Lord Percy, and the brave Lord Dundaff was killed defending the citadel. Many other places fell, and battles were fought, in which the English were everywhere victorious; for," added Edwin, "none of your generals would draw a sword under the command of Badenoch, and, alarmed at these disasters, the Bishop of Dunkeld is gone to Rome, to entreat the Pope to order your return. The Southrons are advancing into Scotland in every direction; they have landed again on the eastern coast; they have possessed themselves of all the border counties; and without your Heaven anointed arm to avert the blow, our country must be irretrievably lost." Edwin had brought letters from Ruthven and the young Earl of Bothwell, which none particularly narrated these ruinous events, to enforce every argument to Wallace for his return. They gave it as their opinion, however, that he must revisit Scotland under an assumed name. Did he come openly, the jealousy of the Scottish lords would be reawakened, and the worst of them might put a finishing stroke to their country by taking him off by assassination or poison. Ruthven and Bothwell, therefore, entreated that, as it was his wisdom as well as his valor their country required, he would hasten to Scotland, and condescend to serve her unrecognized till Bruce should be established on the throne. While Edwin was conducted to the apartments of Lady Helen, Wallace took these letters to his prince. On Bruce being informed of the circumstances in which his country lay, and of the wishes of its most virtuous chiefs for his accession to the crown, he assented to the prudence of their advice with regard to Wallace. "But," added he, "our fortunes must be in every respect, as far as we can mold them, the same. While you are to serve Scotland under a cloud, so will I. At the moment Bruce is proclaimed King of Scotland, Wallace shall be declared its bravest friend. We will go together, as brothers, if you will," continued he. "I am already considered by the French nobility as Thomas de Longueville. You may personate the Red Reaver, Scotland does not yet know that he was slain; and the reputation of his valor, and a certain nobleness in his wild warfare, having placed him, in the estimation of our shores, rather in the light of one of their own island sea kings than in that of his real character, a gallant, though fierce pirate, the aid of his name would bring no evil odor to our joint appearance. But were you to wear the title you bear here, a quarrel might ensue between Philip and Edward, which I perceive the former is not willing should occur openly. Edward must deem it a breach of their amity did his brother in law permit a French prince to appear in arms against him in Scotland; but the Reaver being considered in England as outlawed by France, no surprise can be excited that he and his brother should fight against Philip's ally. We will, then, assume their characters, and I shall have the satisfaction of serving for Scotland before I claim her as my own. When we again drive Edward over the borders, on that day we will throw off our visors, and Sir William Wallace shall place the crown on my head." Wallace could not but approve the dignity of mind which these sentiments displayed. In the same situation they would have been his own; and he sought not, from any motive of policy, to dissuade Bruce from a delicacy of conduct which drew him closer to his heart. Sympathy of tastes is a pleasant attraction, but congeniality of principles is the cement of souls. This Wallace felt in his new-born friendship with Bruce; and though his regard for him had none of that fostering tenderness with which he loved to contemplate the blooming virtues of the youthful Edwin, yet it breathed every endearment arising from a perfect equality in heart and mind. It was the true fraternal tie, and while he talked with him on the fulfillment of their enterprise, he inwardly thanked Heaven for blessing him so abundantly. He had found a son in Edwin, a brother and a tender sister in the noble Bruce and lovely Helen. Bruce received Edwin with a welcome which convinced the before anxious youth that he met a friend, rather than a rival, in the heart of Wallace. And every preliminary being settled by the three friends respecting their immediate return to Scotland, they repaired to Philip to inform him of Lord Ruthven's dispatches and their consequent resolutions. The king liked all they said, excepting their request to be permitted to take an early leave of his court. He urged them to wait the return of a second ambassador he had sent to England. Immediately on Wallace's arrival, Philip had dispatched a request to the English king that he would grant the Scots the peace which was their right. Not receiving any answer, he sent another messenger with a more categorical demand. The persevered hostilities of Edward against Scotland explained the delay; but the king yet hoped for a favorable reply, and made such entreaties to Bruce and his friend to remain in Paris till it should arrive, that they at last granted a reluctant consent. At the end of a week, the ambassador returned with a conciliatory letter to Philip, but affirming Edward's right to Scotland, declared his determination never to lay down his arms till he had again brought the whole realm under his scepter. Wallace and his royal friend now saw no reason for lingering in France; and having visited the young de Longueville at Chartres, they apprised him of their intention to still further borrow his name. "We will not disgrace it," cried Bruce. "I promise to return it to you, a theme for your country's minstrels." When the friends rose to depart, The brave and youthful penitent grasped their hands. "You go, valiant Scots, to cover with a double glory, in the field of honor, a name which my unhappy brother Guy dyed deep in his own country's blood. The tears I weep before this cross for his and my transgressions have obtained me mercy, and your design is an earnest to me from Him who hung on this sacred tree, that my brother also is forgiven." At an early hour next day, Wallace and Bruce took leave of the French king. The queen kissed Helen affectionately, and whispered, while she tied a jeweled collar round her neck, that when she returned she hoped to add to it the coronet of Gascony. Helen's only reply was a sigh, and her eyes turned unconsciously on Wallace. He was clad in a plain suit of black armor, with a red plume in his helmet, the ensign of the Reaver, whose name he had assumed. All of his former habit that he now wore about him was the sword which he had taken from Edward. At the moment Helen looked toward Wallace, Prince Louis was placing a cross hilted dagger in his girdle. "My deliverer," said he, "wear this for the sake of the descendant of St. Louis. It accompanied that holy king through all his wars in Palestine. It twice saved him from the assassin's steel, and I pray Heaven it may prove as faithful to you." Note: The author was shown the dagger of Wallace by a friend. It was of very strong but simple workmanship, and could be used as a knife as well as a weapon. Soon after this Douglas and Cummin entered to pay their parting respects to the king, and that over, Wallace, taking Helen by the hand, led her forth, followed by Bruce and his friends. At Havre they embarked for the Frith of Tay, and a favorable gale driving them through the Straits of Calais, they launched out into the wide ocean. Chapter 67.